Xiaoxia just stood aside and watched her little lady vent her behavior until the ground was in a mess. After venting, Wu Jinxi slumped down at the table, feeling a sense of emptiness and powerlessness, and couldn't help gritting his teeth and crying. However, after Wu Jinxi left Zhang's house, Zhang Fuzhen often came to chat with Yang Fei at night. Both of them practiced the method of breathing and exhaling according to the exercises taught by the mysterious master, and their spirits improved a lot. Doing things during the day, Yang Fei knew that the Taoists in the previous life also had similar exercises, and they might not sleep for several days, or for more than 10 days or even menstruate without eating, so it is not surprising. Zhang Fuzhen gave the portrait he drew to Yang Fei, and received Yang Fei's sincere praise. He was quite proud, but he didn't mention Wu Jinxi, as if there was no such person in this world. On the 5th day of December, it was the first snow of the year. Because Yang Fei had told her about her special feelings for Chuxue when it first snowed last year, Zhang Fuzhen asked his wife and master for a day off, and asked Yang Fei to go enjoy the snow in Didi Valley. The two of them rode in Yang Fei's carriage together. The pink and purple carriage crossed the streets and alleys, and exited the West City Gate. In the wilderness of the outskirts, among the white elves flying all over the sky, they galloped quickly and steadily towards the mountain. It is strange to say that Yang Fei's driver came now. After the biscuit factory opened, a man came to the door to find something to do. Old man Qiu notified Hu Yongqiang. Hu Yongqiang saw it, but he knew him. An outsider with a bow and arrow. This man left the store and farmed at home for a year. According to the official document of the new rice planting law issued by the county, the harvest is indeed good, but now it is the slack season, so his wife sent him out to find some work. To earn some extra money, he was not familiar with other places, so he turned to Shuyuan Street to have a look first, and then he realized that the Hu family recruited dozens of people in one go, but now they don't want any more. The outsider didn't give up, thinking to himself, since he had recruited dozens of people, there wouldn't be one more of them, so he took the initiative to come to ask him because he still had some friendship. Naturally, Hu Yongqiang still remembered this man. After a closer look, he knew that he could ride a horse and drive a cart, so he left him to work as a coachman for Yang Fei, with a monthly salary of 1. This outsider is named Werqi, 22 years old this year, with a square face, thin eyes, broad arms and round waist, so he is quite strong, so Hu Yongqiang also agreed with him that the salary can be higher, but he has to be both the coachman and bodyguard are 2 jobs, and they must protect Yang Fei's safety while driving. After trying it out for more than a month, I found that Na Werqi was indeed a sincere and straightforward person, always devoted to his own affairs, scrubbed the horse and the carriage clean every day, and Yang Fei would get on and off the carriage without being reminded. Be careful and do your best, although I don't know how this Werqi will respond when he is in danger, but now in this peaceful time, it is enough to have such a person by Yang Fei's side. Let's say that Yang Fei and Zhang Fuzhen entered the snowy Didi Valley. Because the snow was so heavy, they stayed in Chengwangzhou, closed the door, isolated from the wind and snow outside the cave, and burned inside. At noon, the two of them warmed some rice wine and ate a hot pot of fish soup. It was not until the afternoon when the heavy snow fell and turned into scattered small snow particles circling with the wind. I don't know if it was from the sky or from the top of the cliff. The floating snow was blown off by the wind, and the ground was covered with snow half a foot thick. Yang Fei and Zhang Fuzhen couldn't hold back anymore. They left Chengwangzhou, went down to the stone by the pool, rolled 4 big and small snowballs, and made 2 snowmen, 1 tall and 1 short, with black stones as eyes and red snowmen. With the stone as the mouth and the branches as the arms, Zhang Fuzhen was happy to compose a poem on the spot, condensing the waterfall in the heart of the green pool, cooking wine and looking forward to the building, flying snow in the valley. He and I will guard each other. Yang Fei looked at the waterfall. It had already condensed into ice, hanging in the air above the stone wall, like glass, covered with a layer of fluffy snowflakes. There was no sound of splashing in the valley, and there was silence. The water also formed a thin layer of ice, and a thin layer of snow fell on it, just like the layer of icing on jelly. The forest with towering ancient trees, so noisy and bustling in summer, trembling and dark green, is now covered with pure white holy clothes, towering into the clouds. The two had a good time, and they didn't return until the evening, but they didn't know that Yang Fei and Zhang Fuzhen's whereabouts were always followed by people watching. That person returned to his master's house, Ms. Wu, at night, and stood under the veranda. He was of medium height, broad-backed and thick, with beards. He whispered to the maid Xiaoxia about Yang Fei's itinerary for the day. Then he turned and walked away on the snow. Xiaoxia pulled up the curtain and entered the room. There were 2 brass braziers inside, warm as spring, and 2 worlds outside the house. Wu Jinxi was sitting at the table reading an embroidery sample booklet. After Xiaoxia came in, she dismissed the other people in the room. A maid said to Wu Jinxi in a low voice, "Mr. Zheng and that foxy son went to Dashu Mountain today. My cousin only followed them to the mountain gate at the west foot of Shushan Mountain. When he saw them get out of the carriage, he called the carriage back. Mr. Zheng picked up the foxy boy. Exhibiting a strange footwork of lightness work, going up the mountain, although he can also do some lightness work, it is far from comparable. The snow that just fell did not leave footprints, it is difficult to track, and he guarded the mountain alone. One day, he was almost frozen, and at night Fong came down the mountain, but he used that kind of footwork and walked all the way. Looking back, it was the home of Hu Mei, and he probably sent Hu Mei back first. My cousin just came back, sent us a letter. Writing essays is a very difficult task. Without full enthusiasm for it, it is difficult to persevere. Because of sedentary code writing, the intervertebral disc suffered from old diseases. I rested for 4 days according to the doctor's advice. I will compensate my dear friends later, okay? End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Another Year. Chapter 66 Another Year. Wu Jinxi's pain was still so strong and sharp 2 or 3 months ago. Her longing, her intoxication, and her fantasies have nowhere to rest because of the existence of another woman. Now, even she didn't expect it to calm down. Has the fire of jealousy been completely extinguished, or is it just covered with a layer of dust? The truth is that she hardly ever feels the sharp sores anymore. Calm or sleeping jealousy is something bright and scorching, something cloudy at a certain depth, and gray at the next depth. At the beginning, she couldn't bear the endless love, hatred and jealousy in her heart, so she could only confide the truth to Xiaoxia, who was closest to her, because only Xiaoxia had seen Yang Fei, and Xiaoxia saw her little lady suffer so much. The grievance turned out to be because of the dim sum shop's daughter. On the one hand, I feel worthless for my little lady, but she is also the daughter of a boudoir, and on the other hand, there is nothing I can do. I just share the hatred with my little lady every day, and make a villain out of cloth. The words Phil Tian Tian, whose shopkeeper's daughter, were written on it, and she was stabbed and cursed every day. Wu Jinxi was also curious about the relationship between that little Hu Mei and Zhang Fuzhen, and what was so good about that little business girl. Why didn't Zhang Fuzhen even look at him with such good looks and family background? Although that foxy girl was good-looking, compared with him, she lacked the gentleness of a woman. At a young age, he could tell that he was a deserted person. Well, my mother always said that such a woman is not blessed. Could it be that Zhang Fuzhen just likes that? It wasn't until half a month ago, when one of Xiaoxia's cousins came to visit, that the matter took a turn for the better. The name of this person is Qin San, 34 and 5 years old. He was imprisoned 10 years ago for the crime of stealing and wounding. He was only released from prison a month ago. Thinking of making a living, he entrusted relatives in the family to find work. Knowing that Xiaoxia was working in the Wu family in Anhui Prefecture, he came from Sichuan County to find her, to see if he could find some free work. Xiaoxia hadn't had any relatives in Wu's house to inquire for a long time. Suddenly, a relative fell from the sky. She was very happy. They had good wine and good food outside. When they talked about looking for a job, Xiaoxia's heart moved. After thinking about it for a few days, I felt that we must first know ourselves and the other before we can make the next step. Although the two of them have never experienced such a thing, they also know that this matter must be solved by some heretics. This person is a good candidate. Tell Qin-san to monitor the movements of whose daughter every day from now on, and report back at night. After following for several days in a row, there is no connection between Zhang Fuzhen and the daughter of the Hu family, until today. After listening to Xiaoxia's return, Wu Jinxi repeated in his heart, "Hold me," and asked, "I went in the morning, and I will return at night?" Xiaoxia said, "Yes." Wu Jinxi raised her brows slightly, thought for a while, her cheeks flushed suddenly, she turned her head and spat on the ground. There must be a hidden place in this mountain, this vile girl is so obscene, but she used such a method. Xiaoxia is still a year older than Wu Jinxi, she still doesn't understand, her face is also hot, she said, this Humei is only years old, she is so shameless, why don't we expose this matter and see if she still treats her well? How to gain a foothold in the city. In the past 10 or so days, Qin-san has also been able to figure out young Feier's name, age, and birthday, and the Buza villain has finally written his name and birthday. Since then, Wu Jinxi and Xiao Xia felt that their curse seemed to be multiplied in effect, and she turned into an invisible Gongriri and fired all arrows at that foxy girl, and she had a lot of trust in Qin-san. Wu Jinxi pondered for a while, and said, I'm not busy with this matter, I'm afraid Mr. Zhang is still fascinated by it. If this matter is exposed, and his son's brother loses his temper, I'm afraid that Humei will be more advanced than me in the Zhang family's door. When Xiaoxia heard it, she also felt that it was possible, and said unwillingly, should we just let her go like this? Wu Jinxi snorted coldly, and said with a smile, what's the hurry, there will always be a chance in the future. After thinking about it, he said, we used to only know how to stare at the daytime, but we didn't know that the two of them had such an unbearable deed. Instead, change your strategy, tell Qin-san to keep an eye on the Hu family at night, and you don't have to do it during the day. Xiaoxia should be, since she went to ask Qin-san to confess and didn't mention it. The 12th lunar month is always the busiest month, passing by in a hurry. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, shopkeeper Joe came to give away the dividends for this quarter. His face was flushed, and he smiled from ear to ear, and said, Miss Hu, your hot pot is really as its name suggests, it really is booming. And now it can be evenly divided with roast duck, the unit price is high, and it's easy, Ruifuction is really going to be famous in the world now. As early as summer, young Feier took time to visit Ruifuction and asked them to sell a closed restaurant near Ruifuction. The restaurant was about the same size as Ruifuction, and the business was not bad. But since Ruifuction launched new dishes, especially the roast duck, the business suddenly plummeted, and it barely lasted until the end of spring, so he had to close the door and put up the transfer sign. Young Feier often passed by the door and thought about it for a while. After a while, I finally went to shopkeeper Joe. But the restaurant is so big, shopkeeper Joe was not sure, so he asked Madame Zhang to discuss it, but Madame Zhang said, since Mrs. Hu wants to do it, then I will do it together with her, and Yang Feier will buy half of the shares. In addition to management, Yang Feier showed that 1% of the silver and % of the dish technology. Yang Feier went back and sat with Hu Yongqiang and the shopkeeper Zhou to discuss for a few days. This house was originally a restaurant, and the main structure inside was different. It needs a big move, but the transfer fee is also a big expense. The original decoration needs to be dismantled and reinstalled, and the tables, chairs and benches need to be refurbished. Moreover, since it is a new dish such as hot pot, the utensils must be high quality and fully equipped. This is also a large investment, as well as the recruitment and training of personnel, with a total investment of about taels of silver. Based on 1 taels of silver, Yang Feier needs to spend 750 taels of silver. For 3 months, in the hottest summer, the restaurant closed its doors and took a rest until after the Mid-Autumn Festival. On August 10th, it finally lifted the mysterious veil and opened in front of the world. The door hung Ruifu Xianchu King Hot Pot in 7 characters. At the beginning of the opening, People just looked at the gold-lettered signboard of Ruifuction and entered the store to taste it. After entering the store, they found that this restaurant has a different way of eating. There are only 2 flavors, one spicy, one umami, and other dishes. They are all raw food, and they need to be cooked by themselves in the soup. There is also a seasoning table in the center of the lobby, on which you can prepare various seasonings according to your own taste. Hundreds of people adjust 100 flavors, and thousands of people adjust 1,000 flavors. There are also many hot dishes that have never been seen before, such as the bursting beef balls. I don't know how to make them so crispy. There is still a mouthful of fresh soup in the core. Bite down, be careful of the soup splashing everywhere, and even more be careful of being scalded by the soup inside, but there are those curious and unbelieving diners who want to try it, even if they are splashed by the soup or burn their mouths. It's interesting and fun, and there are all kinds of beef offal, blood shakes, pig brains, shrimp slips, fish balls, sweet or not, etc. There are hundreds of species, all of which can be boiled in the pot. The emergence of this hot pot is another craze after the craze of roast duck. People spread word of mouth, and the descriptions are lifelike. When the dishes are hot, put them into the pot first, and then take them out after they are cooked through. Which dishes can be eaten with only a few strokes. It is said that the mouth of those who have not eaten it is full of water, and the greedy insects are rushing, so they are also in a hurry. Go and try it out. The benches for waiting seats in the open space at the entrance are only lined up on the inner 3rd floor and the outer 3rd floor. Some jugglers in the city also rush over to earn some small money every meal, which spontaneously adds to the popularity of the King of Shu, making the King of Shu like a flower. It is unprecedentedly grand, like cooking oil with Jean Lihua. Shopkeeper Zhou pushed a purse to Yang Fair. Miss Hu, this is Ruifuction's dividend for 1 season, a total of 757 taels. He picked up a wooden box he had brought, stomped it on the table in the hall, and said, "This is the first quarter's dividend from the King of Shu, a total of 890 taels." Yang Fair said with a smile, "There is the shopkeeper Lao Zhou. Thanks to your care of the business on both sides, I am an idler who sits at home and takes money. There are 4 accountants from the King of Shu, 2 from the Zhang family, and 2 from the Hu family. They cooperate with each other and supervise each other. The 2 accountants from the Hu family have reported the monthly accounts to Yang Fair, so Yang Fair not surprised by this huge dividend." Shopkeeper Zhou said with a smile, "Miss Hu, you're being polite. Ming people don't speak ill of you. We are all paid by Miss Hu's credit, so we can get this salary. A number of 8. This year the shopkeeper Zhou got as much as 800 taels of salary, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. In previous years, even if it was a good business, he only got about 300 taels of silver to get it. Now it has increased several times, so he is very happy. The 2 chatted about their plans for next year. Shopkeeper Zhou saw that it was late and it was already dinner time. After a while, the shops on both sides would have customers, so he left and went back. Like last year, Phil Tian closed on 29th for the new year. The first day was brightly lit and bustling until 4 in the morning. Those orders from other places had all been shipped out as early as 23rd. For the New Year's goods that people prepare before the year, there is still some stock in the warehouse, and even the 29th is busy. On the 29th, all the doors of Phil Sweet's stores, including the biscuit factory, were closed, and Spring Festival couplets had been pasted up. All the apprentices and employees slept until noon before getting up one after another. They had lunch and took a bath in their respective branches. Each received 500 cash from the store manager, and the store manager 1,000 cash, and went shopping with the store manager to buy some things. End of this chapter. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Yang Fair was in charge of the factory from the beginning, but Yang Fair didn't care about the accounts. On the morning of 29, Yang Fair just woke up, and more than 60 workers lined up in the factory yard waiting to receive their wages. With the 800 coins, the family can live a good year with fish, meat and new clothes. The workers all looked happy, signed their names on the account book in Hu Yongqiang's hand, or put their fingerprints on it. I took a few large strings of copper coins in my hand, put them in a bag, thanked the two people, paid New Year's greetings in advance, and went out in 2s and 3s. Some family members were waiting by the factory gate, and they happily went to the old street with their own families to do it. New Year's goods are gone. After Yang Feier had breakfast, Shenfang Rui and Hu Kong each got into a carriage, and took her and Mrs. Shen and Mrs. Cui to the Chinese vegetable market to buy vegetables. Since the preparation of the factory, the two of them have been busy, going to the 4 branches to collect the bills and deliver the goods, and at the same time looking for house renovations, so they had to bear the pain and bought a carriage. Fortunately, the two of them practiced for a few days. I learned to drive and saved the wages of 2 drivers. The 2 people's car is supplemented by people, and the main thing is to pull goods. The horse is not good looking, but it is very strong and powerful, which is suitable for the 2 people. I went to the vegetable market, spent half a day, and bought 2 carts of vegetables and meat. Fortunately, there was warm well water at home, so I washed the vegetables and meat, and cooked the chicken, fish and other big dishes first. Stew chicken broth on the stoves in each room, cut up the stir-fried vegetables in the kitchen, store them separately in baskets, cover them with wet towels, and wait until the next day's New Year's Eve to fry directly in the pot. After dinner, Yang Feier and Hu Yongqiang calculated the accounts for 1 year in Yang Feier's room. The first item of income is the 5 shops, with a total net profit of 590 taels of silver, an average of 310 taels of net silver for each shop. The second item of income is the biscuit factory. Since its opening on the 8th day of November, a total of 15 taels of silver has actually been received, and the net profit of 750 taels of cash is excluding various costs and taxes. Ruifuction's annual dividends total 450 taels. Adding the 890 taels sent by the King of Shu, the total is 500 taels. Several expenditures this year included 580 new recruits and 4 assistants for Dongning Xuan and Bai Qingtong in the laboratory, which cost a total of taels of silver. 800? 420? 2,000? 750? 300, 190? 40? This year's net income is 460 taels of silver. Hu Yongqiang always handles tens of thousands of silver every day. Even if he doesn't count the ledger, he knows it well. Although he is not surprised, his heart is as comfortable as the spring breeze, said with a smile, "This day is really full of sesame seeds, thanks to our family having a rich boy." Yang Feier rolled his eyes around and said with a smile, "Jin Kai boy? Where is it?" Hu Yongqiang seldom sees his daughter's funny appearance. He is busy on weekdays and always looks like a little adult. Sometimes he even forgets that she is still a child. The fact that she can make such an expression today shows that Yang Feier is also in an excellent mood now, and he can't help laughing out loud. In the early morning of 31st, 46 employees gathered in Hu's courtyard, together with Hu and Chen's family, set up 6 tables. The kitchen in the shop was dedicated to continuously boiling water, and 3 female employees were in charge of tea. The chicken broth boiled in each soup pot is poured into a large pot, topped with vermicelli and ingots, served by 6 female employees wearing flowers and butterflies, with salted gizzard and salty claws, fried peanuts with chopped peppers. The courtyard was steaming, and everyone was eating warmly. The breakfast here has just been collected, and a group of more than a dozen women started to wash the dishes, and the dishes that were not finished last night had to be cut and prepared, and the boys started to clean the yards, including the factory side, and then paste Spring Festival couplets on every door, window, and tree. After these things are done, everyone will be seated for the New Year's dinner in Hu's courtyard. Mr. Hu leaned on a burning torch on the threshold. Hu Yongqiang and Shenfang Rui each lighted a long whip, and the sound of firecrackers crackled. Hu Kong stood on the ladder and posted a horizontal banner saying Happy New Year on the gate. After Hu and Chen's 2 families were seated, Hu Yongqiang stood up with his wine glass, and there was no sound in the courtyard. After this year's experience, Hu Yongxiang had grown into a decent shopkeeper. Full of momentum, not angry. Hu Yongxiang held up his wine glass and said to the crowd, "At this moment, all the relatives of my Hu family who can sit here are relatives of my Hu family. In the past year, we have been able to share joys and sorrows together and help each other in the same boat. For this, I, Hu, am very grateful for everyone's efforts. My heart is in the wine. I hope everyone can find hope and joy in life in my Hu family, and live a comfortable life." After finishing speaking, he raised his glass to the people who were looking at the yard, raised his neck and drank it all. Everyone laughed and said, "Have a good time." Stand up and raise their glasses to Hu Yongqiang's side. Then everyone began to toast to the Hu and Chen families in turn, from elder to younger, from respectful to humble, from male to female. The courtyard was very lively. You pushed and gave way, toasted and laughed. After drinking for 3 rounds, Yang Feier's 4 disciples, a Jin, a Tang, a Shan and a Shui, brought out 2 big bamboo baskets, and each of them came to receive one New Year's money, and then brought out boxes of new clothes and distributed them to everyone. 2 sets per person, one thicker and one thinner, are all tailored according to the size of the apprentices and employees. These things are made by Xin and Cui years ago. Each tailor's shop is different, and each one has its name marked on it, so everyone can come up and pick it up. After the New Year's dinner, the women were still busy in the kitchen. Although there was a lot of work, there were also many people. Each person was responsible for one piece. After washing and cleaning up, they began to make dumplings. Fortunately, there were only 2 rooms in the kitchen, but it is also spacious, with more than a dozen women gathered around the long dining table, 2 for kneading noodles, 2 for mixing stuffing, 4 for rolling out skins, and 4 for making dumplings. When there are many people, various skillful wrapping methods appear one after another. Some noodles are added with spinach juice and rolled into emerald green dumpling wrappers, wrapped into Chinese cabbage-shaped dumplings, and some are rolled with yellow radish juice into golden dumpling wrappers, wrapped into ingots. For dumpling-shaped dumplings, there are noodles with purple cabbage juice rolled into purple dumpling skins, and dumplings wrapped into butterfly-shaped dumplings. In addition to lotus-shaped dumplings, there are also wooden fish-shaped, wave-shaped, clam-shaped, and horseshoe-shaped dumplings. For happiness shape, crescent moon shape, wallet shape, lock head shape, straw hat shape, goldfish shape, etc., in various colors and shapes, white 1 team, green 1 team, orange 1 team, purple 1 team, divide into a team for each shape. Use a small dustpan to arrange them neatly on the few dining tables in the yard. Each table is full, probably enough to feed the people at that table. They are all half-sized. Poor eaters Lao Tzu, it's not enough if you don't prepare too much. Today, these dumplings amazed the people in the courtyard. Those who shoot arrows, throw pots, play cards, play chess, and gossip, all gathered around to look at them. It is unexpected that such a small dumpling can be made in so many ways. It's simply breathtaking. Counting the population of the family, there are a total of 65 people. If there is only 1 copper coin in the dumpling at night, the chances are too small, and there may be too many disappointed people. Tong and Hu Guang ate it, and everyone congratulated them. Mrs. Wang smiled at Mrs. Zhou. "Your family has eaten 2 of them. It must be a blessing in the coming year." Zhou said, "It's all because of your family's glory. We came here by ourselves. We were not enjoying ourselves that day." Xin said with a smile, "We are all enjoying Xiuer's blessing. The family's prosperous life is thanks to Xiuer's intelligence and ability." Yang Feier listened aside, and said with a smile, "Without all of you, I can't do it alone. How can I do these things? Who really enjoys the blessing all the year round? It's not because of the busy feet every day. Touching the floor, falling asleep at night when you are tired? Next year I have to think of a way to make it easier for everyone, and when you have nothing to do, watch a play and embroider and direct people to do things, that is a blessing." Those ancient books and costume dramas that young Feier has read all talk about the life of the rich in this way, but unfortunately the family is still short of staff, and Wang, Shen, and the others can't be idle, and they just left the rake and touched the broom. When there is no time to spare, Yang Fei plans not to increase anything in the next year, just start these things, and do it well. If the development is too fast, I am afraid that the foundation will not be solid. It is reasonable to keep it for a year. Mrs. Wang was surprised. Then don't we all become old ladies of the government? Yang Fei said with a smile, I'm afraid that your granddaughter and I will never be able to give you the old man status as an official. It depends on the luck of the eldest brother and the twins. When Hu Kong at the next table heard Yang Fei mentioning him, he turned around and said with a smile, I see, I will work hard, big brother. In the spring of next year, I will take part in the government examination with Xinjing. During this year in Shushan Academy, regardless of success or failure, let's try what we have learned over the years before we talk about it. Yang Fei smiled and said, this is a good thing, why have you never heard of it? Xinjing said, my cousin runs around all day for our family's livelihood. We rarely see each other, and we don't have a chance to talk about it. Xinjing has always been relatively introverted, and rarely heard him speak, but today it was strange, probably because he was extremely happy because he won a lottery in a dumpling today. Xin Fengrui said, Jinger is very sensible, she even knows the hard work of her cousin. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Mr. Shen has always looked down on this son, and always scolded him for being flashy. Hearing this, he couldn't help snorting, isn't this a lice on the bald man's head, is it obvious? Don't insult your son's intelligence. Who in this family can't you see that it was Xiaoer who supported it? You are still clamoring for business all day long, look at him, this is called business. Xin Fengrui has always been used to being scolded by his own father, and he was not annoyed when he heard this. He said with a good-tempered smile, that's right, I don't need to mention my business, now I will learn from my brother-in-law and Xiaoer while do it. It's very good. I have saved a few hundred taels this year, and I can't make so much money in any business. Zhou said with a smile, this is also what you do at your sister's and husband's house. How can you get so much for the little work you do? Yang Fei said with a smile, if he doesn't find it troublesome, he can be assigned more tasks next year. Xin Fengrui said, that's good, I have the opportunity to learn more. Old Man Shen said, you'd better let him do what he's doing now. It's fine to get less money, but I'm afraid that he won't be able to eat too much, and it will cause trouble. Mr. Hu smiled and said, I said, old brother, don't worry too much about him. When the child grows up, it may still be due to lack of experience in the past, so it's fine to practice slowly. Old Master Shen snorted twice, and said, I hope so, just be more cautious, this fluster is like a ghost, I'm just afraid that he will delay your business. Everyone laughed and said, where is that? You still don't know him too well. He is good at things, diligent and kind. It's rare for him to be such a good-looking talent. If you practice hard in the future, you can handle great things. Hearing the unanimous praise, Xin Fengrui just laughed happily, his handsome face shone with brilliance, as if he had never heard of his father's disdainful words. After eating the dumplings, everyone gathered in each main room to play cards, throw pots, or play games. Feng Fengmin took all the female staff to wash up, and asked the hostess to wash up early and go to rest. They will have to get up early tomorrow morning to prepare deal with New Year's greetings and hospitality matters. Yang Fei was lying on the bed, and it was past 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time last year, Zhang Fuzhen had already been here to accompany her, but he hadn't been seen since today, and suddenly found that Zhang Fuzhen didn't seem to be here for a while. Seeing him, he also felt strange, and he didn't know what Fuzhen was busy with during this time. Actually raised the mood of longing and anticipation. When it was about to be handed in, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers outside, Yang Fei had practiced the breathing technique taught to him by Zhang Fuzhen twice. Counting the time, he thought that he would probably not come again, so he had to prepare going to sleep. He suddenly heard two familiar duck-duck knocks on the door. Yang Fei got out of bed with his clothes on, opened the door. and saw that it was Zhang Fuzhen standing under the red lantern, with a handsome face and a slight smile, dressed lightly. He wears a blue brocade cloak with dark patterns, and wears a jade crown on his head, making him look handsome and handsome. The boy who is about to turn 15 has a tall stature. In the past 2 years, he has already exceeded 1.7 meters. Although he has worked hard to grow taller, the gap has become wider and wider. It is only about 1.5 meters, which only reaches his shoulders. The young man entered the room, wrapped in the cold air in the room, and quickly turned around to cover the door. As soon as he sat back on the bed, Zhang Fuzhen hugged Yang Fair in his arms, fearing that the cold air on his body would startle Yang Fair. Quilt together. Zhang Fuzhen's face was pressed against Yang Fair's hair, and the cold breath invaded his scalp directly through the warm hair. Yang Fair only felt that Zhang Fuzhen was a little different today, and asked, "For the Chinese New Year, what is this? What's the matter?" Zhang Fuzhen didn't answer either, he just put his arms around Yang Fair and remained motionless. After a while, let go of Yang Fair and said with a smile, "I want to borrow you to keep me warm, but it's very cold outside." The red lanterns in the yard outside the window filled the room with red light. Zhang Fuzhen smiled a little reluctantly. Yang Fair didn't ask any more questions, and just took out a hot water bottle from his quilt and handed it to Zhang Fuzhen. Zhang Fuzhen held the warm kettle. It was a small round clay pot with a small opening, only the size of a finger. It was plugged with a cork and filled with boiling water. Red thick cotton made a cover. Zhang Fuzhen held this small and cute water bottle in his hand and played with it repeatedly, as if how interesting this water bottle was. He had nothing to say. "This water bottle is really unique, can you give me one?" Yang Fair smiled and said, "If you like it, you can take it. It's not a good thing. I made a lot of them in that store. Everyone in the family, including apprentices and employees, has one." The two had always been like friends when they were alone, and when they were in Didi Valley, they would often laugh out loud, unrestrained, sometimes almost like two boys, but today they don't know what made Zhang Fuzhen become like this, panicked, sad. Yes, anxious and sad. Zhang Fuzhen smiled, as if talking to himself, "Then I'll take you, even if I get to the capital, it's just a thought." The two of them suddenly looked fixed. Zhang Fuzhen turned his head and looked at Yang Fair, looking at each other inquiringly. Yang Fair said, "Are you going to Kyoto?" "Yes, my father came back this time. One is to come back for the new year, and the other is to arrange various matters for us to settle in Kyoto." Yang Fair's heart suddenly collapsed, and after a long while, he whispered, "When are you leaving?" "It's scheduled to go on the 10th day. Zhang Fuzhen lowered his head. "Then I wish you all the best of luck. It may not be convenient for me to deliver it at that time." Yang Fair smiled lightly. There was the sound of closing cannons outside the door, and when it was time to talk, countless firecrackers from far and near were fired together, and there was a loud bang. At this time, the words could no longer be heard, so Yang Fair got out of bed, put on a coat, the red fox fur cloak on the hanger, walked to the window, opened the window. A gust of cold air hit the room, diluting the warm fragrance in the room, like a stream of ice water rushing into warm milk, mixing each other together. The warm fragrance adds a touch of refreshment, and the coldness adds a touch of softness. Outside the window, there are countless people setting off fireworks soaring into the sky, resplendent in the cold night sky, shining pieces of light in the night, and then returning to complete darkness in an instant. The night lights up everywhere, and then goes out. Yang Fair is mocking in his heart, "This how much like your own life." Standing by the window, Zhang Fuzhen accompanied Yang Fair to watch the fireworks explode in the night sky, shine brightly, and then go out, and watched the light of the fireworks flicker on Yang Fair's face. You could see the little girl. There are thousands of stars jumping in the eyes, the long and curly eyelashes are trembling, and the colorful eyes follow the bright light, but the coolness on the face is not only not diminished, but a little something called loneliness has been added. Zhang Fuzhen embraced Yang Fair in his arms again, his movements naturally followed his heart, and he looked down at those shining and beautiful eyes. These eyes opened to an equally beautiful heart. Yang Feier is often hugged by Zhang Fuzhen like this. He has long been used to it. His body is ignorant, but he also looks up at the boy's pair of phoenix eyes, looking for the boy's unspoken heart in it. His small mouth is tightly pursed. That the mouth of Handan Sandalwood is moderately thick, the lips are beautifully shaped, moist and plump. In Zhang Fuzhen's eyes, they are like cherry fruits with rich sweet juice. He stood up straight, and she was still imprisoned in his arms. They stopped talking, and the stars began to shine. How did their lips meet? How can the birds sing? How can snowflakes melt? How can a rose bloom? How can fireworks fall like a rain of stars? And what bright things are whitening behind the black mountains? One kiss and it's all there. The two of them were taken aback at the same time. They stared at each other in the darkness with their sharp eyes open, as if they felt like seeing the spring, like seeing the dawn. There was morning light in his eyes, dew in hers. At this moment, they could no longer feel the cold night, the sound of firecrackers, the footsteps of the new year, or the sadness of parting. They looked at each other, full of emotion. They closed the window and sat back on the edge of the bed. Zhang Fuzhen's knee touched Yang Feier's knee, and they both felt trembling at the same time. The sound of firecrackers for the New Year's Eve has stopped, and above them, the night is bright and beautiful. Gradually they began to talk, replacing the heartfelt silence that had just begun. The youth's thoughts are pure like elves, talking about everything, about his nostalgia, his yearning, his intoxication, his fantasies, his sadness, how he sneaked away in the early autumn afternoon without her knowing. Watch her take a nap with her, how he misses him in two places not far away, how he wishes each other from afar during the festive season, relying on his trust in the other party's innocence and straightforwardness. He confides all his secret thoughts and the remaining bit of childishness. Yang Feier was surprised that Zhang Fuzhen had done so much, but all she could do now was stammer a few words now and then. Her soul, like a drop of dew on a flower, trembles on her lips. This was her first kiss in 2 lifetimes. How could it not make her heart palpitate? She just felt that something had quietly changed in her heart. In her heart, the young man used to be an arrogant and domineering child, but later he became a learned, ambitious and unrestrained young man. Just now, she put her face on the boy's increasingly broad chest. Hearing the solid heartbeat inside, I feel that I am a real 12-year-old child, and finally I have a garden where I can play, a coast where I can rest, and a harbor where I can shelter from the wind. The feelings that make people small are shameful, but the feelings that make people become children are precious. When he was exhausted, Zhang Fuzhen's eyes were still fixed on this face that made him ecstatic. Phil, don't worry, I will write to you, and I will find a way to come back here as soon as possible. If I can't come back, you have to find a way to get to where I am. Yang Feier didn't delve into the meaning of these words, and said, okay. She didn't ask him, and she didn't even think of asking when he would return, and how she let herself find him. In her opinion, it was a very simple and natural thing for him to return to her side. It was a very simple and natural thing for her to look for him. She rested her head on his shoulder and asked him and herself, is it possible for us to be together? The innocent question every woman asks. Zhang Fuzhen gave her an affirmative answer, yes. In front of his beloved, every teenager shows that he possesses earth-shaking power, can overcome obstacles and lead his lover through many obstacles. With the current situation of Yang Feier's family and Zhang Fuzhen's family background, if Zhang Fuzhen wanted to behave impurely towards her, Yang Feier would have no ability to resist. Among all things created by God, the human heart emits the greatest light. But unfortunately, it is also the human heart that creates the deepest darkness. Often, what you hold out is a piece of sincerity, while what others take is flesh. The heart is still your heart, but in the end you can only watch it trembling and crying in secret. Yang Feier was lucky. What she met was not a prodigal son, but Zhang Fuzhen, who had a pure heart and a curling jade ruler. End of this chapter. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. The wheel of time has never stopped for anything. No matter what the world is, it will run over silently and mercilessly, regardless of whether he is bleeding like a river or the flowers are fragrant and the birds are singing. On the morning of the first day of the new year, the children, grandchildren and apprentices who paid New Year's greetings to Hu and Shin's family gathered in the yard together. The sound of New Year's blessings resounded through half of Jinming Lane, overshadowing the endless traffic outside. Open the door. The concierge prepared more than 200 caddies of small packages of biscuits, cakes, jelly, etc. for the children and distributed them all. In addition to the children in this alley and a few nearby alleys, the children in the alleys 1 mile away also went to Jinming Xiang, whose family came to celebrate the New Year. Those children got up really early because of the 2 extravagant snacks that the family would never buy for themselves on weekdays. After the sun rose, the neighbors began to visit each other's New Year's greetings, and the courtyard of whose house was overcrowded. As a last resort, the disciples had to stand outside the gate to make room for the neighbors who came to pay New Year's greetings. The 6 square tables in the courtyard were set up again, and they were full of people. In addition to the neighbors on the left and right, there were also suppliers of materials from the Hu family. It was filled and served, and the female relatives of the family also made time to accompany the guests, but Yang Feier was still in his small courtyard and did not come out. Last night, Zhang Fuzhen didn't leave until after 4 o'clock in the morning. Yang Feier sat on the bed and recalled the words, manners, expressions, and even the silence of the 2 of them that night. I fell asleep in a drunkenness, but I only slept for an hour, but in my dream I suddenly thought that he said he was going to leave, and I woke up suddenly. At that moment, my heart ached like a twist. It was the soul that was sad, when it died for love sad. What an emptiness it would be without seeing the one who alone fills the heavens and the earth. I have never had such a feeling in my previous life. Is this the so-called feeling of love? How sweet the love is, how deep the pain is. Compared with the self-righteous love in the previous life, it is nothing now. It was almost 9 o'clock when Shin came in and called her, saying that shopkeeper Zhou and Li Baotian had come to pay New Year's greetings, and Yang Feier couldn't get rid of the strange and clear pain. So he just jumped out of the pain and forced himself to get up. It is not convenient for people in the courtyard outside to go out to wash, so Fengling and Fengmin had to bring hot water to the small courtyard, waiting to wash, dress and come out to meet guests. When Li Baotian went back to his hometown for New Year's last year, he came to work on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, and the Hu family, who only came here on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, asked his family to retire from the fields after the autumn harvest this year, and all 7 members of his family moved to live in the city. I spent more than 400 taels of silver next door to shopkeeper Zhou's house and bought a small courtyard to live in. The 2 families are only 2 miles away from Hu's house, and they visited the neighbors twice in the morning to pay New Year's greetings. Shopkeeper Zhou heard that Li Baotian was going to come to Hu's house to pay New Year's greetings, so he also came together. Yang Feier smiled and said, "The purchase of the yard is also a great happy event. Why don't you ask us to go to the lively scene? Maybe it will add some glory to your family." Li Baotian said, "Master was busy at that time. How dare you disturb me? My yard was also given by you, Master. My wages have increased by more than 5 times in the past year, otherwise I would not have the money to buy any yard." Yang Feier said, "Grandpa Li, you have the ability to earn this business. I just happened to push it in from the side. You don't have to say that it is because of me. You are too humble, and I am ashamed. Don't dare to be." Li Baotian said with a smile, "The master can promote meritorious deeds, but the apprentices dare not forget, they all remember it in their hearts." He laughed and said, "I heard that the master has taken in many apprentices now, and even has disciples and grandchildren. I can be regarded as the first disciple. When I entered the gate just now, I saw many disciples and nephews guarding the gate. Now my master's sect has grown stronger." Yang Feier couldn't help laughing. "Grandpa Li can joke, what about nephews and grandchildren? If you don't know, why do you think I am in my S?" Shopkeeper Zhou smiled and said, "I don't know if you are the first disciple of the Lunar New Year today. What should you do to honor your master?" Li Baotian laughed and said, "Don't tell me, I really came to the door today with a New Year's gift. Wait a moment, I'll bring it in." Then, he ran to the snail cart outside and took 2 bulging bags. The big burden came in, and he said with a smile, "Master, this is the cushion on the carriage that my wife and daughter-in-law sewed for you, master. They often see you going in and out of the car, and they say that you are a little girl with delicate bones, and they may not be able to bear the bumps, specially made for you, master. If you don't think the stitches are rough, just accept it and put it on as a mat." Feng Ling and Feng Min took over the two big burdens. Shopkeeper Zhou smiled and said, "Li Baotian, you really put your heart into presenting this year's gifts." Yang Fair smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Li, and thank your family on my behalf. I will come to thank you another day." Li Baotian said, "It's just some worthless manual work, you're welcome, master." After chatting a few more words, seeing that it was lunchtime, and it was not convenient to leave a meal on the first day of the new year, Shopkeeper Zhou bid farewell to Li Baotian and went home. The second day of the Lunar New Year is the day when married daughters bring their husbands and children back to their natal homes, and it is also the day when unmarried sons-in-law go to their prospective husbands' home to pay New Year's greetings. Zhang Bailing asked someone to make all the arrangements the night before, and told his son to do whatever he wanted on the second day of junior high school. "I want to go to Wu's house to pay New Year's greetings." Zhang Fuzhen is going to the capital after the next year. He knows that the Wu family has also bought a house in the capital and is currently renovating it. He is afraid that he will move to the capital soon. He must speak clearly before Ms. Wu leaves to avoid future troubles. It also avoids Yang Fair's possible misunderstandings. Although this girl has always looked like nothing to do with him, but he knows Yang Fair, doesn't he know this girl's exquisite thoughts, and how she cares in her heart, so he readily agreed. Mrs. Zhang felt that patriarchy was more effective than her own words after all, and she was very comforted after all. There was someone in the family who could restrain this wild horse-like kid. When Zhang Fuzhen arrived at the Wu mansion, the Wu family had already received the report. Regardless of previous suspicions, the crowd joyfully and grandly carried Zhang Fuzhen into the front hall like a phoenix. This marriage has been talked about for a year, and the uncles, aunts in the mansion finally saw their real bodies. The rumors are true, but this Fuzhen looks like a dragon and phoenix among the people. It is said that Zhang Fuzhen is ranked second. I am afraid that I really can't find the first one. It is rare to learn and do well, and he is both civil and military. Don't mention the divorce, and that arrogant Jeaner. I heard that she cried a lot when she came back last time. She didn't come out for dinner. She probably suffered some serious grievance, but the next day, she seemed to be fine again. He didn't even mention how he was in the Zhang family. Now, even if he could get such a good son-in-law, he would be willing to suffer some grievances. Wu Jinxi also came out to greet each other, and saw that the wishful man whom he had been thinking about day and night was in front of his eyes, handsome, elegant, and handsome, standing out from the crowd like a chicken, but he was not at all happy in his heart. In the early morning of the first day of the new year, Qin San reported back to Xiaoxia about the situation of the Hu family last night at the agreed place. Zhang Fuzhen stayed at Hu Mei's place until Yin Shizheng before leaving. These two people are so shameless that they really did this kind of stealing. Although this kind of thing is a matter between two people, due to a peculiar woman's psychology, Wu Jinxi only hated Yang Fair to the bone, and when he heard the word kiss from Xiaoxia's mouth, Wu Jinxi felt a pain in his heart, a burst of disgust, pain when thinking of Zhang Fuzhen, and loathing and hatred when thinking of that lowly business girl. During this day and night, Wu Jinxi lived in a trance, and it was Chinese New Year. When she came out on the first morning of the new year, she had to pay New Year's greetings to her grandparents, uncles, brothers, and sisters. Her strong self-esteem forced her to smile, but in fact she was already shaky. The only thing that can support her is the hatred for that bitch. For a girl who has never loved or hated, both are fresh and strong, and both can bring her thoughts to a whole new level. If love exceeds hate, she will make herself forget the world. If hate overshadows love, the world will forget you. Wu Jinxi's love for Zhang Fuzhen is a kind of instinctive possession of beautiful things, a defense of what is taken for granted, and a show-off that is both reserved and vain. But she looked at Yang Fair's hatred with a kind of superior contempt, just like seeing the anger and hatred of a lowly species defiled her own treasure, with a sense of superiority of life and death, and she can let him make a single order. That bitch is dead. Obviously, Wu Jinxi's hatred for Yang Feier has far surpassed her love for Zhang Fuzhen. With such an ulterior and strong motivation, Wu Jinxi was uncharacteristically, in front of Zhang Fuzhen, she completely lost the shyness and tenderness of the girl who was waiting to be married, and always kept her eyes fixed on her, her face as calm as water. Zhang Fuzhen saw that Wu Jinxi was like this, although he didn't know why, he didn't care about it, and said that the young lady of the Wu family had been snubbed by him several times, and he had already given up the idea, thinking, it's good to compare. I hope it was also forced by my parents, and I couldn't help myself. The afternoon sun is very good, with the soft brilliance unique to spring, gently spreading in the plum garden of Wu's family, and the garden is full of red plums and wintersweet. This plum garden has a long history. It has been built for more than years since the grandfather of the Wu family. Among them, the boy's figure is as straight as a new pine, and he is elegantly dressed in luxurious clothes. The young girl had a graceful figure, her face was like a peach blossom, and under the heavy makeup and heavy attire, a trace of the girl's delicacy could be vaguely seen. The two stood together, hiding the red plums, like a couple of gods and immortals, like a poem and a picture. But people's eyes have always been deceiving. A seemingly harmonious picture is staging a discordant conversation. Along the way, Zhang Fuzhen lavishly praised the Wu family and even Wu Jinxi's talent, appearance, and character. Wu Jinxi, who said it bluntly, almost thought that Zhang Fuzhen had changed his mind about her. She will be intoxicated by the admiration of the spring plum fragrance and her beloved. But just after entering the plum garden, Zhang Fuzhen saw the servant girls who followed him all the way waiting at the side, so he turned around and said, however, there is not a single lady like Miss Wu who is smart, naturally beautiful, dignified and elegant. It's a pity for a good match. End of this chapter. Chapter 71 Commands. Chapter 70 In Order. Wu Jinxi heard that something was wrong, but he didn't know how to answer it, so he could only say in a polite manner, I would like to hear more about it. Zhang Fuzhen said, you said if your future husband already has someone he likes, what should you do? Wu Jinxi grew up in her boudoir since she was a child, and the struggle in the back house is not uncommon. His father had wives and concubines, and he knew that Zhang Fuzhen's father had only one wife. I was still a little surprised, but then I felt envious. What woman doesn't want to be a couple with her beloved for the rest of her life? However, men are all playful people, and their sincerity can be given to you or to others. Some women with strong tempers either find short-sightedness or get divorced. In short, they hurt 800 enemies and 1,000 themselves. Even the loss outweighs the gain. I have already thought about it, no matter what, I can't do this, I would rather endure the humiliation, as long as I can keep my peace, I just need to sit firmly as a wife, and I am not afraid of those little goblins rebelling. But now that the situation is imminent, I can't deal with it calmly, especially when I know that my future husband will be unfaithful to me before I even get married. Wu Jinxi's heart was already trembling, she twisted her hands silently in her sleeves, bit her lips, and said, aren't you my future husband? You have someone you like? Zhang Fuzhen put away his pretended humility, and said seriously, yes, I already have someone I like, I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill the marriage contract between you and me. Wu Jinxi's face has gradually faded from pink, and he said after a while, you and my parents' order, the matchmaker's words, how can you go against it? Zhang Fuzhen sneered, and said, I want to marry a wife, but they never listen to my opinion. Wu Jinxi said, then what are you going to do with this marriage now? Zhang Fuzhen said, I originally planned to ignore this marriage, hoping to annoy your family and angrily resign, but now, we are going to move our family to the capital, and your family will also move there later. Jingdu, hear you and my family act like this, and I will be separated from her there. Even if she is a big-hearted person, there is no guarantee that she will not be unhappy, and I will bear an unwarranted name, and Ms. Wu you still have to waste your time on this, and the longer you and I are engaged, The worse it will affect your reputation once my family regrets the marriage. Considering the three parties, I think it would be better to let you know the whole story as soon as possible, so that you can make plans early." The sun shone warmly on his body. After he finished speaking, Zhang Fujian's forehead was slightly sweaty, but Wu Jinxi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his body and mind couldn't help trembling slightly. Wu Jinxi lowered his eyes, tried his best to keep his tone steady, and said, "Young Master Zhang's favorite person is so lucky to receive such favor from you, it's so enviable." Zhang Fujian said, "Everyone has their own destiny, as Miss Wu is as beautiful, wise, virtuous, kind and gentle, and you will definitely meet someone who is precious to you in the future." Wu Jinxi said, "But I don't know which family's lady is the woman who is fortunate to be favored by Mr. Zhang." Zhang Fujian suddenly thought of young Feier's jade-like little face and those dewy eyes looking up at him that night. The brilliance in his eyes flickered, and a smile naturally appeared on the corner of his mouth, making that flawless handsome face reflect the sunlight like a diamond, shining in the spring sun for a while, but it hurt Wu Jinxi's eyes. "Her family is not a big family, and I'm afraid Miss Wu doesn't know her." Zhang Fujian's face was rippled with happiness, and his words were full of affection. Wu Jinxi felt a pain in her heart. Recently, her heart has been hurting again and again. She said, "Well, after you go back, I will truthfully report this matter to my parents and let them handle it. I am also a child, I really don't want to disobey my parents' wishes, I hope Mr. Zhang will forgive me." Zhang Fujian said, "Since that's the case, then please trouble Miss Wu. Miss Wu understands righteousness deeply, and I respect and admire you very much." After all, Zhang Fujian was not deeply involved in the world. How could he know? Not all beautiful girls are as beautiful, kind, gentle, and considerate as they look at their age. They have formed different and various personalities according to their own backgrounds, environments, and circumstances. They may still retain a trace of childishness, but the way they handle things has initially possessed the typical part of their character. Wu Jinxi did not state the matter in front of her parents as she said, "Her self-esteem does not allow her to do this, so just do it according to your own will." For Wu Jinxi, just giving an order is as simple as all the orders she gave in her own courtyard on weekdays. For example, "I want the rouge from Luhaishai. I want the soft smoke from Baiyunju," and so on. This time, she was lying on her expensive beauty couch covered with pure white bear skin, and said in a very lazy and flat tone, "Xiaoxia, on the 15th Lantern Festival of the first lunar month, ask your cousin to burn that bitch died in her yard. I don't want her to exist in this world. The most terrible thing in this world is to let stupid and violent people hold weapons in their hands." Wu Jinxi is not stupid, but she is naive. She is not irritable, but she makes jealousy a double-edged sword. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Uncle Tang's family, the village chief and his two sons from Tongjia village came to Hu's house. Last year, during the slack season, they also came here from time to time. They were embarrassed to see Hu's family busy. "Excuse me, I usually go back after eating." Aunt Tang was pregnant with a second child by accident last summer, but the family was very happy. There was no news for many years, and Dr. Jiang in the city said that again. This pregnancy was even happier than when she was pregnant with Dabeo. Uncle Tang came to the city and brought eggs to thank the Hu family, saying that the old house of the Hu family is really a treasure of geomantic omen, which made him happy again. Adding newcomers and so on made the Hu family laugh and cry, but they were all happy for him and congratulated him one after another. The three sentences are always the same. People in Tongjia village like to talk about farming when they come to Tongjia village. They are all people who have been working in the field all their lives and have a special kind of intimacy with the fields. Listen to it with gusto. Last year, Tongjia village planted rice and raised fish according to Yang Feier's original method, and the imperial court issued detailed method documents to all counties and villages. It is so fast, but some can be sold every day. Near the end of the year, all the remaining fish species are also sold out. The combined income of fish and rice is more than 10 times that of previous years. Uncle Tang's family also raised chickens in the yard. The second elder of the Tang family took his grandson to learn the method of Hu's family at that time. They raised these chickens by plucking leaves and scooping screws, and the eggs they laid were even bigger. I didn't go for bulk sales either, and sent them all to Phil's sweet cake shop. After dinner at noon, several people were still talking about the farming and the rice transplanter. Tang Zhengfu said, "Now the Zhang family can send it." When I bought the rice transplanter in Fuqing, I heard from the owner of the carpenter's shop that Zhang the family listed the right to manufacture and sell the rice transplanter for public bidding. Only one family can buy it in a prefecture. The highest price wins. His family also bought it for 900 taels of silver. Afterwards, every time one is sold, Zhang's family will be charged 500 yuan. According to this calculation, we have a total of 8 provinces and 86 prefectures in the entire Datai dynasty, including countless counties and villages. It's popular all over the world, but among the 10 miles and 8 villages I know, which one doesn't have a rice transplanter? The Zhang family's money is really making a lot of money this time. Yang Fei listened from the side, and couldn't help feeling a kind of admiration for Mrs. Zhang from the bottom of her heart. In this ancient society, there are people who know how to engage in provincial, municipal, and prefecture-level agents. Such a marketing talent is Dong Mingzhu's first-class figure in modern times. Thinking about how busy I am all day, I am really ashamed. Yang Fei suddenly remembered something, and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, Uncle Tang, I have something to show you." He asked Feng Ling to go to the warehouse to bring the shrimp cage. Everyone looked at the pile of nets on the ground and wondered, "What is this?" Yang Fei said, "This is a kind of net for catching shrimps, called shrimp cages. You can take these shrimp cages home, make a few as usual, and put them in the river ditch to catch shrimps. During the breeding season of river prawns, you can circle a few acres of fields and stock them intensively. In autumn, you can sell them. We, the King of Shu, will buy them in large quantities." Grandpa the village chief, this method can also be taught to other villagers. The output of your 2 breedings is too small, and it is far from enough to meet the needs of the King of Shu at that time. Now the market price is 60 or 70 yuan a catty. Although the price of the farmed ones will not be lower than the wild ones, the price will not be lower. It's about the same price as beef, and after a year, it should be several times higher than your income from rice farming and fish farming. Yang Fei considers that summer is the off-season for hot pot restaurants. In ancient times, there was no air conditioning, and during the dog days, who would eat hot pot around the stove? These losses have to find a way to recover them during the peak season. Shrimp slides are very popular, but the raw materials are often out of stock. Yang Fei has always planned to use farming to supplement them. When Tang Zhengfu and the others heard this, they were both pleasantly surprised and half puzzled. Tang Chaofu stepped forward to pick up a shrimp cage and said, "Can this thing catch shrimp?" "Of course it can." Hu Yongqiang said, "Over half a year ago, our family earned more than 300 taels of silver by this." "More than 300 taels in half a year?" Tang Zhongcheng said in surprise. After thinking about it, he laughed and said, "Your family has kept this matter secret enough. Our 2 families live so close, why didn't you hear anything at all?" Hu Yongqiang rubbed the back of his head embarrassingly, and said with a smile, "We deliberately conceal it, but others don't care to pay attention to it. Didn't we just do it for more than half a year without knowing it?" Tang Chaogue said, "Since your family will do it first, and the King of Shu will buy it later, there will be no worries about the future, okay? I think this can be done." Everyone agrees with this opinion. The crowd was excited, and they began to learn how to weave nets from Yang Fei and Hu Yongqiang, inquired about some details of shrimp catching and raising shrimps, and made some plans for shrimp farming ponds at Hu's house, etc. They were busy until dark. "We will return after dinner." Every day after that, all the suppliers came to Hu's house to pay New Year's greetings. Zhang Fuzhen came to Hu's house to pay New Year's greetings as usual on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Everyone has a share of New Year's gifts such as drinks and cloths, but Yang Fei did not bring gifts to Zhang's family to pay New Year's greetings like last year. First, because of the failed proposal, both sides were evasive and scrupled. Zhang Fuzhen had already discussed marriage and was afraid of gossip. Secondly, she is getting older and a big girl, so it is not suitable for her to go out alone to pay New Year's greetings. In place of Yang Fei, Hu Kong went to Zhang's house on Chuki, brought back some wine and cloth, and added some sweet gold gifts in gift boxes to fill, which was considered as a full gift. End of this chapter. Chapter 71, A 2-Year Covenant. Chapter 71, The 2-Year Covenant. The two just sat down in the study room, pretending to be normal, talking about books and papers, joking with each other. Yang Fei searched for all kinds of brain teasers for Zhang Fuzhen to guess. Zhang Fuzhen failed several times after that. They quickly found the pattern, but still deliberately gave some messy answers, and the two laughed while holding hands. During these 8 days, Zhang Fuzhen possessed Yang Fei bit by bit, step by step, slowly, day by day. This kind of possession is completely conceptual and spiritual, but it is a deep possession. He enfolded her with all his soul, and clutched her jealously with unimaginable conviction, possessed her smile, her breath, her fragrance, the clear radiance of her black eyes, the softness of her hands, the charming mole on her neck, all her thoughts. They once agreed that they must dream of each other in their sleep, and they really kept their word. He often kept looking at the few short hairs in the nape of her neck, and stroked them with his breath, declaring that none of those short hairs belonged to Zhang Fuzhen. Admired and adored her clothes, her delicate ribbon bows, her odd nightgowns, her lace-ruffled cuffs, her rabbit fur-trimmed booties, the hair she wore on the strange hairstyle she called the ball head. A ring of pearls, all of which he held sacred, and of which he was the master. He even thought to himself, every thread on her gown, every mesh on her stockings, every wrinkle on her pajamas, there is nothing that does not belong to him. Stayed by Yang Fei's side, and thought himself right by his property, by his possessions, by his tyrants and slaves. I will write to you often and try to get back as soon as possible. It is good. You wait here for me well, don't forget me. It is good. Wear the jade phoenix I gave you by your side. I've never seen you wear it before. It is good. If your elder brother has classmates as guests, don't meet them, let alone talk. It is good. However, Yang Fei raised his head. Among my elder brother's classmates, one surnamed Shou and one surnamed Wei came to celebrate the new year, and the parents surnamed Shou also came. Zhang Fuzhen's thoughts changed sharply. He made a rough guess, and said, probably they came to see each other at home. If I don't expect, they will come to propose marriage in early March. Yang Fei wondered, how could such a thing happen? I haven't spoken to that surnamed Shou. How did you know? How can you be so sure? It's not hard to see that they are the same men, and they like the same person. Zhang Fuzhen took it for granted, if I were that Shou, I would definitely do the same. It seems that he wants to get ahead. Phil, tell me, will you agree to his family's marriage proposal? First of all, I'm only 12. It's too early to propose marriage at this age. Secondly, my eldest brother and I don't know each other well. How can we talk about marriage? The most important thing is that I already have you, and I'm just waiting for you. What other people do has nothing to do with me. Yang Fei is used to calm analysis when things happen, but to Zhang Fuzhen, these rational analyses are the most touching love poems. Unknowingly, the two are driven by the same thought, drawn by the electric current that constantly flows between the two lovers, intoxicated by the joy that coexists in pain, and fall into each other's love by coincidence. Embracing, their lips also met inadvertently, their souls flew away, and tears filled their eyes. Together they looked up at the starry night sky. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the morning that Zhang Fuzhen finally made up his mind to say goodbye to Yang Fei. Zhang Fuzhen jumped onto the courtyard wall as usual, and jumped into the alleyway. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly a person stood out from a dark corner not far away. This person is tall and slender, wearing a dark robe and a black scarf on his head. His face is frosty, with beautiful spring eyes and thin lips. He is Xiu Jicheng. Zhang Fuzhen was secretly a little surprised. He also had some internal strength, and his hearing and eyesight were far superior to ordinary people. This person was hiding only 3 feet away from him, but he didn't even notice it. Could it be that this person's cultivation was even higher than his own? Since receiving the guidance from the mysterious master, Zhang Fuzhen's internal and external martial arts cultivation has been greatly improved, increasing at a rapid rate. It is hard to imagine that anyone can surpass his martial arts cultivation at this age. Xiao Jicheng clenched his fists on both sides, glared at Zhang Fuzhen from the side, and sneered, "Isn't this the son of the Zhang family? I heard that he has already discussed a marriage with the Wu family, yet he still has the leisure to come here to steal incense and jade." Zhang Fuzhen was already furious in his heart, to be secretly spying on his whereabouts without knowing it, and insulting his sacred feelings like this. He thought, what should come will come sooner or later, why not solve it together at this time? "Try your best suppressing the anger in his heart," he said. "It's not convenient to talk here, please come with me." After all, Tilly jumped forward and used Longqi's latent image. He wanted to test the opponent's strength, so he galloped forward with all his strength. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jicheng followed behind him like a shadow, not half a point behind, and his heart was awe-inspiring. At this time, the night is still deep, the vast sky is like black jade, and the little fluffy clouds are blowing away with the wind. The waning moon in the lonely night sky is like a half-jade, and the dawn stars are dotted in the gradually whitening night sky, appearing incomparably lofty. The night wind was as cold as a knife. In the northwest of the South City Gate, there is a large empty field, close to the foot of the mountain. The land is more than 100 acres, covered with wormwood, turbulent and desolate everywhere. The night owl screamed and swayed around, disturbing people's hearts. Outside the field were a few old trees that hadn't been cut down, waving their bare branches in the cold night wind. When the two were in the middle, Zhang Fuzhen turned around suddenly and struck Xiao Jicheng in the face with his palm. I saw Xiao Jicheng swaying his waist, and Zhang Fuzhen's lightning-fast palm flashed in an instant, and the violent palm wind made his face ache. Xiao Jicheng thought to himself, this person has such skill at such an age. He was startled all the way. At their age, this was the first time they met someone who was as good as his lightness skill. Zhang Fuzhen's move failed, but it was as expected. His sword eyebrows were erected, and he shouted, "Brother Xiao didn't sleep in the middle of the night, and went to the dark corner of Jinming Lane to squat in the dark. I don't know what plan to do." Xiao Ji often didn't see Xiao because of his annual vacation for 10 or 20 days. Today, he came to Hu's house to pay New Year's greetings. He thought he would have a chance to see her. Unfortunately, Xiao didn't come out from the beginning to the end. The beautiful woman is just around the corner. He was far away, but he couldn't see him, and his heart was really hard to miss, so he wanted to visit the vicinity of Hu's house, even if he couldn't see him. As long as he knew in his heart that the person he missed and admired was only a wall away from him, he would feel better. I don't want to bump into Zhang Fuzhen, who enters the room grandly, and is so affectionate with Xiao, so that my tenderness and sweetness in my heart are like being struck by lightning, and my heart is like a knife. At that time, he was standing alone at the corner of the gable wall, as if his soul had been taken out of his body. He had lost his mind, and he couldn't walk away. The love words and angry emotions at night began to spread in the dark like a fire hidden deep in the abyss. It wasn't until Zhang Fuzhen jumped out of the courtyard wall, about to leave, that he came out to ask questions. At this time, Xiao Jicheng had lost his mind. Contrary to his usual state of peace like a spring, he said coldly, "Mr. Zhang is already a person who has discussed marriage. Why would he sneak into other women's boudoir in the middle of the night? Not afraid of defiled other women is your innocence?" At the same time, his eyes were wide open, and he used the Xinyang palm technique, which can break monuments and rocks, towards Zhang Fuzhen, who was dodging, and suddenly the two of them were surrounded by fierce and unparalleled palm winds, flying sand and stones, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. I saw two figures jumping in the sand and stones, fisting and kicking, fighting for life and death. Although Zhang Fuzhen was furious, he was also taken aback by Xiao Jicheng's arrogance. Seeing his frantic look, he thought to himself, why is this kid so ruthless? he only thinks that although Xiao Jicheng likes Xiao'er, but the two have no intersection at all, the relationship will naturally not have much depth, and for the sake of Hu Kang's face, he won't do anything to him. He didn't expect that he would fight for his life situation. Immediately, he was competitive and did not show any weakness. While fighting the battle, he said, I agree with her, and I will explain to her. Why do I need outsiders to take care of me? Xiao Jicheng kicked Zhang Fuzhen's heart, and rushed towards Zhang Fuzhen with a strong wind, and said in his mouth, with your current status, do you think you have the right to say such things? If this kick hits, it will definitely be seriously injured. Zhang Fuzhen took a step back abruptly, dodging it narrowly, and said, the marriage between me and Miss Wu's family was decided by my parents, not mine. I am trying my best to find a way now. Cancel that marriage. There is no need to explain this to you, but I heard that you have brought your parents and traveled thousands of miles to propose marriage to Xiao'er, right? After this long conversation, the two of them went through a few more tricks. Xiao Jicheng said, why not a man who is unmarried and a woman who is not married? After speaking, he turned his palm into a fist and attacked Zhang Fuzhen's lower abdomen. Zhang Fuzhen hurriedly retracted his stomach and dodged to the right, his right hand swept from top to bottom, and then slashed at Xiao Jicheng's face, saying, although you can propose marriage, I think Xiao'er will not agree. Xiao Jicheng was on an iron bridge, barely a foot above the ground, turned over to avoid it, and attacked several palms one after another, saying, you are going to the capital tomorrow. I don't know when you will return, I have plenty of time. I'm not afraid to tell you, Xiao'er, I will never marry her in my life. The two fought with all their strength for more than half an hour, but they didn't hurt each other at all. They were evenly matched, and if they continued to fight, they might not be able to tell the winner. After Zhang Fuzhen finally received Xiao Jicheng's palms with all his strength, he felt that his physical strength was overwhelmed, and Xiao Jicheng was also exhausted. The two of them were furious just now, and they exhausted all their strength without sparing a single cent. At the beginning, they began to vent their anger crazily for more than half an hour. While exhausting their energy, their anger had already subsided, and instead they felt a sense of sympathy for each other. Among the people of their age, the two of them can be regarded as the best in kung fu, and it is rare to meet each other. If it is not because of the hatred between the same girl, they can learn from each other and exchange ideas. Zhang Fuzhen was the first to jump out of the arena. The east was already turning white. In order to avoid all the troublesome officials coming to see him off, the departure time set by his father yesterday was at mid-morning. If he didn't go back now, he was afraid they would have to look for someone everywhere up. He cupped his hands towards Xiao Jicheng and said, Brother Xiao is not very old, but his martial arts are good. Although you are a step late, you are worthy of being my opponent, but that's it for today. You and I will make a 2-year relationship. About 2 years later, let's compare again here, how about it? Xiao Jicheng also cupped his hands towards Zhang Fuzhen and said, although you are 1 step ahead of me, you are leaving today, and you don't know what will happen in the future. It's good to have a 2-year agreement, the same month and the same day at the same time, and we will decide the winner. The sky is about to light up, the distant mountains are near the trees, the rocks and wild grass are all covered with a transparent veil. The present and the future are just like the water of the Yangtze River, rolling non-stop. The back wave has arrived, but the front wave has not passed away. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. It is another year of Lantern Festival, and there are always fire trees and silver flowers everywhere. The Hu family went out to watch the lanterns together. Yang Fei didn't want to go out to have fun, and told everyone that he could just stay at home and practice writing. At any rate, Old Man Qiao and Wu Erqi were still at home. The one who was coaxed and persuaded by Yang Fei was sent out with the others. The factory and 5 stores had opened on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, and many merchants came from other places. First, they passed on the orders, and then notified the bank in Anhui Prefecture to send a deposit to the biscuit factory. They rushed over one after another, waiting for the factory to inspect the goods when they shipped, and then find the escort to deliver the goods. Xiu's family lived in the inn for a few days, and asked the innkeeper to rent a yard from his relative's house, which had all the facilities, and moved in yesterday. This yard coincidentally was also located in Jinming Lane. When Father Xiu came to visit the factory, he said that this product is rare, and it will be sold well in Taiyuan Prefecture. Xiu's family also has several shops in Taiyuan Prefecture, so he also placed an order of caddies in the biscuit factory. But he said that Xiu Ji often didn't go to the street to appreciate the lanterns. He suddenly lost interest in these bustling scenes, and all his thoughts were in the small courtyard only 1 mile away from him. To him, that small courtyard was mysterious and sacred. How many times did he want to enter the room like Zhang Fuzhen, but he stopped again and again. He could predict that if he broke in, the consequences would be completely devastating for the little hope he had left. He will no longer be able to have any possibility with the person in his heart. He asked his mother to rent the yard to Jinming Lane, and asked his father to do business with the Hu family. He only wanted to get closer to her, to have a closer relationship with her, and to increase the chances of success in future marriage proposals. He now understands in his heart that the planned marriage proposal in March has little chance, almost impossible. Even if Xiuer's parents and elders have no objections, Xiuer herself will not agree, and he has been in the Hu family for a year. How can you not know that the big and small matters of the Hu family are all decided by that girl, in whose family there are no parents' names and matchmakers' words, but only the girl's one word? So since the night of the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, he has temporarily put this plan on hold in his heart, and asked his parents to return to Taiyuan Mansion first, but he can't tell his parents now that he needs to wait and see, and then plan carefully. Let's talk when the time is right. Perhaps such an opportunity will never be ripe. Such thoughts made his thoughts suddenly become very anxious, and his mind suddenly went blank, making him unable to think deeply, and perhaps also unable to face the future without that person, paced back and forth in the study like a trapped animal in a cage. The moon outside was big and round, shining brightly into the room, scattering white light all over the place, white as snow, white as Xiu Jicheng's thoughts at this time. Suddenly I heard someone shouting outside, "Let's go into the water." "Let's go." The sound was very frightening, followed by a rush of gongs, mixed with the sound of people running and shouting. Xiu Jicheng reacted quickly, stepped out of the study room, and saw a large red light flashing in the east direction, like a red cloud, accompanied by thick smoke billowing straight up into the night sky, but it was in the direction of Hu's factory and Hu's house. Unable to be shocked, he quickly jumped from the courtyard to the alley, and ran straight towards the burning place. The brilliant clouds in the distance became more intense, and the psychedelic light and shadow illuminated the whole alley red. From a distance, I saw the fire in the biscuit factory. I knew that the factory was on holiday today, and no one was inside. Only the concierge was watching the gate. Having been rescued, he was placed under the opposite wall, limp into a ball, not knowing whether it was life or death. Xiu Jicheng didn't care to ask, only the fear in his heart was stronger, and he moved 2 more times to Hu's house. Hu's house was in a sea of flames at this time, and the raging fire devoured every building mercilessly, and there was a strong smell of kerosene from it. It seemed that the arsonists were afraid that the house would not be burned thoroughly, so they poured kerosene on purpose to promote the fire. Wuxia looked at him. Xiu Jicheng quickly went around the east courtyard wall of Hu's residence, and came to the outside of the study courtyard wall where Yang Fei lived. On that night not long ago, he was still heartbroken here. From the outside, the fire in the study room was raging. Xiu Jicheng ignored it and jumped into the small courtyard. Fortunately, there were no other flammable objects in the small courtyard except for 2 pots of charred green bamboo bonsai. The window was billowing with flames, and the ferocious flames were raging and crackling. The door was closed tightly and it was impossible to enter. After turning around twice, he suddenly took off the clothes on his body, wrapped his head and face in 2 or 3 times, and only 2 eyes were exposed. Picked up a 2-foot wide flower pot and smashed it at the window closest to the door. A big hole was broken in that window instantly, and a puff of thick smoke shot out from it. Like a big fish, he jumped into the smoky room through the broken window. There is a cloud of smoke inside, you can't see it, although there is no open flame, it feels like jumping into a burning furnace, almost roasting people. Xiaoji often closes his eyes, groping around his body like a blind man touching an elephant. There are 4 study rooms in total, which one is Xiaorin? Just as I was thinking about it, my hand suddenly touched a soft piece, and I grabbed it with my backhand, but it turned out to be an arm. I was very frightened, and felt the shoulder, neck, and head along the arm, and the hair was scorched and curled. Xiao Jicheng felt as if he had been punched hard in the chest, and suddenly felt a pain. With this figure and hairstyle, who else could it be if it wasn't Xiaoer? I miss her every day, but I never expected that when we meet again, life and death will be so unknown. Remembering the location of the door and window when he came in, Xiao Jicheng closed his eyes and walked towards the door in the opposite direction without hesitation, ignoring the scorching flames above, touched the door latch, quickly pulled it open, then turned back to pull Xiaoer up, bent with their waists supported and hugged in their arms. The 2 of them came out of this purgatory on earth. When he came to the courtyard, he didn't stop there, he raised his breath and climbed up the courtyard wall, and left the whose house in the sea of flames. There were 10 neighbors at the gate of whose house. These people didn't go out at night. They didn't expect such a big event. They were passing buckets of water from a family's well and pouring it on the fire. The fire was so fierce it barely worked. Everyone was anxious and helpless when they suddenly saw a person coming out from the side, with his head and face completely covered, only a pair of red eyes were exposed, holding a girl in his arms. She was the daughter of the Hu family. Just like the torn quilt was soft in the arms of the strange man, his hair was scorched, his face was like red paper, his eyes were closed tightly, and he was unconscious. The weird man anxiously asked them, "Everyone, do you know where the nearest doctor is?" One of them said, "Dr. Jiang lives in our Jinming Lane, but I don't know if he will be at home tonight. I will lead the way." Then he took Xiu Jicheng to the east. Knocking on the door of Dr. Jiang's house, the concierge asked why he was here. Dr. Jiang happened to be at home tonight, so he blocked the person who led the way, and asked Xiu Jicheng to send them all the way to the main room in the east wing of Jiang's house. According to the concierge's instructions, Yang Fei Yu carefully placed it on a 2.5-foot wide couch in the middle of the main room. Dr. Jiang hurried out of the main room after hearing the report from the medicine boy at home. On the square stool prepared by the concierge, the drug boy lit several oil lamps and candles, illuminating the whole room brightly. Dr. Jiang felt Yang Fei's pulse for a while, then brought the oil lamp close to Yang Fei's eyes, opened his eyelids, and looked carefully at the pupils. Returning the oil lamp to the porter, the medicine boy handed over a tongue depressor, looked at the tongue coating, and quickly wrote a prescription for Shinfu decoction and Siwu decoction on the side desk, and ordered the medicine boy to grab the medicine. Xiaoji asked quickly, "Excuse me, doctor, how is the situation?" Dr. Jiang didn't lift his eyelids and said, "Don't worry, luckily he was rescued in time, and his life will be safe." Xiao Jicheng finally let go of his burning heart, and let out a long breath. Here Dr. Jiang took his acupuncture box again, and ordered Xiao Jicheng and the concierge to approach with oil lamps to illuminate it. Dr. Jiang took a few long needles at Bai Hui, Guanyuan, Fuliu, Taiyuan, Taishi, Zusanli acupoints, moved the needles on them, and moxibusted Bai Hui and Guanyuan with moxibustion point until the skin flushed, and even vesicles formed, but Yang Fei still showed no signs of waking up, had to keep the needles on the acupuncture points and wait and see what happened, hoping that the situation would improve. The medicine boy took the medicine and set fire to it in the corridor to suffer. At this moment, Xiao Jicheng pulled out his hand, took off the clothes wrapped around his head, and put them on again. Under the candlelight, Yang Fei lay motionless on the board, short of breath, his face was red, and the clothes on his body were taken off. Only the undershirt was left, with silver needles pierced on it, which gleamed coldly with the breath under the candlelight. At night, he stood behind the gable of the house opposite the Hu family, and saw the Hu family go out from a distance. Ji Xiu'er sent everyone to the door and watched them leave, but he turned around and went back. At that time, he was still upset. When you plan to watch the lanterns on the street, if you come across something by chance, even if you can't get closer to each other, you can still talk about your lovesickness. So after saving Xiu'er alone, Xiu Jicheng was not in a hurry to search and rescue other people. But there was another sound of gongs outside, and another group of footsteps running, and someone said, "Okay, the official water dragon team is here." But Xiu Jicheng didn't respond at all, as if he hadn't heard anything. He sat next to Bantao, just staring at young Fair blankly. End of this chapter. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. The medicine boy brought in the boiled soup, which was already cold and needed to be fed quickly. Xiu Ji often put the soup on the square stool, and pinched young Fair's cheeks with one hand to make young Fair's mouth open slightly. Scooped a spoonful of decoction in the bowl, and fed it into young Fair's mouth. The decoction swirled in young Fair's mouth, leaving only the part that could be accommodated in the mouth, and the rest flowed down the corner of the mouth and down. This was the case for several spoonfuls in a row. Seeing that a quarter of a bowl of medicine was gone, but he didn't swallow a gulp, Xiu Jicheng sighed anxiously, but took out a veil from his bosom and gently wiped it for young Fair. Dr. Jiang saw that the young man treated the Hu family's daughter like this, so he somewhat understood in his heart, so he drove the drug boy away, and said to Xiu Jicheng, "I don't know what the relationship between the young master and the Hu family is." Xiu Jicheng said, "I study at Shushan Academy with Hu Kong, the son of Hu's eldest son. We are classmates and friends." But I don't know why Dr. Jiang asked this question. Dr. Jiang said, "Since that's the case, I need your son's help in this matter. I wonder if it is possible." Xiu Jicheng hurriedly said, "No matter what, as long as I can do it, I can order it. You have also seen that this decoction cannot be fed in like this. The only way is to feed it mouth to mouth. Would you like it?" Dr. Jiang has practiced medicine for many years and is almost 60. Saving lives is the first priority, so we will cut to the chase. Dr. Jiang had a paralyzed face, with little expression on his face. He didn't care. He said these words calmly. Xiu Jicheng was embarrassed when he heard the words, although he was very much looking forward to establishing a relationship with Hu Xiu'er. But as a member of Wutai Mountain in Taiyuan Prefecture, the crown prince above is modest on the surface, but actually has a strong personality, so he doesn't bother to use this method to get a beautiful woman. Besides, he feels that Hu Xiu'er is not a person who will be bound by red tape, and if he wants to act like this, he may be self-defeating. What's more, I have never been close to the opposite sex before, so I blushed for a while, and stammered, this matter. I'm afraid there will be a dirty woman, so it's better to think of another way." After thinking about it again, he said, "I don't know if you have any utensils at your place that can blow the decoction into your belly?" Dr. Jiang said, "How can there be such a thing? If there is, why should I tell you these things? Could it be that you think I am old and disrespectful?" After saying that, he went out angrily and closed the door when he went out. Under such circumstances, Dr. Jiang really had no other choice. After a while, Xiu Jicheng opened the door and came out to return the empty bowl. Although he tried his best to put on a sullen face, there was a little red cloud on his face. Dr. Jiang looked as usual, and said, "Now we are just waiting to see when he will wake up. Let's go." Sighed deeply, "Miss Hu is my old patient. She has been diagnosed and treated by me since she was a child. In the past 2 years, she finally recovered from her health. I didn't expect to encounter this catastrophe again." Xiu Jicheng remained silent, just staring blankly at young Fair, who was in a coma. He had never observed the person he admired so closely, although young Fair was blushing like blood and unconscious. This is also a rare time for Xiu Jicheng to be close to her like this. Knowing that young Fair is not in danger of life has already made him feel flustered and helpless. This face that I didn't dare to look at carefully, I used the most obsessive eyes to carefully describe her eyebrows, her small and pretty nose, that. Xiaoji often took a breath. At that time, I was focused on feeding the medicine, trying to suppress the feeling of my heart beating like a drum, and I didn't dare to think about it, but now I think about it, the moist touch on my lips is still there, and the fragrant breath is still lingering in the nose. The medicine is bitter. Yes, when he took the last sip of the remaining medicine on his lips, he felt extremely sweet. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but blush again. I don't know how long it took, and suddenly I heard the sound of someone knocking on the door, and after a while, a large group of people rushed in Hulala, and it was the people from the Hu and Shen families who came back. Mrs. Shen was supported by Hu Yongqiang and her younger brother Shen Fangrui. Her face was full of tears, and she was distraught. With tears in her eyes, she saw her beloved daughter lying motionless on the board extension. Thinking that her daughter had passed away, she cried out, "My son!" Breaking free from the two of them, they rushed forward. Xiao Jicheng hurriedly stood up and supported Shinshur. Xiao'er still had needles stuck in her body, so it's okay to pounce on her. Hu Yongqiang and Shen Fangrui rushed forward to help the tottering Shen family. Xiao Jicheng bowed to the crowd and said, "Everyone, Xiao'er is only in a coma for a while. Dr. Jiang said that she is not in danger of life. Please don't worry, everyone." Mrs. Shen had already stood in front of her, and after hearing the words, she took a closer look, and saw how many silver needles were stuck in her body. Her chest and abdomen were still heaving, and she was still alive. And then she collapsed on the ground as if her soul had been taken away. Hu Yongqiang barely supported Shen with one hand, grabbed Xiao Jicheng's arm with the other, stared at his daughter on the couch, and said in a panic, "Has Dr. Jiang seen it? Did Dr. Jiang say that Xiao'er is fine?" The voice was trembling and almost out of tune. "Yes, Dr. Jiang said that Xiao'er is fine. She has already drank the decoction and is waiting for her to wake up." Xiu Jicheng comforted everyone again. The hanging hearts of the crowd were reluctantly let go. The old people trembled and were supported by their grandchildren to sit down. They had lived for dozens of years and had never experienced such a disaster. Almost fainted. Hu Yongqiang said in a daze, "We came back and walked halfway just now, and we heard that a family in Jinming Lane had run out of water. At that time, we felt uneasy and felt bad. It's already burned beyond salvation, but why did it catch fire?" Xiao Jicheng said, "I only came out when I heard people shouting gongs from outside." "How did you find this place?" Hu Yongqiang said, "The neighbors who were watching didn't know who it was. They said that Xiao'er was sent to Dr. Jiang for treatment by a man with his head covered. That's why we came here in a hurry, but we didn't know it was you." Xiao Ji often asked, "How is the situation at home now?" Xiao Ji often hangs out with the Hu family, and loves the house as much as anyone. Unknowingly, he regards the Hu family as his own, and feels that he is also a member of the Hu family. The question came out without thinking. Hu Yongqiang's mind was in confusion, and he didn't realize that there was something wrong with this question, so he sighed. "Just now when we went back, we found out that old man Qiu, the concierge, had unfortunately died, and when the water dragon team rescued him, he was already dead." Xiao Jicheng and old man Qiu naturally knew each other too. The old man looked vicious, but he was actually very kind to them children. He would often take out the roasted peanuts for them to eat when they were practicing archery in the courtyard, and he couldn't help feeling sorry for them. After being silent for a while, Xiao Jicheng said again, "How about the factory?" Hu Yongqiang said, "The factory is on holiday today, there is no one inside, only a porter guard, rescued in time, but only temporarily unconscious. The situation is similar to that of Xiao'er. She has been sent to Dr. Jiang by her neighbors for treatment just now, but all the houses, machines, and warehouses were burnt down, not a single one remained. Fortunately, the houses are not connected to each other, and the fire did not spread to other houses. Otherwise, if the neighbors are affected, how can I deal with myself?" The ancient buildings are all standing in a single courtyard, and rarely connected with other houses. Even in the same courtyard, the main room, the wing room, the kitchen, the toilet, etc. are not connected to each other. This prevents the fire from spreading and leaves precious resources for disaster relief. At that time, if the Hu house hadn't been artificially set ablaze and poured kerosene, it wouldn't have been burnt down. Hu Yongxiang said, Wu Erqi caught a thief, he should be the one who set the fire. We saw that person just now, but we don't know him. I don't know if he was ordered by someone, and by whom. Xin Fangrui said bitterly, if you want to find out who did it, you will definitely tear him into pieces. Hu Kang's Xinjing's twins, Xin Xan, followed behind, and there was such a sudden change in the family, unexpectedly. Although I was panicked, I could barely keep calm, which was rare. Xiao Jicheng said, this is the end of the matter, everyone don't need to panic. I don't know where else can I live in my uncle's house. Hu Yongxiang said, there are also houses over the training center. There are still a few vacant rooms for the time being, we can just squeeze in. Xiao Jicheng, Xiaoer is still unconscious and needs special care. The crowded house is not good for the patients to raise. If uncles and aunts think it is feasible, it is also possible to send a few people to take Xiaoer to live in my house temporarily. Just as they were talking, Xiao's parents also came in. They met the Hu family on the street at night, and came back again and again. They had already stood aside and listened for a long time, just that Xiao Jicheng was busy taking care of Xiaoer and asked about the fire situation, so he didn't notice them. Hearing what her son said, she hurriedly stood up to express her opinion. Mrs. Xiao said, our yard is spacious, not crowded, and quiet. Why don't we let Mrs. Hu and Mrs. Shin take Xiaoer to our yard for the time being? The sun will be raised, your home is being rebuilt, and there are still many things to be busy. We simply don't have any serious business here, and we can help you take care of one or two. The people here are arranging various aftermath matters, and suddenly 2 Yamen servants came in, invite the Hu and Chen families to go out and return to Mr. Fu Yin for questioning. Xiao Ji often serves as one of the witnesses, also went out with the Yacha.4 family members of the Wang family, the Zhou family, the Xin family and the Cui family were left to guard Yang Fair, and Feng Ling and Feng Min were on the sidelines. In the middle of the alley, there was a vacant house. Before the yard was built, a piece of land was split there to serve as a temporary YMN. This time, people came back from watching the lanterns. The onlookers were on the 3rd floor and the outer 3 floors. All the government servants stood on both sides and held up the torches. They were brought to the prefect to pay a visit, but they turned out to be acquaintances who had accompanied him. Li County Magistrate who led Wu Jifu to Hujiation to see the new method of planting and fish farming in rice fields has now been promoted to the governor of Anhui Prefecture. Li Fujuan is sitting on a chair donated by someone. Trial. There are 2 people kneeling in front of them. It was me, Werqi, and the thief he captured. Li Fuyin asked Wu Erqi, who are you? Werqi knelt down and replied, I am the coachman hired by the Hu family. Li Fuyin said, you will come back in detail about what happened tonight. Werqi kowtowed and said, yes, sir. He straightened up and said back and forth, after dinner tonight, all the family members went out to watch the lanterns. But because Miss today didn't go out, I also stayed in the back room. Around the middle of the hour, I was drugged. Dizziness, but fortunately I am in good health. His medicine is not strong, and within a short time, I woke up, and the whole house was on fire at that time. Although I woke up, I was also weak. A basin of well water came knocking over my head and body, and I became more conscious. Then I struggled to open the door and went out, but I saw that this guy was still pouring fire oil everywhere. I went up to catch him. This guy has some kung fu, wrestled with him for a long time, and managed to catch him with great difficulty. End of this chapter. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Werqi's face and body were covered in black, gray and black mud, making it hard to see his true face clearly. The thief is also normal. Li Fuyin shouted to the thief, what is your name? Why did you set fire to it? The thief who was captured was Qin San. The lady of the Wu family asked him to do this big business, but she paid him 1,000 taels of silver and promised him that no matter if he succeeds or fails, he will be saved. It's safe and sound. After this is done, send him away. Even if he is captured by the government, as long as he doesn't talk nonsense, he can be released safely. Qin San was confident, and said, the villain's name is Qin San, a surname from Sichuan County. He heard that the Lantern Festival in Fuqing is lively and beautiful every year, so he wanted to come to Fuqing to watch the lanterns. He lived in a small inn in this alley and saw the lights. In the middle of it, I felt unwell, thinking that there were still 2 days for the lanterns to be exhibited, so I went back to the inn to rest first, but just happened to encounter water here, so I wanted to go in and save people, the conscience of heaven and earth. What I splashed was water, and I don't know how this muddled man could be regarded as kerosene when he was in a daze. I failed to save people, but turned into arson. What a great injustice. Please, my lord, look into it. Restore my innocence. After saying that, he grabbed the ground with his head and shouted again and again that he was wronged. Wu Erqi said angrily, are you still sophistrying? The barrel I snatched from you clearly smelled of kerosene, and there was a little bit left when you and I were fighting, and it flowed to the place where the fire started, and the flames dashing. You are still denying that it is water? Also, if you came to save someone, why did you come in without asking me, and then beat me up? That posture is to put me to death. How can you explain this? Qin San pretended to be eager and said, what are you talking about? I smelled the smell of kerosene. I also smelled it in the fire scene. At that time, the smell of kerosene was everywhere in the fire scene. Why did you say it was the smell in my bucket? The bucket still, I brought it from the well of your house. Also, you said that I would beat you when I saw you. The conscience of heaven and earth, it was you who beat me when I saw me. Come to put out the fire, come to stop? That's why I resisted desperately. Who knows that I'm not your opponent, and that's why you caught me. Anyway, no matter what, buckets are now burned to ashes, there is no certificate to take, and there are no witnesses. Qin San, then I'm not afraid of talking nonsense. Wu Erqi listened to Qin San's sophistry, and finally accused him of being an arsonist. However, speaking has never been his specialty, and he woke up after being drugged. Shouting in the mouth, no, that's not the case. Seeing this situation, Li Fuyin asked, is there anyone else from the Hu family who came forward to testify? Hu Yongxiang stepped forward and knelt down and replied, Master, our family is not at home, only the young girl is reading and writing in the study. If there is anyone who can testify, it is probably only the young girl, but now the young girl is still in a coma. Unable to go to court. Li Fuyin said, a neighbor here said that when the fire broke out, there was a weird man with a head and a face all over the fire who rescued a girl from the fire and sent her to Dr. Zhang's house in this alley for treatment. I don't know who this person is. Are you done? Can you come forward and testify? Xiao Ji often stood out of the crowd, because there was an express rule in the Tai dynasty that scholars do not need to kneel down when they see an official, so he bowed to Li Fuyin and said, reporting to the master, it is the late student. Li Fuyin said, where is the family name? Report the name. I am a native of Taiyuan Prefecture, Hedong Road, and I am studying at Shushan Academy. What's the relationship with the Hu family? Who was the person you rescued in the fire scene? Did you see the arsonist at the scene? Wansheng, and whose parents are classmates and friends, and the family has some business contacts with the Hu family. It was the daughter of the Hu family, Hu Xiu'er, who saved Wansheng. But at that time, Wansheng was eager to save others, so he didn't find the arsonist at the scene. Xiao Jichong, it is true that I have never seen it, and I have no reason to give false testimony, so I can only tell the truth. Qin San refused to admit it, and the two are still suspicious of each other, and there is no witness to testify on the spot. Only Wu Erqi confessed, which is insufficient evidence. Li Fuyin saw that there was no result in the interrogation, and it was too late, so he decided to take Qin San and Werqi back to the government office and interrogate them tomorrow. Before leaving, he called the Hu family up again, and gave them good words of comfort, so that the Hu family cheered up, regrouped, and continued to organize the business, and praised the Hu family as an upstart in the business world, and one day they would surely become wealthy businessmen. Wait no more. Li Fuyin left with all the Yamen servants. It was already the early morning of the second day, and the neighbors all went back to their own homes. The old man's body was still lying at the door, covered with a piece of broken grass brought by the neighbors. Wu Zui came to examine the body, and said that there was no soot and black stains in his mouth, and there was no sign of struggle on his body. It is presumed that he fell into a coma before the fire, but he did not suffer. He is an old man alone, and he has no family. Whose own responsibility? Not long ago, whose house was full of joyful songs and laughter, the wife was virtuous and the son was filial, and there was a lot of people's voices. The factory is still full of traffic, and everyone admires it. Now the bustling scenery is gone, and there are only ruins and ruins. The black water poured by the water dragon team to put out the fire is flowing everywhere. The homeland is gone, and there is only sadness in the air. Spread. It's all like a nightmare, just hope to wake up soon. This is the hard work of their family. They got up early to sell shrimps before dawn, ran around, farmed and raised fish with their backs facing the Lus every day, and later opened a shop, bought a house and built a factory. There is no place without their hard work. Sweat, this is the harbor of happiness for their Hu family, the source of food and clothing, and it was suddenly destroyed like this. Mr. Hu Yongxiang looked at the desolate situation and felt sad. He endured the hot tears that rolled down his face all night and gritted his steel teeth. Xiao Jicheng and Hu Kong stayed at Dr. Zhang's house until noon on the second day. When Xiao woke up, everyone carefully moved her to a soft couch and carried her to Xiao's courtyard, where she was in the west wing. Live temporarily. Although Xiao had woken up, her sanity was still not clear, so Qin San specially infused Yang Feier with enough medicine and drank the decoction for several days before gradually recovering. The severely scorched skin peeled off one after another. Fortunately, no scars were left. In the past 2 days, all the acquaintances came to visit one after another, the suppliers of all the materials for the Hu family. Shopkeeper Li Baotian and Zhou Guanshi also came to visit when they heard about the disaster that had happened to the Hu family. Dr. Jiang came twice in the morning and evening to observe the recovery of the disease. The Xiao family was suddenly filled with people coming and going. The Hu Yongqiang only let the visiting guests sit in the main room of the west wing. After all, it is not a happy event. It was in other people's homes again. Everyone sent gifts and favors, stayed for a while, and then left. After waking up, Yang Feier lay on the bed, enduring the pain all over his body, but the thoughts in his mind never stopped. Why would someone set fire to it? What was this arson aimed at? Who is it that wants to destroy the Hu family, or to destroy her? The factory building has been completely burned down, leaving only a piece of flat land. What will happen to the orders received? There are thousands of ways to kill people. Why did you choose the most dynamic one? This person is either confident and has something to rely on. Either he hated her or the Hu family so much. He needed to let the Hu family experience the most painful way of death, so as to calm his heart. But why use drugs again, or when the fire is about to break out, make it impossible for people to run and call for help? But Yang Feier asked himself, since he moved to Fuqing, the Hu family did not have any enemies. Those pastry shops that declined due to Phil Tiantian's digging are now benefiting from the establishment of the biscuit factory, so they don't hate her so much. Who could it be? On the 10th day after Yang Feier woke up, he went to the government office in a soft sedan chair. He met Qin San, but he didn't know him. However, this does not mean that he was the arsonist of the fire. After repeated interrogation, Qin San finally only admitted that he saw someone's house on fire and wanted to go in and steal something. He was charged with attempted robbery while taking advantage of the fire, and he was released after being hit with 10 boards. Case has been filed, and we will investigate again slowly. As far as the Hu family is concerned, the most important task at present is the reconstruction of factories and houses. Yang Feier changed his previous prudence and frugality, and repurchased a carriage. It was still a white pony, but it was bigger than the original. The color of a horse is purer white, stronger, and of course, the price is also more expensive. The car body is covered with ice blue silk cloth. covered with a layer of tung oil coating that prevents rain and sun, and goes out with Hu Yongqiang every day to look at the ground. All the labs were gathered together. When I first came up with this idea, I talked about it with Hu Yongqiang and Mr. Hu, and even Hu Kong and Xiao Jicheng, who came back to see him every day at noon. Although everyone agreed, they were also worried about the same thing. This arsonist, who is hiding somewhere, can set fire for the first time or continue to do evil. Xiao Jicheng said, the government is still investigating and collecting evidence everywhere. I believe that the arsonist will not dare to act rashly for the time being. The case will be solved in a short time. It will take a long time to find land and build a house, so you can follow your own plan for the time being. Everyone analyzed the situation at this time, and finally agreed to rebuild first, and wait for the investigation of the arson case at the same time. It is said that Wu Jinxi spent a lot of money, but Qin San only burned 2 houses of the Hu family. This Qin San is not good at doing things, but she is a boudoir, so there is no other way. Since Qin San has let the Hu family see her appearance, she will no longer be able to do things for her. If she is caught again, things will be difficult to deal with. I have no choice but to let him go far away according to the previous agreement, and we will not communicate with each other from now on. The 1,000 taels of silver was Wu Jinxi, who sold a lot of jewelry to make up the amount. Afraid of being found out by his family, he and Xiaoxia directed and acted in a play. There were various things, and then Xiaoxia made a mess in the inner room. Finally, he and Xiaoxia went to Mrs. Wu's courtyard for a while, and when they came back, they shouted that they had been thieves. A lot of valuable jewelry was lost. Losing things is the next thing. How could this thief just climb over the wall and enter the hospital, and went straight to her daughter's boudoir, which shocked Mrs. Wu. She quickly changed the yard for her daughter and strengthened the defense. The original nursing home was beaten with dozens of boards. He was expelled from the Wu family, sent a letter to my husband in Kyoto to explain the situation, but within a month or so, Wu Jinglian and his family all moved to Kyoto. On the 29th of the first lunar month, a postman suddenly sent a letter to Yang Feier, but it was written by Zhang Fuzhen to Yang Feier. The letter said that he had arrived in the capital and everything was settled. Please don't miss it, but he misses it very much. Yang Feier, leave your address and ask Yang Feier to reply as soon as possible. Yang Feier's reply was concise and clear. On the night of the first lunar month, the house and factory were burned down by fire, the old man Chuchia was killed, and no other family members were injured or injured. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Rebuilding Home. Chapter 75 Rebuilding Home. The piece of land that the Hu family finally looked forward to in the southwest of the city happened to be the piece of land where Zhang Fuzhen and Xiao Ji often fought before leaving. It had a total of 170 mu. Unable to bear the smell of farmyard manure all year round, the government replanned a piece of land outside the south gate for those vegetable farmers, and this piece of land has been left unused here. This large area is about 5 or 6 miles away from the shops on Shuyuan Street, about 10 miles away from the pedestrian walkway at the South City Gate, and the car dealers have to take the main road, about 14 or 5 miles away. The left side is close to the side of the mountain, and the front side is a wide dirt road. Because it was also built by the government at that time, everyone called it the official dirt road. In the concave foot of the mountain behind, there are sparse houses on the right. The government has been listed for 3 years and wants to sell the whole lot, but those rich people's house and land business has been passed down from generation to generation. However, those officials think that the location is within the Fuqing area, which is a bit conspicuous and inconvenient to buy. What's more, this piece of land is limited to building houses and not farming, and there has been little interest in it for several years. The land price in ancient times was not as ridiculously expensive as it is in modern times, but in any case it was divided into residential land. After talking with Li Fuyin for 3 or 4 days, the land was finally sold for 310 taels of silver. Pay it to the government in 2 installments, half of which is in cash, and the other half will be paid in full on the signing date of the document in the 2nd year. On the second day after buying this piece, it was the 26th of the 12th lunar month. Hu Yongqiang started to work with the craftsman he found. A 3-meter-high wall defined the boundaries. Among this group of craftsmen, there is a man named Lu Chao Yang Fair, who is very valued. This man is a bricklayer, aged 34 years, and he rams when digging the foundation. He can shout hundreds of words without repeating. But he is not a frivolous person. The walls are straight, he is a bricklayer, he is smart and hardworking, his logic is clear, he is shrewd but not a Philistine. Yang Fair often made some changes and requests in discussions with the foreman. It is also clear and transparent, and then it will be much easier for this person to communicate with other craftsmen. Yang Fair first made a plan for the 200 mu of land together with Lu Chao and his 2 right-hand men, Zhao Jun and Wang Yumin, and studied the design and location of the factory every day. Since the land is almost square, 350 meters long and 340 meters wide, the land is then divided into 9 small plots equally in the shape of a 9-square grid, which are named Palace 1 and Palace 2 from left to right and from inside to outside. Gongsan until Gongjiu, each palace has an area of nearly 3,000 square meters and about mu. At present, the first plan is the first plot of Gong on the left in the middle row of Jugangeli, and the plot of Gong on the far right in the middle. 3 standardized factory buildings are planned to be built on the Gongxi plot, facing south. Each factory building is 92 meters long, 23 meters wide, and 110 meters high, with an area of meters. The first factory building on the left is designated as a living area, which is divided into 4 rooms. From north to south, there are women's dormitories, men's and women's public toilets and bathrooms, a cafeteria, and men's dormitories. The large factory building in the middle is divided into 3 rooms. From north to south, there are laboratories, inspection rooms, and 2 connected finished product warehouses. In the far right room, except that the southernmost quarter is designated as a raw material warehouse, the remaining 580 square meters are fully used as workshops, including a small coal mine warehouse in the corner under the north gable. Each factory building is built along the North Jiugong grid line, and there is a distance of more than 20 meters from the South Jiugong grid line. This is a passage left for the construction of Shigong Qi. On the plot of Gonglu is the residence of the Huanshan families, which are still built in the format of 2 courtyard houses, but now there is too little time, so the main houses of the 2 families will be built first, and some daily necessities will be bought to live in first. The rent of the house was refunded, and the 2 families, including Dong Ningxuan and Bai Qingtong in the laboratory, and 4 assistants, moved in first, which saved them from the daily commute back and forth from Shuyuan Street, and also allowed them to take care of the construction site near the factory. This is the first time for Yang Fair to build a house for himself in ancient times, including his own business. He must want to achieve perfection. He draws pictures and discusses with the craftsman every day. It is inconvenient for me to be a girl. Wearing men's clothes, wearing a topknot, and wearing a futu, he came and went like a young man. Because he was young and thin, he actually fooled those who didn't know him. After this catastrophe, Yang Fair only lay on the bed for 6 days, but she couldn't lie down no matter what, so many aftermath matters needed to be arranged by her. With a layer of skin off her body, she looked frighteningly skinny. Although she was in a coma when the fire broke out, she also breathed a lot of smoke in her lungs. Yang Fair would cough and wheeze from time to time. Dr. Jiang said that this disease needs long-term warming and recuperation. He prescribed donkey hide gelatin, ginseng slices, tangerine peel, walnuts, jujubes, and black sesame seeds. Take 1 tablet in the morning and evening, and it will take about 3 years before you can slowly shovel the roots. It is said that those merchants who came from other places one after another did not know that the Hu family was caught in the fire when they arrived in Anhui Mansion. How can this be good? I looked again and saw a notice next to the ruins, which read, "The factory was suddenly hit by fire, and the delivery period was delayed by 2 months." For details, Please consult at number 23, Jinming Lane. Someone receive merchants from outside this place. Number 23 is the house of the training center. In order for merchants from other places to quickly find the location of the factory and the location of the delivery of business letters, Yang Feier compiled the number of each household a few years ago. It's a pity that the house number is only a few months old, and it is no longer needed. Everyone gathered in the main room of the training center, sighing and sighing. Hu Yongqiang and Shenfeng Rui explained and assured everyone. At this time, a merchant named Shou from Taiyuan Mansion stepped forward and said, "My order at Hu's is not small. A total of caddies, our goods were also delayed, but there is no other way but to wait. I also rented a small courtyard here, and I plan to live in it. His Hu family saw me so sincerely. I have already promised me that once the new factory is completed and put into production, I will be the first to ship out my goods first. Ha ha ha, it's just an extra 2 months, it's never too late to make money, business is in no particular order, there is something to do, earning money is the most important thing. What's more, the Hu family has already promised the delivery time here. Their family has always followed the rules and kept their promises. I still trust them." After hearing this, everyone thought carefully about the Hu family's daily work and the quality of the shipments. The most important thing is that only the Hu family can make biscuits, bread, and cakes. They have no choice but to sell them exclusively this product, but these things have a good profit, and they are still scarce and in short supply. They are very easy to sell, and there is no risk of inventory. It's not that we can't wait. The Hu family didn't find any way to extend the shelf life earlier. Didn't we wait for more than half a year? Forget it. We didn't just do this business when we came to Fuching. Other goods just go back, but what about the deposit? The merchant surnamed Shou said, "What else can I do? Put it in the queue. Anyway, I don't want to take it out. One will be queued to the end of the queue when it's time to ship, and the other will be ignored. The family is in such a catastrophe, let's not say that we donate generously, but just help. Why don't we still do things like dredging the bottom of the pot? Isn't it chilling?" The guest surnamed Shou was tall and healthy, with a mighty appearance, and his words were sonorous and forceful, and his words were very reasonable and convincing. Everyone echoed, and they all said that they could wait and wait. Hu Yongqiang was already moved silently in his heart. He only bowed his hands to the crowd again and again to express his gratitude. The factory building and the residence started construction on the same day. Although steel had already appeared at this time, Yang Feier also thought about working with the blacksmiths to study and make large-scale molds, cast steel beams, and steel columns, but due to the relationship between time and cost, Yang Feier finally had only give up, or use local materials and use wood and mozo bamboo as the main structure, and use bricks to build wall stacks for other divisions. Due to the simple structure of the factory building and the rapid completion of the main body, the boiler oven has been installed in the factory building in only 1 month. It's Chinese speed. In order to catch up with the work, Hu Yongqiang and Shenfeng Rui almost recruited carpenters and bricklayers from all over the world. Almost every blacksmith shop has orders from the Hu family. The speed of creation, the fixed construction period is 1 month, every day in advance, coins will be rewarded, and coins will be deducted for every day of delay, so these craftsmen can be said to be rushing to work from morning to night. Only then did it come out at such a staggering speed. This time, production lines have been installed at one time. It is estimated that if all of them are put into operation, the daily output will reach caddies in 3 shifts. The workers in the factory were temporarily on vacation, and were paid a basic salary of 22 cash per month. By March, everything was ready, so they were notified to come to work in the factory. First, they started a few production lines and tried them out for a day. First, let the workers adapt to this new environment, and second, check if there is any blockage in the process. After 3 days of trial operation, slight adjustments were made. On March 26, the factory was in trial operation. Those merchants who were waiting to see came to congratulate them one after another. They saw that the factory buildings in the factory area were neat and uniform, the workers were busy but not chaotic, and the production line was simple. Efficient. All of them were amazed at the same time, secretly glad that the deposit was not withdrawn at that time. No, it will work normally again immediately. This Hu family has never disappointed. End of this chapter. Chapter 76 The Truth Comes Out. Chapter 76 The Truth Comes Out. Watching the first batch of goods from the new factory building leave the warehouse, Yang Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nowadays, there are dormitories in the factory. Many workers who live far away, or whose families don't have enough housing, don't go home. They eat and live in the factory. The cafeteria in the factory sells something called meal tickets. Take this meal ticket to buy vegetables and rice, 2 white flour steamed buns for 1 penny, or 2 bowls of large white rice. There are also many dishes, from 1 penny to 20 pennies. There are more than 10 kinds to choose from, all cooked and displayed in the window inside. There is a lot of oil in it, with an attractive luster, good taste, cheap, and convenient. The next door is the boiling water room, men's and women's bathrooms and toilets. I don't know how to set up the mechanism. In short, there is always endless water in it. There is a protruding water pipe with a knob on it. Turn it lightly, and the water will rush down. Big boss, oh no, the boss said he wanted to call him the factory manager, and the factory manager said, this is called a faucet. There is a row of 2.5-foot high brick countertops below, and a row of medium-sized wooden basins are placed on the countertops for people to wash. The men's and women's bathrooms are the same, and they are all free. There are still few people living in the dormitory. In the high and wide factory building of more than 500 square meters, at the beginning, only a few people lived in it. Soon after the workers experienced the convenience and benefits of living in the factory, the number began to increase gradually. A total of 40 production lines have been installed in the factory building. Since the construction of the new Hu family factory officially started, the merchants saw the hope, and the orders continued to come in one after another. At present, the backlog of orders was more than 50 caddies. The Hu family began to advertise everywhere to recruit soldiers. The original workers also publicized the favorable conditions in the biscuit factory. There was a long queue of people interviewing, and 350 people were finally recruited through careful selection and comparison. The old workers did a good job of teaching and guiding them, and at the same time gave them theoretical training. These novices quickly became familiar with the processing procedures. Tea only took more than a month to work, and they were all ready to work after the 40 production lines are all started. The daily output can reach nearly Jin. At the same time, while the Hu family was working overtime to build a new factory, Hu Kong and Xinjing also took the government examination, and they both got the name of Tongsheng, which made the Hu family heartbroken and busy, and got a little comfort. After normal production, Yang Fei's most important thing is the various research in the laboratory that a single preservative can expand the business of biscuits thousands of miles away. It can be seen that no matter when, the development of science and technology will quickly drive the development of the economy. There is no doubt about it. Yang Fei originally planned to focus on the laboratory side. Even if such a major disaster happened in the middle, Yang Fei decided to continue to follow up once the factory was operating normally. Taking advantage of the large number of recruits this time, another item was added to the recruitment notice: invite people who are proficient in the art of Qigong and Qimenduanjia, as well as those who are proficient in arithmetic and have experience and interest in inventions and creations. Basic necessities of life, housing and transportation, treatment is favorable. Therefore, now the laboratory has added more than a dozen people who specialize in research. These people used to have a variety of occupations, including craftsmen, farmers, teachers, and even Taoist priests. Yang Fei gave them 2 subjects: one is the research of quartz sand, and the other is the extraction and separation of petroleum contents. As for the first topic, as a modern person, Yang Fei only knows that glass is made of quartz sand at high temperature, and he doesn't know anything else. All these need to be handed over to the people in the laboratory to continue experimenting to see how high it needs to be. Temperature, are there any special environmental needs, how to store, etc.? The second topic is inspired by this fire. Kerosene is kerosene, which is the earliest product separated from petroleum by human beings. Since there are so many kerosene, it means that petroleum has already been available. It is said in the county annals of Handong County, there is oil in the territory of Yen and Yen, it looks like pure lacquer, and it burns like hemp. The local people call it shichi and shirji. They use it to cook, light lamps and keep warm, but the smoke is very thick, and the curtain is very dark. This thing will be popular in the world in the future. It is covered with oil at most, and it is born in the ground infinitely, not like pine wood that is sometimes exhausted. This passage shows that people not only discovered oil at this time, but also predicted that this thing will become popular in the world, which is very rare. Zhang Fujian's reply letter is one in the middle of each month, that is to say, it takes about a month for the two people to communicate back and forth. According to the postman, this speed is already considered fast. Zhang Fujian wrote in the first letter. The reply stated that he had suspicions about the mastermind behind this incident, but it took time to investigate and collect evidence. Afterwards, except for writing to Yang Fei on time, he stopped mentioning this matter. 3 months later, someone from the Fuyin Yamen suddenly came to inform the Hu family that there were new clues in the Yamen, and the suspect Qin San was arrested again in Xinxian County, Jiangnan West Road. Yang Fei was surprised. Thousands of miles away, the government is hunting for the murderer thousands of miles away. I didn't expect the ancient government to be so responsible. Went to the hall with Hu Yongqiang, but unexpectedly saw that it was Xiao Jicheng standing in the hall holding Qin San. It turned out that when Na Qin San was acquitted, Xiao Jicheng discussed with his father and sent people to follow him all the way. Na Qin San left Anhui Mansion and went to Hanyang County on Shannon West Road, set up a house there to settle down, bought a woman as his wife, and opened a restaurant to make a living. This made people very suspicious. How could a homeless and jobless person who had just been released from prison have such a large amount of money on him? Where did this silver come from? The person who was sent to follow Qin Shan sent a letter back, reporting truthfully. The nun then ordered him to approach this person and inquire in detail. The person in charge of this matter is also very capable, and he gradually became friends with Qin San. The two often discuss business and the difficulties of the world together. Among them, Qin San finally slipped his mouth once, saying that the money was a reward for doing things for others. In fact, he felt ashamed in his heart. The man continued to repeat Qin San's words, finally let him tell the name of which family he victimized. It was indeed the Hu family, and it turned out that it was instigated by Wu Jinxi, the youngest daughter of the Wu family. After the person in charge sent a report to Father Xiao, the Xiao family sent several people to arrest Qin Shan, and another pleading paper was brought to the Yamen of the Fuyin, and there were all personal and material evidences, and the government asked the government to conduct a detailed investigation. In addition, there is another piece of criminal evidence, which is from Jiang Biao, the former nursing home of the Wu family who was kicked out of the Wu mansion by a stick. It's just helping others to look after their homes. After there are flaws in this matter, who dares to use it? However, an acquaintance came to introduce him to an errand in the capital. It turned out that he was working for the Zhang family who was married to the Wu family. The son of the Zhang family was also a martial arts lover. He was a bit older, and when it came to the reason why he came to Zhang's family to work, Jiang Biao was full of bitterness and grievances, and no one was talking to him, but Mr. Zhang's family was approachable, so he couldn't help but confide in him. It turned out that when he was working as a nursing home in the Wu mansion, he had always been very interested in a maid in it. He planned to find a matchmaker to propose marriage to Mrs. Wu this year, but unexpectedly something like this happened. After recovering from her injuries, she found that the maid had gone to the capital with the Wu family injured and unemployed, and his sweetheart gone. I'm afraid he will never have a wish again in this life. This makes Jiang Biao hate the thief who broke into the house, but he can't figure out how the thief went in and stole it. He doesn't want to be introduced by an acquaintance this time. There is no such thing as an endless road in Kyoto, and I am very grateful. Not only did I find my job again, but I also had the opportunity to see my sweetheart again. Young Master Zhang asked him what his sweetheart's name was, so that he could redeem him and let them live together and fly together. When Jiang Biao heard this, he accepted his head and bowed, saying that this is the kindness of life-saving and rebirth, Mr. Dao, and he will repay it with death in the future. The maid Jiang Biao liked was a second-class maidservant in Miss Wu's yard, named Xiaoya. After Zhang Fuzhen found someone to redeem this maid, he married her to Jiang Biao again for the sake of giving her to them in the future. Under the guise of being courteous to Ms. Jia, she asked her about Ms. Wu's diet, daily life, temperament and habits, especially about the theft of the Wu family. Xiaoya saw Mr. Zhang's family repeatedly asking about this matter. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly realized that Mr. Zhang's family have doubts about the innocence of your own lady. She had never paid attention to Jiang Biao before, and she didn't know that Jiang Biao was interested in her. Naturally, she didn't know why Jiang Biao was expelled from the Wu mansion. In order to defend her young lady, she told the two that the young lady's jewelry was not for the thieves stole it, but let Xiaoxia go out several times to pawn in the pawn shop. Although Xiaoxia did it secretly, she saw it twice through the window when she was working in the kitchen. Xiaoya didn't say anything about the principle of doing less, only then did Jiang Biao know. It turned out that there were no thieves who broke into the house, but it was the people around Miss Wu who guarded him from stealing, but he was punished for no reason. He slapped the table angrily and wanted to sue the officials, so as to clear his grievances. Zhang Fuzhen was also supportive of Jiang Biao's plan to sue the officials. Although Xiaoya was reluctant, she did not dare to stop her. Jiang Biao sued Xiaoxia to the governor of the capital, and the governor's office interrogated the servant girl Xiaoya. Xiaoxia naturally denied it, so the Yamen temporarily detained Xiaoxia in prison, and sent people to Anhui Mansion to investigate several local pawn shops, and asked Xiaoya to identify things. Bring them all, Xiaoya knows it naturally. Sure enough, several kinds of jewelry are there, the pawn ticket is in duplicate, and Xiaoxia's fingerprints are all pawned. Under the ironclad evidence, Xiaoxia had to plead guilty, but said that she had stolen it and squandered all her money. Because Xiaoxia couldn't explain the reason for her theft, and the whereabouts of the money was also very suspicious, so the Yamen had to use punishment. A teenage girl, although she was a slave, served by Miss Wu's side, and she was also a half-master. After being tortured like this, Xiaoxia soon admitted the reason for the incident. As soon as the two sides negotiated, the Wu family involved in the matter was an official in Beijing, so Qin San was handed over to the Yin Yamen of the Kyoto prefecture to deal with it. Wu Jinglian didn't know that his daughter was always in his boudoir, so he secretly committed such a big case. It's a pity that the truth has been revealed, and there is no way to recover. At the feet of the emperor, he, a little fourth-rank official, can't do anything, so he has to let his daughter plead guilty and obey the law. Imprisonment for 3 years shall be executed immediately. Xiaoxia was the leader of the murderer, and the crime was aggravated. She was sentenced to 5 years in prison and executed immediately. But Qin San was not so lucky. All illegal gains were confiscated, and he was sentenced to be the prison marquis, and executed after autumn. The Zhang family divorced the marriage as a matter of course. How could such a narrow-minded and vicious person enter the Zhang family's door? What's more, he is so daring to try his own way to pay for murder. Let yourself be imprisoned, and turn yourself into a person serving a sentence with a crime. End of this chapter. Chapter 77 Thriving. Chapter 77 Thriving. 5 years later. Under the warm spring breeze in February, the many workshops and open sheds in the fair industrial park stretched its body like a giant beast, gradually expanding its territory in this small town. Now it occupies an area of nearly mu and accommodates about workers. The old tiles of the original factory building have turned black, and 3 more factory buildings were built on the Gongji plot to the south of the factory building. The location of Gongjiu has added a centralized living area. Among the 3 buildings facing south, The middle one is a super restaurant in the factory area, which can accommodate 1,000 people for dining at the same time. Accommodation building. The wall on the right has been demolished, and dozens of acres of land have been expanded to come in. There are 9 small 4-story buildings in one style, and a small family suite is specially set up. Employees and families can apply for purchase, ranging from 130 square meters to 60.00 square meters, which is much lower than considering the market price, except that there is no electricity and no gas. Other supporting facilities are basically complete, and % of the residents have already lived in it. It is the dream residence of the young people in the factory. The location of Gonglu is divided into front and back. The front block is 2 south-facing courtyard houses, where the Hu and Chen families live respectively. The rear block is also a courtyard house, but it is a whole, with a total of 44 rooms, used as laboratories. Immediately behind is the Gongsan plot, which has 2 tall and thick new-style buildings. The front is the office building, and the back is the school in the park, which is orderly and beautiful. Walking into the gate of the factory area, there is a flat and straight road paved with gray stone slabs in front of it. The TH block located in the middle of the Jigong, as the landscape road of this land, is blooming to show its cleanliness, advancement and fragrance, and the middle of the road, 3 fountains with a width of about 10 meters are arranged vertically and neatly, pouring its fine wine day and night into the sculpture in the shape of a goblet in the center. On the left is the factory wall more than 2 meters high, with a factory gate in the middle, and on the right is the living area of the factory. The sycamore trees and camphor trees on both sides of the road are spewing new green, hidden in the green old leaves, fresh and tender. There are rectangular flower beds under the trees. In the flower beds, the Chinese rose is nestled under the cycad tree and is about to bloom. On the high lampposts on both sides, there are all red lanterns, shining brightly in the sun. The office building is the heart of the park. There are iron plaques and red letters on the upper floor, which read integrity, excellence, responsibility, persistence, economy, and innovation, demonstrate the purpose and personality of the enterprise. Palace encircle half of the plot behind the wall, and only occupy a quarter of the upper left corner of the plot of palace. A magnificent Baroque building has already taken shape inside, and the interior decoration is almost finished. It was Yang Fair who reserved the residence for Hu and Chen's family, and moved in when everything was ready. The rest of the place is all planted with large lawns. The lawn is greenish-yellow. In the evening, there are often people resting on the benches there, and there are often children playing happily on the lawn. There is also a basketball court and a volleyball court on a piece of lawn near the main building, where people play almost every night. Guanyi Road has been renamed Changchang Road. Both sides of the road are now within the scope of the Phil Industrial Park. On the opposite side of the road is the Phil Glass Manufacturing Factory. There are 10 semi-new large factory buildings with dark blue tiles, doors and windows. All with dazzling glass. The factory is noisy and busy, and the chimneys of different sizes emit white smoke above the factory buildings, mixed with the leisurely white clouds in the sky. The staff coming and going, holding stacks of files, or carrying briefcases, hurry. If not everyone is still wearing ancient clothes. At first glance, I thought I had traveled back to modern times. With the name of the Phil Industrial Park, Anhui Mansion has become a well-known industrial city in the whole country. The main industries are Phil Food Factory and Phil Glass Factory. With the simultaneous development of the Phil Industrial Park, there are also other industries in the entire city of Anhui. All the small factories of various industries derived from supporting the products of the Phil Industrial Park have spread all over Anhui Prefecture, and some are gradually growing. For example, escort agencies, carriage houses, inns, restaurants, etc., and even the tourism industry in Anhui Prefecture have also developed. Feng Ling carried 2 bottles of boiling water from the boiling water room on the 2nd floor to the meeting room and walked down the long corridor. Because there are new glass windows on both sides. On this sunny morning, the aisle is very bright and spacious. Feng Ling is in a good mood. Walking to the first meeting room in Dongtu, he gently pushed open the door of the meeting room. As an excellent production workshop manager, one should be an advocate and implementer of safe production. Safety is for production, and production must be safe. Safe production is the most fundamental guarantee for the development of a factory. Different types of work are carried out in different locations and in different each time requires different safety measures. And the safety production measures and rules in the production workshop can be summarized as the management and regulation of the 5 elements of people, machine, material, environment, and law. Standing at the front of the long conference table, Yang Feier was holding a meeting for a total of 17 workshop directors, taking notes on the management methods summed up over the past few days. A year-old girl with a tall and slender figure, beautiful skin, but dressed in men's clothing. She has a more heroic appearance, and a clock hangs on the opposite wall. In the quiet room, he walked clattering, while listening. Each workshop director used a brush to record the main content of the meeting in the meeting minutes he brought. Feng Min took a thermos from Feng Ling, and the two walked over to refill everyone's cups with hot water. They concentrated on the meeting without being interrupted by other people's actions. Yang Feier continued, "People are people's management. In the final analysis, safety management is the management of people. The personnel demand procedures for production workshop positions should be very standardized. For new employees in the workshop, according to the detailed materials of the personnel recommended by the company, first form a preliminary intention to appoint a post, and then go to the auxiliary position, carry out a period of running in. During this period of running in, the workshop takes the strength of the sense of responsibility as the most basic evaluation benchmark for the employee, and then conducts a general evaluation based on the employee's operational skill level and proficiency, and forms a written document, which is fed back to the factory manager for those who cannot take up the post after the initial evaluation. The workshop will improve the comprehensive ability of the employee through training, re-education, and other means to achieve the goal of competence. If the employee is no longer competent, the employment will be declined." Then he picked up the glass cup on the side, took a sip of tea, and asked, "On this point, do you have anything to add?" New words popped out of Yang Feier's mouth, but everyone was struggling to write. Jishu, these new words are not new words to them, they are already familiar with them, and they know their meanings well. Hu Yongqiang said, "As the factory manager, I would like to add that in daily production, workshop managers should pay attention to communicating with employees, and increase employees' work confidence and enthusiasm through incentives such as praise, encouragement, and rewards." Yang Feier said, "Very good, this is a very good addition." "I agree, do you have any comments?" Everyone said, "There is no opinion, it should be so." Yang Feier said, "Well, let's talk about the second point now, machine, that is, the management of machinery and equipment. Machinery and equipment are the necessary conditions for enterprises to carry out production and the primary guarantee for safe production. As a production workshop, managers should customize the equipment responsibility card for each piece of equipment according to the complexity of equipment maintenance, and implement a special person to be responsible. The factory director's office conducts on-site management inspections from time to time, and establishes a matching reward and punishment system to make each piece of equipment responsible. People form a good habit of consciously maintaining equipment. When employees hand over shifts, they must have handover records of the operation of machinery and equipment. Once abnormal operation of machinery and equipment is found, they can be reported in time and maintained in time. In addition, regular arrangements should be made for the operation of machinery and equipment training or theoretical training for the purpose of safe operation. Material, that is, the management of materials. Material management is the basic factor in safe production. A series of reactions from low temperature to high temperature, from low pressure to high pressure, from thin to thick, etc., accompanied by the addition of a material, can be completed in an instant. Complete. The workshop starts with the picking personnel. Professional training should be carried out so that they are familiar with the process flow and the characteristics of each material, and can accurately calculate the materials needed for a day. For materials that are not suitable for storage, it is strictly forbidden to stay in the workshop, so that they can be picked up and used immediately. The pickers must inspect the raw materials in the warehouse in a timely manner, and it is strictly forbidden to bring unqualified raw materials into the workshop. For this reason, the workshop should also establish a special assessment system to train employees to work seriously and carefully. Environment, that is, the management of the environment. The environment can directly affect safe production and is also the prerequisite for creating high-quality products. As a production workshop manager, you should combine the management ideas of organization, rectification, cleaning, cleanliness, and quality with the on-site management is the starting point. Through self-examination and mutual inspection, corresponding detailed rules are formulated in combination with the actual situation of the workshop. The placement of various supplies and tools in the workshop should be standardized and become a habit. The managers of the production workshop should encourage employees to actively participate in the rationalization suggestion activities, discover and explore various effective suggestions to improve on-site management, and analyze, improve and implement relevant suggestions to achieve the goal of continuous improvement. Method, that is, the operation method, the instruction book. The operation method is the route to guide the operation, and the route cannot be changed during the operation. Some operators, especially new employees, often have doubts about the operation method. As a production workshop manager, in addition to explaining, experienced old operators should also be sent to teach them hand in hand until they fully understand and master. In order to reduce potential safety hazards, the workshop should also conduct inspections from time to time according to the original records and display recorders, reminding operators to be vigilant at all times and do until the operation is completely consistent with the regulations. For each different position, the workshop should also formulate detailed rules for the functional assessment of each position, with a small evaluation every 10 days and a big evaluation every month. How careful the workers are in the operation process. End of this chapter. Chapter 78, Eyes and Eyes One New. Chapter 78, Refreshing. Yang Fei finally concluded, in short, as a workshop manager, we must recognize that safety production is not a phased work, but a long-term continuous project. Safety production management should also pay attention to the following 4 aspects. First of all, the management should update their concepts and get rid of the conservative thinking of sticking to the rules and not thinking about making progress. Secondly, they should work hard on the employees, so as to block the quality of employees, the inspection and thinking of employees, and do everything according to the standard. Be good at studying the thoughts of employees' dynamic, to eliminate hidden dangers before and after the job, and then to improve work methods. Pay attention to the use of flexible and diverse forms of work, to be strict but not dead, to pay attention to emotional input, and to create a harmonious team atmosphere. Finally, safety management putting people first must be unwavering. The above points, I will ask the clerk in my office to copy it down, and each workshop director will have a copy and post it in his office. Be sure to manage it according to these methods. Next is the time for everyone to speak freely. I hope everyone is welcome to express their opinions and suggestions. It wasn't until afternoon that all the people finally broke up and walked to the super restaurant in the factory area together. This is a standardized factory building of 24 square meters, supported by brick columns in the middle, and steel structure beams, spacious and tall. The dishes in the window are dazzling, from cold dishes to stir-fried dishes, hot dishes, boiled dishes to various special dishes. The staple food includes noodles, rice, dumplings, glutinous rice balls, steamed buns, all kinds of porridge and deep-fried dim sum, etc., are all available. After a little calculation, there are as many as 100 or 200 kinds, and the supply is uninterrupted hours a day. There is also a store selling sundries and other items to meet the needs of the workers. Everyone took the trays and went to line up to buy food. Yang Fei and his group were picked up behind a row of workers, and slowly moved forward. Everyone bought food, paid meal tickets, and then gathered around the dining table to eat. Look, the entire management team was sitting together, so they retreated to eat at a table farther away, and lowered the volume of the conversation. During the meeting, Yang Fei said to everyone, "I've been thinking about it for a while. We need to select some outstanding worker representatives from among the workers. A trade union should be established as soon as possible. The responsibilities of the trade union should also be well defined. In the future, you workshop directors are mainly engaged in arranging some production activities. The wishes of the workers and their entertainment are handed over to these workers' representatives, so that you can share some of your affairs." Everyone responded, "This is a good thing. Not only has it lightened our burden, the workers must also be very happy. Let them manage themselves and get closer to their lives." After eating, Yang Fei returned to his office. This is a large room of square meters, located on the third floor of the office building. The office floor has 3 floors in total, with 12 rooms on each floor. Yang Fei's office is equipped with running water and flush toilets, and a room is separated as a lounge, with beds and furniture in it. Now Feng Ling and Feng Min have become her secretary and assistant, responsible for helping her organize files, arrange schedules, manage her daily meals and other matters. Feng Ling brought Yang Fei a cup of Mao Feng and put it in front of Yang Fei. Yang Fei said, "Feng Min, you fetch the imperial decree from yesterday, and I'll have a look." Feng Mining went to the bookcase opposite the desk, opened the frosted glass door, and respectfully took out a roll of bright yellow cloth with black patterns from the uppermost floor in the middle, removed the outer cloth bag, and put the scroll inside with both hands. Presented to Yang Fei. The material of the imperial decree is very elegant. It is a satin brocade fabric made of high-quality silk. The pattern is auspicious clouds and auspicious cranes, which is magnificent. At both ends of the imperial decree are 2 flying silver dragons. Yang Fei was not as prudent as Feng Min. He just opened the imperial decree like he usually reads documents, and reread the words on it. "My Xiao was appointed by the army, and now I heard that there is a Hu family in Anhui Prefecture, who built a factory. Li Sun, who is famous for his wisdom and meritorious deeds. I will visit you in mid-April, accompanied by 1,000 people, and the Hu family is preparing to pick you up." Some words of the nature of praise are omitted in the enlarged number. I would like to enclose the book as follows. Right, please follow the system and implement it outside. I sincerely declare that it will be the 9th day of February in the 8th year of Xianqing. Feng Ling said from the side, "It is a matter of great honor for the emperor to come, but how do we arrange the food and lodging for these people?" Yang Fei said, "There is still a 2,000 square meter factory vacant at the glass factory, so just let the entourage live there. At that time, arrange more cooks and arrange their meals. They are all soldiers, some difficulties can be overcome." Yang Fei understated that she was not as frightened by the emperor's visit as the ancients, and used the standard for receiving customers in her previous life. That's it. If you can't do everything in one thing, then you have to distinguish between primary and secondary. Qian Qianyu tapped the table lightly. "You ask Lu Chao from Wei Jian's office to come to my office." When Lu Chao arrived at Yang Fei's office, he looked disheartened, apparently just came from the construction site. Yang Fei asked, "When will the internal cleaning be over?" Lu Chao said, "It's all over inside. Today is the last time, please scan. Tomorrow, the custom-made furniture can be put in." Yang Fei said, "Not busy. I want to paste all the walls on the 3rd floor with satin fabrics, remove the original gray stone on the ground, and use it elsewhere in the future, replace the marble floor tiles, and replace all the furniture with red sandalwood. The color and pattern of the fabric and marble, you can show me a sample book later, and my maintenance office will hold a meeting to determine the overall tone and style. These things need to be completed within 1 month, time get on tight." "Yes, big shopkeeper," Lu Chao replied, but he couldn't help but wonder, why does the shopkeeper who doesn't like extravagance suddenly become so extravagant? Yang Fei has always been unable to decide on his own title, so in the end he had to ask the people below to call him the big shopkeeper. In any case, I am just a businessman, so I must not forget my roots. The imperial decree was only announced to Yang Feier's family, so outsiders would naturally have no way of knowing that the emperor left the Golden Luan Hall for a tour. What a big deal it was. The most feared thing would be to expose the emperor's whereabouts. Lu Chao just left. Dong Ningxuan and a Taoist came in. The Taoist put a tray on Yang Feier's desk and said, "Boss, take a look. Is this the synthetic rubber you mentioned?" Yang Feier picked up a dark and dull cube in the tray, threw it on the table for a try, and said with some elasticity, "From the appearance, it is already very close." Dong Ningxuan said, "The temperature resistance, wear resistance, aging resistance, corrosion resistance and oil resistance tests have been done according to the method you gave." Yang Feier said, "What's the result?" The Taoist said, "All can pass the standard." Yang Feier said, "That being the case, make some in the laboratory, take all the carriage wheels from the factory, make some tires, and try them out for a while." Tire? Dong Ningxuan and the Taoist had never heard of this word. Yang Feier took a piece of paper, wrote the word tire on it, and drew a picture on the bottom and handed it to them. The two got a new order to go down. The door of the office rang 3 times, and Xinfeng Rui came in and said, "There are 2 teachers at the school who are arguing and are about to fight. Do you have time to come over and see if you can tell them right from wrong?" "Okay, I just happen to have nothing to do right now, I'll be there in a while." Yang Feier drank 2 sips of tea, then got up and went out to the school, followed by Feng Ling and Feng Min. After the new factory was built and made a profit in the first year, it already had nearly 50 taels of silver in hand. Apart from the laboratory, the place where the money was spent was more expensive. Because of the multiple increase in the order volume, 3 additional factories were built at the location of Gongqi. A centralized living area was built at the 9th location of the palace, and a 3-story office building and a 4-story school were built at the 3rd location of the palace. For the first time, 3 factory buildings were built, with too many and complicated functions. As for the factory building, all other functions were moved out to their respective centralized areas, and the 2 factory buildings returned to their original functions, adding production lines. And this newly built school, although it is called a school, was originally opened with the purpose of recruiting customers, not for politics, but for scientific research. Everyone gathered together to discuss freely and express their opinions, and the fair industrial park provided them with all the necessities of life. As long as applicants show their strengths in front of Yang Feier, and Yang Feier thinks it is useful, they can stay. Among them there are many people who try to make up for it, such as some charlatans, who use some tricks to get away with it, such as boiling oil pan to get money, catching eyeworms, holding chopsticks to catch ghosts, etc., are rejected by the school of the industrial park. Outside the door. As for those with real talents and learning, Yang Feier rationally distributes them to various departments according to each person's strengths and hobbies. There are many departments in the school, including Department of Literature, Department of Mathematics, Department of Astronomy, Department of Physics, Department of Chemistry, Department of History, Department of Medicine, Department of Agriculture, Department of Physical Education, Department of Transportation, Department of Horticulture, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Department of Accounting, Department of Commerce, Department of Psychology, Department of Fine Arts, Department of Dance, Department of Music, etc. There are all kinds of talents in the school, but the mobility is also very high. Those who feel that there is no room for them to use their skills will leave in a hurry, and those who feel that there are people who make them unhappy will also leave angrily, etc. Wait, but there are more people left. It's a pity that they are all male. Calculated from the opening to the present, there are about 230 people in more than a year. When these people gather together, they often have disputes when researching academic issues. I don't know which department they belong to today. There was a quarrel. Yang Feier has been wearing men's clothes in and out. Feng Ling and Feng Min also wear men's clothes with Yang Feier on weekdays for the sake of convenience, so entering this all-boys school at once does not seem abrupt. Xinfeng Rui leads the way. When I came to the Department of Astronomy, I saw that 2 of them were arguing red-faced, and when Yang Feier arrived, they immediately stopped arguing. There are 5 rows of tables and chairs in the classroom, a podium, a blackboard, and a box of chalk on the podium. Young Fei stood on the podium and said to the two arguing, "What are you two arguing about? Come on, let's all listen and see what's going on." End of this chapter. Chapter 79 The Final Choice. Chapter 79 The Final Choice. For more than a year, Young Fei has not come to the school many times. Most of the time, these students are asked to submit their papers or experiences in writing for Young Fei to read. How can Young Fei understand ordinary articles? It all depends on the translation of Fengling and Fengmin. After understanding, he will give instructions later, or express doubts on the opinions in the article, or express corrections, or express praise, except for the articles of the Department of Literature. Young Fei does not care whether the papers of other departments are good or not. He only expresses his views objectively and imparts all the knowledge he knows. Modern physical and chemical knowledge, such as abstract physical concepts and calculations such as sound phenomena, light phenomena, inertia, and changes in the state of matter, as well as the classification of common substances, pressure, understanding of laboratory equipment, and simple chemical experiments. Enter a new dimension as quickly as possible and continue your own research. At the beginning, most of these people were rebellious people, and generally expressed disdain for Young Fei's correction of their views or the views he put forward. After this time, these talents were impressed by Young Fei's advanced knowledge. The ancients did not know the reasons for many phenomena, so they had to use myths and legends to explain them. Just like today, the two people arguing are young people in their 20s. Jumeng, Qirshin Lisho, Xiaoshin Zhurong, and Wintershin Shenming, the 4 seasons are controlled by these 4 gods, and there are changes in the 4 seasons and the change of the year. B said, "I never believed in the theory of ghosts and gods in this world. This theory is simply absurd. There must be other reasons, or there must be invisible hands controlling this world from places we can't see." A said, "Isn't it a fallacy what you said about the invisible hand? May I ask whose hand is this hand? Isn't it the hand of God?" Young Fei reached out his hand to stop their conversation, and said, "I see." He picked up a piece of chalk, drew 3 circles of different sizes on the blackboard, and wrote the sun, earth and moon in the middle of the circles, then draw their trajectories. He held a piece of chalk and told them about the origin of the 4 seasons in science. The orbit of the Earth around the Sun is elliptical, and there is an included angle with the plane of its rotation. When the Earth is different in a year, it is in a revolution at different positions in the orbit. The sunlight received by various places on the Earth is different, and the heat received by the Sun is different. So there are seasonal changes and differences in cold and hot. Just like when we warm up by the fire, we are a reason. In terms of climate, the 4 seasons are distinguished by temperature. In the Northern Hemisphere, spring is from January to March, summer is from April to June, autumn is from July to September, and winter is from October to December. In the Southern Hemisphere, the time of each season is just opposite to that of the Northern Hemisphere. When the Southern Hemisphere is summer, the Northern Hemisphere is winter. The 4 seasons in the world are firstly manifested as an astronomical phenomenon, not only the periodic changes in temperature, but also the periodic changes in the length of day and night in spring and the height of the sun. Of course, the change in the length of day and night and the height of the sun at noon determines the change in temperature. The 4 seasons the changing world is not uniform. The Northern Hemisphere is summer, the Southern Hemisphere is winter, the Northern Hemisphere changes from warm to cold, and the Southern Hemisphere changes from cold to hot. After the words were finished, people began to ask questions as usual. What is the Earth? What is revolution? What is rotation? What is Southern Hemisphere? What is Northern Hemisphere? And so on, and there are more questions derived from it. Young Fei took the trouble to explain to everyone one by one. It's getting late. When Young Fei returned home, it was past 7 o'clock, and all the food was on the table, waiting for her to come back to have dinner together. No matter how busy and tired, the old habit of eating together as a family has never changed. Young Fei thinks that it is possible to think narrowly, the reason why people work hard is not only for their own achievements, but also for the happiness of their families. There were 2 eunuchs sitting on the upper seat of the big round table in the main room. Because they were wearing ordinary clothes, except for a slightly thinner voice, he looks like an ordinary person, because the emperor will come here for inspection in 2 months. 2 eunuchs were sent here in advance to teach the Hu and Chen families the etiquette and other things for receiving the emperor. Since receiving the imperial decree yesterday, Yang Feier has one more thing to do at night: kneeling, kowtowing, walking, etc. Have to learn the etiquette in the palace. Yang Feier dare not hide her identity as a woman. So she told the 2 eunuchs the truth. The 2 eunuchs laughed and said that they already knew about this matter. According to Mr. Li Rue, the governor of Anhui Prefecture, the Hu family has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son Hu Kong is 19 years old. Now she is a child born with fame, all studying in Shushan Academy, and there are well-documented records, so there should be only that 1 girl left in the family. Who else could it be if it wasn't you? Yang Feier could only nod his head with a smile and say yes. Those ceremonies of kneeling and prostrating while walking were not difficult to learn. After the training last night, Yang Feier was very comfortable and proficient tonight, and the 2 eunuchs let her go back early. After returning to his room, he tidied up his study for a while, then sat in front of the desk and read a miscellaneous journal as usual. Yang Feier never had the habit of bringing his work back. Just a place to rest. At this time, he suddenly saw a gap in the window sash in front of the bookcase. Yang Feier pursed his lips and ignored it. He just kept reading his book. A person entered through the turned-out window, and this person was none other than Zhang Fuzhen. Zhang Fuzhen is 20 years old this year. He is still extraordinary in appearance and talented. He is 1.8 meters tall, with wide shoulders and narrow waist. He is slender and vigorous. His solid muscles are hidden under the elegant gown. The wind of Panasonic is high and slow. After he won the imperial examination at the age of 17, he returned to Anhui Mansion. No matter how angry his father scolded him, he would not go back. He just said, "Studying is already a habit of mine. You don't need to rely on your master to watch over it. It's the same wherever you study." So he went back to Zhang's old house alone to study. From time to time, he came to Yang Feier's place to talk with 2 people, or went to play in Didi Valley. The Zhang family had proposed marriage in the 2nd year after the marriage with the Wu family fell through. This was not only due to Mrs. Zhang's pillow wind, but also Zhang Fuzhen's insistence. In the end, Zhang Shangshu had to let the 2 of them go. It is a tacit consent. It just so happened that the Xiu family also invited a matchmaker to formally come to propose marriage. To be honest, Hu Yongqiang and his wife still prefer the Xiu family emotionally. Speaking of which, the Xiu family is also a business family, and the Hu family can be regarded as a well-connected family. The 2 adults are relatively close. Speaking of one thing, the Xiu family has been living in Anhui Mansion for a year, and they never brought up the matter of going back. Every time they mentioned business matters in Taiyuan Mansion, both of them said someone would take care of them. Just be a hands-off shopkeeper. I am used to being carefree. I often travel abroad. If I find a place I like, it is common for me to live there for a year or so. Especially between Mrs. Shen and Mrs. Xiu, they get along very well. Besides, after all, Xiu Ji often has a life-saving kindness towards Yang Feier, but when he asked his daughter what he meant, Yang Feier said, "Mother should return both of these 2 families. Now that the factory is so busy, how can I have time to talk about these things? Let's make a schedule for the factory's affairs first." Sighing again, said, "The classmate of my elder brother is very angry with me. For the grace of saving lives, we can only repay them in other ways in the future." Mrs. Shen brought these words to Hu Yongqiang. The husband and wife studied for half a night and finally understood what Yang Feier meant. The Zhang family had a possibility, but the Shou family had no hope at all. Thinking about her daughter's choice, it was not bad. Mr. Zhang's family is also talented and good-looking, and his family background is good, but he is worried that his family is just a small merchant, and it can only be regarded as a well-to-do family. Mrs. Zhang's natal family is a wealthy family, and Mr. Zhang is even a second-rank official residence. If the daughter married into such a family, she might not be as comfortable as marrying into the Xiu family, but since the daughter has made a choice, she can only do so. Xin then revealed Yang Feier's intentions to Madame Xiu a little, fearing that the Xiu family would delay the time, and advised him to find another good family for his son earlier. Madame Xiu was disappointed in her heart. Her son didn't say anything. He is 1 in 1,000, and he is also a good boy who is selected in 1,000. He was rejected when he didn't want to propose marriage first, but after thinking about it, it is not surprising. It is also difficult to find the second one in the court, and the south wall is not yielding at all. The family of 3 studied how to deal with this matter at home, and finally came up with a unified plan. There was no other choice, and that was to resolutely not give up. Sincerity attracted Fei Hongluo, and affection made Jade open. Even though the Xiu family's mentality is good, after all, Xiu Jicheng has an essential gap with Zhang Fuzhen, and they have already decided this matter in private. It wasn't until Yang Feier was 16 years old that the Hu and Zhang families finally settled on their marriage, but Yang Feier set the date of marriage to his 16th birthday. There are still 2 years to go. How anxious are the parents at home? The woman is over years old. It's not easy to talk about kissing anymore. She actually wanted to wait until she was 19 years old to get married. This is really because the emperor is not in a hurry, and the eunuch is anxious to death. But it makes sense for Yang Feier to set the wedding date at this age. Ancient medicine was underdeveloped, and her biggest worry was whether she would encounter dystocia if she gave birth to a child by herself. Not only Yang Feier's request to himself is like this. She also stipulates in the factory regulations that men and women must wait until they are years old before they can apply for marriage. This is responsible for women's health and life safety. When Zhang Fuzhen entered the room, the first thing he did was to blow out the lights on the table in one breath. For so many years, the two of them had already gotten used to getting along in the dark. Yang Feier put down the book in his hand and said, "What are you doing here again today? Didn't you just come here yesterday?" "I don't know why, but when I read the book today, I feel flustered. I always feel that something will happen. If I don't worry, I will come to see you. Are you okay today?" "I'm in the factory every day. There are so many things, you don't know, how can there be any superfluous things?" But he thought to himself, he really guessed right, the emperor is coming, this is not a big deal. He pursed his lips again and said with a smile, "I don't know what you worry about every day. If you are so single-minded and double-minded about studying, if you don't get in this year's autumn, don't blame me for delaying you. I'm afraid you don't blame me, it's your parents also blame me for disturbing your Xinqing." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but twitched her little mouth slightly. That appearance was actually a rare and savage one. End of this chapter. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. For the time being, Yang Feier didn't tell him that he received the emperor's coming to inspect, so as not to let him think wildly while studying at home and affect his studies. Zhang Fuzhen said, "It's not that you don't know my parents. They are a model of strict self-discipline and lenient treatment of others. They will only be strict with their own children. If there is anyone to blame, they will only say that I am not determined, and your husband, I work so hard and are so smart, how could I fail to win?" In fact, with Zhang Fuzhen's talent and learning, after he won the exam, he could go on to take the examination for tribute students, but in order to get closer to Yang Feier when he came back, he could visit him when it was convenient, and he was worried that Xiu Ji would be by his side all the time. Given the opportunity, he chose to come back first. The name of Gongsheng can be tested at any time, but there is only one Yang Feier. Fortunately, after their family had a second son, their energies were also distracted, and they didn't urge him to get fame and become an official butcher, so when he ended up, it was only up to him and he didn't force it. Yang Feier smiled and said, "I'll talk nonsense all day long, what kind of husband? Do you still have to be guaranteed by God?" "God doesn't need to guarantee, God gave me the ability to stir." Shaking his head triumphantly, he smiled again like a treasure, and said, stunningly talented, wealthy, and high-ranking officials, these are nothing. The important thing is that there is also a wife who is as intelligent as Huang Ying and as beautiful as Chang'e, and I am really the proud son of heaven, and also Zhang Fuzhen is quite proud of everything he has. Yang Fei spat at him, looked at him with a smile and said, you haven't even married yet, where did you get your beautiful wife? Zhang Fuzhen smiled and said, isn't this beauty in front of me? We've already made up our relationship, so it's possible that this sweet wife can still fly away? This side went over and took Yang Fei's jade hand, stuck it to his face, and took advantage of the opportunity to sit down on the chair next to him. Yang Fei's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, it's not like your sweet wife hasn't flown by. Every time this matter was mentioned, Zhang Fuzhen felt a little embarrassed, so Yang Fei sometimes brought it up to tease him. Sure enough, Zhang Fuzhen, who had always been calm and indifferent, immediately became a little impatient, saying, we too said but don't mention it again. Why do you say it again? Yang Fei smiled narrowly and said, isn't it good to liven up the atmosphere once in a while? That's your ex. I don't have any ex, I haven't even said a few words to her. Don't slander me. Zhang Fuzhen wanted to jump. Yang Fei leaned back in the armchair, took time to raise his eyebrows and said with a smile, what are you afraid of? Zhang Ju is not afraid of the shadow. Suddenly he said, oh. I don't know how that Miss Wu is doing now. Hasn't she already served her sentence? Released? Zhang Fuzhen saw that Yang Fei was no longer chasing and killing, and finally returned to indifference. Although she was released after serving her sentence, she was transferred from this prison to another cage. Yang Fei exclaimed, what do you say? What kind of prison? Zhang Fuzhen said, I heard that her family sent her to her temple to practice. Yang Fei sighed slightly, and couldn't help feeling sad after thinking about it, and said, a human life. A little girl who was spoiled by her family, did that stupid thing on impulse. The disaster of prison is also on the way. She has to face the Qingdang ancient Buddha for the rest of her life, and her life is basically ruined. Zhang Fuzhen smiled and said, could it be that our female bodhisattva is going to rescue this troubled woman? Yang Fei said, that's not what I mean. But I think this society is too unfair and unjust to women. How unfortunate it is to be a woman. You know there is a good article called Yuzhang Xing Sua Xiang Pian? Zhang Fuzhen was only busy studying the essays for the exam on weekdays, but he really hadn't read them, so he said, I would like to hear the details. As a woman, it's hard to be humble. A man is the door, falls to the ground to be a god, has ambitions everywhere, and looks at the wind and dust. Girls have no love and are not cherished by the family. When they grow up, they flee to the deep room and hide their heads. Ashamed to see people. Tears are suitable for other lands, suddenly like rain and clouds. Bow your head in color, plain teeth and vermilion lips. There are countless kneeling and worshipping, maids and concubines are like strict guests. Love is like Yunhan, sunflowers look up to Yangchun. The heart is very obedient, and all kinds of evil concentrate on the body. The beauty changes with the years, and the husband is so new. In the past, it was form and shadow, but now it is Hu and Qin. Yang Fei only watched it a few days ago, and he remembers it very clearly. Zhang Fuzhen's heart sank when he heard this. He raised his head and closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the chair for a while without moving, then sat upright again, holding Yang Fei's hand and said, Fei, if we also have a daughter in the future, we must not let her like this. She suffered all these hardships, so she was brought up like a man, studying and practicing martial arts, all according to her interests. Let her live as freely as you do. Yang Fei was about to ridicule him for thinking too far, but seeing what he said emotionally, his heart was also slightly moved. This is also what she thinks is the most valuable thing about Zhang Fuzhen. Although he usually laughs and scolds, or is wise and serious, his heart is always so soft and easy to move. I haven't finished being moved here yet, when I heard Zhang Fuzhen suddenly say again, What about your ex, your elder brother's classmate? I think he is very infatuated. Saving the beauty from the sea of fire is admirable. If you can get married because of this, it doesn't matter. It's a beautiful story, but you haven't been tempted? Zhang Fuzhen was always brooding over this matter, not because he was jealous of Shou Jicheng, but because he was extremely grateful to him in his heart. At that time, it was fortunate that he was able to save her and protect her. What made him worry was that he was annoyed that he was not able to be with Yang Fei at that time, not to mention that it was caused by his family. Before the 2-year agreement with Shou Jicheng expired, he wrote him a long letter to express his sincere gratitude. Shou Jicheng also replied to the letter, but rejected his thanks, meaning, "What I save is the person I admire, and it has nothing to do with you, Zhang Fuzhen, so don't be too affectionate." And because of the location problem of Yang Fei's new factory, the 2-year agreement between the two was extended for another half a year. It was not until Zhang Fuzhen returned to Anhui Mansion and moved to another uninhabited place that it finally came true. Yang Fei sighed and said helplessly, "You have said this many times, and I told you that you don't mind. Why don't you let it go? I have a relationship with you first and an appointment first. If there is no you, then maybe he and I will be brought together by 2 parents, but we already have you, so what's the point of saying such a thing? People can't just love each other, and everyone who likes themselves will do what they want receive. The reason why I have to ask once in a while is because I am really worried. Every time I ask, it seems that I have taken another reassurance. Be at ease, I originally wanted to marry you back home earlier, so I can settle down, but you must set the wedding date later, but you have waited so hard for me, it looks like it will become a joke in the Anhui Mansion. Such a proud son of heaven has not yet married at the age of 20. Zhang Fuzhen was also very helpless. Who would let an outstanding woman who has his own eyes be so outstanding? He was also lurked and guarded by another man who was equally good. Yang Fei said, "Marrying at an older age is good for both of us. First of all, it can be safer in childbirth. The mortality rate of mothers and babies will be greatly reduced." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Fuzhen covered his mouth. I know. You have told me this many times. I would rather not have children in the future than let you worry about it. Fortunately, my parents still have a younger brother. Even if I have no offspring, our Zhang family will not lose their incense. Zhang Fuzhen is very repulsed by this topic. Maternity, baby, life and death are all related to Yang Fei. Every word is too scary. However, Yang Fei felt that she and Zhang Fuzhen had already entered another realm of love, and could discuss marriage and even childbearing issues without changing their faces. In addition to the fact that the two are not married yet, the relationship between the two is emotional, and there is even a feeling of an old married couple. Why bother? Are you going to stop eating because of choking? Don't worry. Yang Fei made a long voice, took off Zhang Fuzhen's hand and put it back, and patted his chest. It's just a matter of risk and probability, and now I am also trying to find a way to reduce this risk as much as possible. Not only for myself, but also for many women of childbearing age in this world. In the past 1 or 2 years, this matter will be resolved, and there will be another layer of protection on the basis of late marriage and late childbearing, so we should feel more at ease. Her laboratory in the Faculty of Medicine is conducting research on extracting penicillin, and at the same time, the topic of cesarean section is also underway. These 2 problems are solved. My worries about giving birth in this ancient times can be slightly alleviated. Yang Fei dared not even think about having a child at the age of 15 or 16. That was the age of a junior high school student. According to the developmental characteristics of Asians, one had to wait until a certain age to make the body more mature. The fertility safety factor is improved a little. The rapid progress in the laboratory is mainly due to Yang Fei's knowledge of modern disciplines. Although Yang Fei has only a half knowledge about everything, fortunately, he can control the general direction so that the experiment will not waste time in detours. For example, in the penicillin extraction experiment, Yang Feier probably heard a little story about the invention of penicillin from a doctor friend when he was eating a melon fruit plate at the dinner table. For the fungus, use corn flour to prepare the corresponding culture solution, and finally use freeze-drying method to extract penicillin crystals. Therefore, Yang Feier only provided this information to those researchers who specialize in medical research in those laboratories, and asked them to find a way to test the extraction of penicillin. But it was these important information that laid the foundation. The direction of this experiment shortened the time from the discovery of penicillin to its use by decades. Zhang Fuzhen said, "As soon as we get married at that time, we will go to the capital to settle down. This surname Xiao lives in the city of Anhui Prefecture. I always feel like I am being watched as my prey." I was very upset. But Yang Feier said, "Even if the two of us get married, it's probably hard for me to get out here. How can we just leave such a big thing behind?" The two have discussed this matter many times, but they have not reached an agreement. Vernacular translation of Yu Zhang's Kuxiangpian. It's hard to be born as a woman, and it's hard to complain about her humble status. A man is the head of the family and supports the door, and he is born majestic and majestic. Ambition overflows the world, and gallops thousands of miles to watch the wind and dust. My daughter has no love since she was a child, and her family despised her and cared less. When he grew up, he hid in the deep boudoir, hiding his head and covering his head, afraid of seeing people. Marrying another country with tears in my eyes is like raindrops leaving the clouds." She lowered her eyebrows and smiled, biting her red lips with her white teeth. Kneeling and worshipping are innumerable, serving maids and concubines like honored guests. Emotionally congenial like a cowherd and a weaver girl in Tianhe, relying on her husband like Kuehua Marchze and Jianken. Feelings against each other are like water and fire, and all kinds of bad breath are poured out on me. The jade appearance gradually becomes old, and the husband likes the new and abandons the old. They used to be inseparable, but now they are divided like Hu and Qin. Hu Qin can still see each other often, but the husband and wife are separated like Shinshin. End of this chapter. Chapter 81 The Princess Arrives. Chapter 81 The Princess Arrives. Zhang Fuzhen said, "The operation here is already stable. It doesn't matter if you are here to supervise or not. The pigeons I have tamed over there can also come in handy. If you use flying pigeons to pass messages, you can go back and forth. It will only take about 7 or 8 days to arrive, and this speed can fully satisfy your remote command and control, which is considered very fast." In Zhang Fuzhen's first year in Beijing, for the convenience of the two of them passing letters, Zhang Fuzhen asked people to tame many carrier pigeons to pass on the letters to the two swan geese. Now these carrier pigeons have bred the second generation, and even the second generation. 3 generations, the number is also quite considerable. The semicolons that Yang Feier is currently building in other places are also controlled remotely by these pigeons passing information to each other. But Yang Feier said, "This speed is still too slow. I need a kind of information transmission that can reach instantly." Now our physics department is also researching a thing that can transmit sound for thousands of miles called a telephone. At present, it is successful, but the clarity of the call is still not up to par, and it is slowly improving. If this kind of thing is invented, it will be much easier to handle, and my semicolon management in other places will also be more convenient. Zhang Fuzhen had known about this research for a long time, so he was not surprised. He often visited the laboratory, and even Xiao Jicheng was a frequent visitor. He often changed into protective clothing with Hu Kong and went in, and fiddled with the experimenters for a while, but he said, "Yes, I don't know how the factories in the new capitals you have built are doing now." Yang Feier said, "They are all old people sent there, and they know the situation of all links. They just copy the design and management of the factory here according to the model. There is no big problem. There have been several now that production has started. This will reduce the production pressure on our side to some extent, and at the same time reduce the cost of transportation management for customers. Consumers in other places should soon enjoy cheaper and fresher sweet food. Zhang Fuzhen admired from the heart and said, I have to say, you are really a genius in the business world. In just a few years, how many times have you doubled your business line? Where has your business field expanded? Unexpectedly, Yang Fei smiled faintly. This is just the beginning. Zhang Fuzhen was silent for a moment and said, Phil, can you do less things? Now your industry is very objective. Even if you keep it like this, the annual income is already a staggering figure. I just want you to live a little more leisurely, and you and I can enjoy this magnificent brocade. Isn't it beautiful? Money, enough is enough. After all, you can't eat a bowl, sleep in a bed, live in a room, and travel in a car. Much it's useless to go out. Yang Fei said, what I am doing now is not just for making money. There is a career in this world called exploration. There are many things that people want to know more and more thoroughly. Man is the spirit of all things, and all things are born. It can be used by others, but I feel that the quality of life of people today is too poor and monotonous, and there is still a lot of room for improvement, such as the medical environment, educational environment, and political environment. Zhang Fuzhen often chatted with Yang Fei, and he could understand and accept most of the strange words she said. Sighed, Dao, do you mean that you want to reach the level of the world you dreamed of? Yes. In my lifetime, try to get as close as possible. Yang Fei answered firmly. There are glass plates that can watch movies at home, mobile phones that can transmit sound and images for thousands of miles, cameras that can record images in 1 second, gasoline-powered cars with 4 wheels, and iron ones that can fly in the sky. Airplanes, iron ships, and all kinds of weapons with amazing lethality, cannonballs that can fly tens of thousands of miles to destroy a city, and spaceships that can carry people to the moon. Even the emperor is elected, and there are term limits, etc. These are simply unbelievable. Phil, do you know what I thought when you first told me this? I thought maybe there really was such a world, and maybe you really lived in such a world. Yang Fei said, yeah, I also think so, otherwise, where do all these strange things come from in my mind? Sometimes I think that maybe one day, I will suddenly back to that world again. Zhang Fuzhen held Yang Fei tightly in his arms, and bent down, gently rubbing Yang Fei's white face with his lips. He said, Phil, although I know there are many legends about gods and monsters in this world, I don't want these things to happen to you. There is only one such special you. I dare not think that one day you suddenly disappear. What will happen to me? Yang Fei smiled and said, Fool, in fact, all of this is just a whim when we were chatting. You don't have to say such sad words. The greater possibility is that I will be by your side and live forever. When you get old, you will be full of children and grandchildren. Zhang Fuzhen lowered his head and stared deeply at Yang Fei's exquisitely beautiful little face, then bent down, and the two deeply kissed each other. In the 8th year of Xianqing in Taizhou, on April 150th in spring, Liang Zhuan, the emperor of Xianqing, made his first tour outside the palace. Zhang Bolin, minister of the Ministry of Household Affairs at the time, was originally from this mansion, so he should be very familiar with the local customs, so he accompanied him. There were also people including the eldest Prince Guanxi, the third Princess Xiang'e, the general Yu Xinda, and the eunuchs and maids. Under the guard of 1,000 imperial forest army, he entered the city of Anhui Prefecture. How could Li Rui never expect to be in his tenure? There will be a chance to drive, the great success, but if something goes wrong, then his future will be ruined, and his head may even be in danger. Li Rui's secret decree was received earlier. On the day of the first lunar month, he had already arrived at the government office, and there were 4 eunuchs watching over him, arranging the emperor's temporary visit. Li Rui finally discussed with the new magistrate for a long time, but the place he chose for the emperor was Wu's old house of the former magistrate Wu Jinglian's family. 5 years ago, after the case of arson and wounding in Wu's family came out, for some reason, the superior ordered him to investigate other family members in Wu's house. If you don't investigate, you're done. This careful investigation, unexpectedly, turned up another case, but it turned out that something happened to Wu Jinglian himself. For example, the original owner of the factory building on Shuyuan Street did not expect to be Wu Jinglian himself, who bought it under the name of a relative in his personal servant's house, and the pregnant woman who was killed was Wu Jinglian's foreign house. At that time, Wu Jinglian was serving as the magistrate of Anhui Mansion, and his rank was 2 levels higher than the current Li Fuyin, so no one would investigate thoroughly. After the case was found out, Mrs. Wu was the principal culprit, and her slaves committed the murder, causing the sufferer to be seriously injured and die. Originally, there was still some room for change, but just in time for Wu Jinxi's crime, he was stripped of all his official salary, and the emperor's grace was great. Thinking that the two of them were old, they only ransacked their homes and expelled them back to Anhui Mansion. Anqing County is originally from farming and will never be used again. The Wu family's huge mansion in Fuqing has since been confiscated. Although it has been listed for sale, it has not been sold because of the large area, good location, and high total price. There is no better place than here for a temporary trip. Li Fuyin accompanied the magistrate to be busy every day until the end of April. Fortunately, everything was ready. Antiques and cultural relics everywhere have been fully furnished, and all kinds of rare birds, famous opera troupes, monks and priests, nuns, etc. have been purchased. They all lived in the garden, carefully thought out, decorated properly, and there were no omissions or inappropriate things. Since the 9th day of April, there have been eunuchs in advance to look at the direction first, where to change clothes, where to sit, where to receive ceremonies, and where to go. Where to have a banquet, where to retreat. They also inspected the local prime minister's defense eunuchs, etc., and brought many small eunuchs to guard and surround them everywhere, instructing the personnel where to retreat, where to kneel, where to eat, and where to make announcements outside. There are officials from the Ministry of Industry and 5 city soldiers preparing to clean the streets and drive out idlers. By April, everything had been stopped. Not only the officials of Anhui Mansion, but also the wealthy merchants and households in Anhui Mansion. By the 5th watch on the current magistrate and other nobles all lined up outside the city gate according to their quality clothes, and the crowd of hundreds of people was silent. Just as he was waiting impatiently, a group of eunuchs came on horseback. The magistrate hurriedly stepped forward to salute and ask for news. The eunuch said, "Chenshur enters the city, everyone prepare." All of a sudden, another dozen or so eunuchs came panting and clapping their hands. These eunuchs understood and said, here we come," and stopped in their directions. It was quiet for half a day, not a single cough was heard, but when the spring morning was peaceful, everyone slowly drenched their clothes with sweat. The dawn of the east suddenly appeared, and the green hills were covered by a few pieces of bright red morning glow. The sun shone through the gaps in the clouds, like countless giant dragons spouting golden waterfalls, pouring down on the land of Xinchuan without hesitation. Everyone gradually heard the faint sound of drum music, and in the morning mist under the rosy light in the distance, a group of people and horses with banners covering the sun came, like magic soldiers descending from the sky. Pairs of dragon banners and phoenix flags, pheasant feathers and kuei heads, burning gold incense burners, and then a cranked Kowloon gold umbrella came, and the eunuch on duty held incense beads, embroidered handkerchiefs, rinsing bowls, dust whisks, etc. After the teams passed by, 16 eunuchs walked slowly behind them carrying a golden-topped golden dragon-embroidered palace. A group of officials, Fujia, etc. hurriedly knelt down by the side of the road. Behind the palanquin, there were 8 palanquins carrying a palanquin with a golden top and a gold-embroidered peony, and after that there were 2 official palanquins with 4 persons. They all followed Long Yu into the city gate, and the streets and alleys were all tightly fenced. All the way to Xingzai, he opened the middle door and went in. In front of a courtyard, the eunuch Jifu knelt down and asked him to change clothes. Let's say that Yang Feier stands among a group of ladies and in another courtyard, waiting for the princess. I thought to myself, after time travel, there are still some rewards. If it was in the previous life, I would never be able to see such a world. Suddenly there was a rumor outside the courtyard, the princess is here. All the noble ladies in the courtyard knelt down on the ground on both sides of the middle road. peeking at the princess's husband entering the courtyard gate, and there was a burst of shocking noise wherever he passed. Fragrant wind, high grade and light taste, not like ordinary products. Behind the driver, the hem of the huaju skirt fluttered with a rapid pace, followed by a group of maids in palace costumes. When the eunuchs who were carrying her father had dispersed, the dozen or so court ladies who followed rushed forward one after another, and opened the curtain to wait for the princess to leave the palace. End of this chapter. Chapter 82 Arriving at the Park. Chapter 82 Arriving at the Park. After the princess entered the inner room, Yang Fei stood up again, still waiting in the courtyard, waiting for the transfer. According to the official status of the family, the noble ladies and noble ladies went in one by one to have an audience, but the family members of the merchants' families did not have this honor. After about 2/4 of an hour, a palace lady came out and announced that everyone could leave, but then said, "Is there a daughter of the Hu family among them? The name is Hu Shoer?" Yang Fei hurriedly came out and said, "Return to the female officer, it is the young girl." The court lady looked Yang Fei up and down, and said with a blank expression, "You stay here, the princess summons." "Yes." The rest of the people all retreated, but they didn't take it seriously. This was expected. The Hu family had been in the limelight in Fuqing for the past 2 years, so it was inevitable for the princess to summon her. Yang Fei went in with the maid to meet the princess, and before reaching the door, he smelled a strange fragrance, which was clear and light, but it was extremely refreshing. Yang Fei followed the maid, held his voice and entered the room with his eyes closed, raised his head a little. Seeing a light purple skirt in front of her spread on the shiny dark green marble floor, the maid next to her said, "Meet the princess soon." Kneeling down, I heard a soft voice from above, "Excuse me." Yang Fei was supported by a maid on one side halfway, and said again, "Give me a seat." The maid then led Yang Fei to another chair beside him and sat down. A court lady above said, "Raise your head." Only then did Yang Fei raise his face, and looked up, only to see a 15 or 16-year-old girl sitting on it, with slender shoulders and a slender waist, a tall figure, a duck-shaped face, handsome eyes and sculpted eyebrows, looking forward to the sky. With the essence of literary talent, forget about customs. 3,000 blue silks are tied into an elegant flying fairy bun, with a diamond-shaped flower tin sticking between her eyebrows, big peonies in light green smoky veil bixialuo, light purple narcissus scattered flowers and green leaf skirt that stretches across the floor, and a thin smoky emerald green veil in gold silk. The drooping temple hair is slanted and inlaid with pearls and jasper steps, and the beautiful face is like a lotus. The princess was also looking at Yang Fei, and saw the man sitting below, tall and slender, with black clouds piled up into a peacock bun, which made her look more dignified and elegant, with blue half-sleeved sleeves and a royal blue wrap-around long skirt. There is a crimson cloak like smoke on her arms, especially her face is really unique, a small face with melon seeds, eyebrows like willows, eyes like spring apricot dew, small water chestnut mouth, red lips smiling, the brows and eyes are full of warmth, and the pupils are shattered and flowing, just like a fairy entering the mortal world. The princess couldn't help being a little stunned for a moment. Her father and queen's palace were full of beauties, and her own mother was also a rare beauty. Compared with the girl in front of her, although her features and looks might not be much different, her charm and temperament were immediately comparable, which pales in comparison. The princess stretched out a jade hand towards Yang Fei, and saw that hand was white and smooth, with a skin like creamy fat, and there were 3 pearl and jade rings on it. Just looking at this hand is already a kind of elegant enjoyment. The princess smiled and said, "There, I'm here." Yang Fei walked over as he said. The princess's hand was still stretched out there, so he had to pass one hand to the princess's hand, preparing for the discomfort, but unexpectedly, the tentacles were warm and soft, dry, clean and comfortable. Extremely, where there is the slightest discomfort, it makes people linger. The princess smiled softly and asked, "I don't know how old you are?" Yang Fei said, "Princess, the girl is 17 this year." The princess smiled and said, "Then I will call you sister, I am 16 this year." Yang Fei hurriedly said, the princess is a nobleman of the royal family, and she is a spoiled girl. The princess said, I heard about you often when I was in the capital. They all said that you are unparalleled in the world. I still don't believe it. Today I can see you in person. It really is a well-deserved reputation. Yang Fei thought to himself, I don't know who spread the words indiscriminately, and he is both talented and beautiful. I had to say, where is it, ashamed and ashamed? The princess asked again, is breakfast available? Yang Fei almost stayed up all night, and he had been standing on the side of the road waiting for his breakfast. Until now, the water and rice hadn't been eaten yet, and when asked by the princess, he suddenly felt hungry. Can't help but turn to the princess, smiling ashamedly. There was a gurgling sound in his stomach. The two held hands and looked at each other and laughed. In an instant, the strangeness dissipated invisible, and they turned out to be like friends who have known each other for many years. Girls' friendship can sometimes be established so quickly, with a few words of communication and a few gestures of probing, it can be determined whether two people belong to the same country. The palace maids sent all kinds of snacks and fruits, and they set up a table with a dazzling array. The princess said, I only drank half a bowl of milk in the morning, and I feel a little hungry now, so you can drink some with me. At the insistence of the princess, Yang Fei and the princess sat face to face around a round rosewood table in the house, and the maids on both sides served dishes for them. After a breakfast meal, Yang Fei unexpectedly discovered that the princess didn't seem to be a princess. She had a good appetite, without any affectation. Her speech and demeanor were bright and pure, and she liked it very much. Ever since I came to this different world, I have never had such close friends of the same gender, who can talk to each other in whispers between girlfriends. Although Feng Ling and Feng Min are by my side, the relationship between master and servant is always greater than that of friends. There is no way, these two people know how to advance and retreat. Fortunately, seeing the princess like old friends today, I am very happy, but I don't know what kind of experience it would be to be best friends with the princess. After the breakfast was finished, the maids presented mouthwash for the two of them. After everything was over, the princess smiled and said, Today's trip to Anhui Mansion is specially for your family, do you know? Yang Fei nodded and said, returning to the princess, we have already received the emperor's order on this matter, and everything has been arranged properly until the arrival of the emperor's eldest prince and the princess. Just as he was talking, a eunuch came in from outside and said, the emperor is about to drive to Fair Industrial Park, and he wants the princess to change clothes and accompany him. Yang Fei originally expected that the emperor would probably go after lunch anyway, but he didn't expect that the emperor would be so swift and resolute, and he was about to pass now, but he didn't panic. All receptions in the park have already been prepared, and it is more than enough to receive 2,000 people at the same time. After waiting for the princess to change clothes, he followed the princess and went to his industrial park together. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the pair of people with flags blotted out the sun set off again. Go straight to the direction of Phil Industrial Park. Several eunuchs had already gone to make arrangements, and came back to report that the factory over there was still operating as usual and had not closed down, worrying about safety issues. Hu Yongxiang was called to answer before driving, and said, Xiaoman and others originally planned to put all the factories on holiday, but in this way, the factory became a dead factory. It is also necessary to look at the specific operation process, not just a bunch of lifeless machines, and it is difficult to fully show the appearance of our factory. The emperor said, very good, yes. The General Yushinda, who was in charge of safety, said, Your Majesty, the safety of the guards still needs to be considered. How can the emperor's body of 10,000 gold stand under a dangerous wall? The emperor said, It is 1,000 times more dangerous for the first emperor to seize the world among thousands of troops than for me to patrol a factory. Why should I be in danger? Why should I be afraid of it? Step back. The general of bodyguards and cavalry promised in his mouth, so he had no choice but to back down. This cloud-like team occupied the entire factory road from beginning to end. The first officer cleared the roadblock. After the emperor and his party arrived at the industrial park, they went straight into the park. Although the factory was operating as usual, the sides of the main road leading to the manor were still covered by curtains that were as tall as a person. The eunuch who was stationed in whose house first led the way. After entering a Baroque manor in the innermost part of the park, the emperor was invited to rest. Baroque architecture is an architectural and decorative style developed on the basis of Italian Renaissance architecture in the 17th and 18th centuries. It is characterized by free shape, pursuit of dynamics, rich decoration and carving, strong colors, and often interspersed curved surfaces and oval spaces. Young Feyer was very yearning for this style of architecture when he traveled in France in his previous life. Therefore, at the beginning of the design, on the basis of not increasing too much cost, he tried to add some Baroque elements to it. Now this imposing, massive, elegant and intimate building. On the whole, this Baroque manor, including the garden, covers a total area of square meters. The main exterior is mainly gray, blue and white, surrounded by green trees, which were planted a few years ago. Yes, there is a flat lawn in front of the door, which is green and happy under the warm April sun. Xinfang Rui led the rest of the Hu family to wait in the factory for a long time, but he was also preparing for the emperor and others to come to the park in the afternoon, but he did not expect to come by this time. Fortunately, all the preparations were made, and everyone lined up and knelt down on the side of the road. It was not until Yu entered the gate of the manor that he hurriedly stood up again, bowed and followed the crowd and stood at the gate of the manor waiting for arrangements. On the third floor, there is a bedroom for everyone to rest for a while. The eunuchs stationed in the Hu family earlier led the way, and placed the emperor, the eldest prince, and the princess into their respective rooms. The bathrooms with food and other things are all ready. You can take care of your car without leaving the room. General Yu Xinda, secretary of the household department Zhang Bolin, Hu Yongqiang, the manager of the biscuit factory, and others were all waiting in the hall downstairs. Yang Feyer still stayed by the princess's side. But when the princess stepped out of bed just now, the dazzling exotic styles came into view one after another. End of this chapter. Chapter 83 Phil Manor. Chapter 83 Phil Manor. The overall area of the lobby on the first floor is about 300 square meters. A European-style chandelier with a huge golden metal base hangs on the three-story roof. One by one, they were made into the shape of candles, and they were shining brightly, spreading their bright light to every corner of the hall. On the fine white porcelain marble on the ground, there are shades of green natural patterns, elegant and low-key. The white fireplace on the left side of the living room creates an elegant and casual atmosphere. In front of the fireplace is a group of purple satin sofas, and in front of it is a silver-plated coffee table with the same color as the sofa legs, which is gorgeous and exquisite. Underneath is a huge Persian rug with richly colored tapestry. Keep improving the long scroll murals and those unique furniture to complement each other. The white Roman column has become a symbol of taste and the finishing touch. Stepping on the wide and exquisite steps paved with pure jade tiles to the third floor, passing through the continuous domed arches in the corridor, it is like being in a gorgeous palace, exuding elegance and nobility everywhere. Yang Feyer accompanied the princess into the large suite specially prepared for the princess. The floor of the small living room was covered with pink marble floor tiles. There are layers of densely packed books, which make the strong cultural atmosphere surpass the concept of luxury. Several landscape paintings are hung on the interior walls, and several carved or plaster or bronze or marble ones are placed on the study table. Sculptures, floor-standing antique clocks with a sense of historical precipitation, and exquisite table lamps embellish the space with incomparable elegance. The bedroom is covered with pure white plush carpets, revealing the unique and elegant texture and comfortable foot feel. The water blue floor-length curtains are clear and refreshing. The highlight is a special round princess bed. A giant pink bishia gauze tent hanging from the roof is inside. All the furniture is mainly pink and lilac purple, which is enough to cure all princess diseases. Even this princess who does not have princess diseases, seeing such a room, is full of pink bubbles. The princess took Yang Feyer's hand and sat down on the bed together. On the bed was a round Simmons unique in the world, covered with a layer of thick and soft eiderdown mattress. As soon as they sat on it, they felt deep, sinking deep into a soft nest. Both of them fell back at the same time, lying side by side in this soft nest, and both of them giggled and sighed comfortably at the same time. The princess turned sideways towards young Fair. Surprise and exclamation flickered in the lively and moist Ching-Ching. She looked at young Fair flickeringly and said, You designed these things? I really don't know how you do it. Arrived? People say that smart people have a heart of 7 apertures. I think you should have a heart of 9 apertures. Young Fair also turned sideways, met the princess's eyes, looked at the princess's smiling face, and said with a smile, Actually, these are not related to my deep heart, but all come from a dream of mine. Do you believe it? Young Fair has no concept of superiority or inferiority in his heart. All the etiquette and etiquette are trained temporarily. She and the princess are considered to be of the same age. Although they only get along for a few hours, they have already met each other. If a person likes someone, he can't hide it, just like these 2 girls. The princess wondered, Oh? It's a strange thing that came from your dream. I don't know what kind of dream it is. Young Fair turned around and lay flat, looking at the void from a distance, and said softly with a smile, It's a long, long dream, a very complicated dream, a dream like the real world. Can I tell you at another time? I'm afraid it will take a while, we're going down. Sure enough, at this moment, a maid's voice came from outside the door, The emperor is about to drive. The 2 turned over and sat up immediately, without the people around them being obedient, and arranged each other's clothes and hair accessories. The princess was in front, and young Fair left the large suite afterwards. In order not to disturb the workers, the emperor, the eldest prince, the princess, and their entourage had all changed into normal clothes, and led by Hu Yongqiang and Shenfeng Rui into the workshop of the biscuit factory. This is the first time young Fair saw the description of the emperor and the eldest prince. He raised his eyes and saw that the emperor Liang Zhuan was wearing a black narrow-sleeved robe. The cuffs were embroidered with gold thread auspicious clouds, a vermilion and white jade belt was hung on the waist, and a white jade exquisite waist pendant hung on it. Elegant, imposing manner, and bold enough to look at the face. The face is like a sculpture with distinct features, eyes like a star, although the age is about the same as Hu Yongqiang, but there is a hint of fatigue, and the sideburns also reveal the early growth of hair. It seems that this is also due to the busy affairs and hard work of the master of a country. The eldest prince was about 20 years old, and he was born beautiful. When he saw young Fair seeing him coming, he squinted his eyes slightly as if surprised. Young Fair's eyes were fleeting on him. The prince became thoughtful. 40 production lines in each workshop are running at the same time, and the scene is amazing. Bags of flour are poured into giant funnels one after another, and the beaten eggs, milk, and seasonings are added and stirred evenly, and then poured into molds of various shapes independently developed by various factories. Boxes and trays of baked products came out of the oven, and the air was filled with a rich, sweet and milky aroma, making you feel drunk. Workers wore uniform and neat one-piece overalls, fully enclosed work caps, masks, gloves and shoe covers basically covering only 2 eyes. Seeing a group of people coming in to visit, the things in hand did not stop at all. A skillful technique. Fluttering like a butterfly, the movements are clean, orderly and effective. In the past few years, it is not surprising that the factory manager often leads people to visit, even though today's battle is particularly grand, but the flow of water in hand is coming. I am afraid that if you are distracted for a moment, you will be overwhelmed, and the entire production line will be in chaos immediately, so you don't dare to look around at all, just concentrate on doing things. It was already noon when several workshops were all gone. The eunuch of the catering department had already urged the eunuch in charge of the emperor several times, but the emperor was still interested and didn't dare to say anything, just silently followed behind in a hurry. Finally, after visiting the workshops of the 6 biscuit factories, the emperor took the lead and walked to the super restaurant. All the fences were removed under the emperor's own order, and he lived in seclusion in the city. Now that he had changed his court clothes and pretended to be an ordinary person, there was no need for all the rituals, otherwise, there would be no silver 300 taels in this place. There are still many workers in this super restaurant who are eating. In front of each of them is a plate divided into several grids, each containing meal soup, and some workers are holding a tray to choose their own dishes, and the grid is placed on it. After eating, the plate is left on the table, and someone will collect it and wash it. The emperor appreciated this special way of dining very much, and told the hussar general next to him that this method could be introduced into the army, but it was not. It can also be used as a shield when fighting. After all, it is made of metal and can withstand swords. It wasn't until all the restaurants came to an end that the emperor's eunuch in charge reminded the emperor again that the mealtime had already passed, and the group of people ended their morning trip and returned to Phil Manor. The service staff that young Fair trained in advance were a total of 40 beautiful girls, wearing uniform light green half-sleeves and long skirts, kneeling in line on both sides of the hall. Seeing the return of the emperor, prince and princess, 2 girls got up and led everyone to the dining room for dinner, and the rest followed behind and entered the restaurant of the manor. There was a 5-meter-long marble dining table in the middle, which was neatly arranged. There are clean and delicate white porcelain tableware and crystal-clear glass wine sets. Among them are vases with flowers and silver tall candlesticks with pink, and blue candles, and elegant yellow tablecloths folded into various shapes are inserted in the tall glasses, some of which look like peacocks with their tails open. Some are like squawking swans, some are like opened folding fans, etc., and there are 4 golden and beautifully shaped dining cars around them, on which are placed fruit wine with ice cubes against flowers, and tableware that can be replaced at any time. Wine set. Today's cuisine. Yang Fair arranges French cuisine, which is one of the world's famous cuisines and has been recognized by everyone. Its exquisite taste, delicious sauce, and gorgeous tableware display can be called an art. Young Fair felt that entertaining the emperor with French meals in such a manner complemented each other very well. Regarding the classification of world cuisines, there are roughly 2 theories. One is the 3 major cuisines, and the other is the 4 major cuisines. The 3 major cuisines refer to Chinese cuisines, including China, North Korea, Japan, several countries in Southeast Asia and some countries in South Asia, represented by Chinese food. This is the most populous cuisine in the world, French cuisine, including Europe, America, Oceania and many other countries. It covers the largest area and takes Western food as the theme. Turkish cuisine. It has also become halal cuisine, including some countries in Central Asia, West Asia, South Asia and Africa. 4 major cuisines plus Russian cuisine. In his previous life, Yang Fair had a special liking for French cuisine. He once enrolled in a cooking class to learn it. With his special talent in cooking, he managed to learn it well, and the 2 months after receiving the imperial decree, Yang Fair listed the cooking methods of these French dishes he knew one by one, and selected talented chefs from more than a dozen restaurants under his name to teach them in person. Each chef only learns 2 dishes, practice repeatedly, and must strive for perfection. Up to now, these people have gained the essence of the dishes they have learned. What's more, some seasonings are really hard to find, so I replaced them with other seasonings with similar flavors. Yang Fair has tasted the taste after coming out. Some dishes taste basically the same, and some changes are better than the original ones. I don't know. What do the French say after tasting it, but it must be more suitable for Chinese tastes. End of this chapter. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. These French dishes were served on the table one by one, and each name was called out by the emperor, the eldest prince and princess and other people, very unfamiliar names. Yang Fair didn't explain the order of serving dishes, nor did he need to teach how to use knives and forks, because the eunuchs stationed in whose house had already cancelled all knives and forks as tableware, saying it was too dangerous. Only the dishes are served one by one after reporting the name of the dishes in the way of Chinese food. The eunuchs will taste them first to confirm that they are safe and non-toxic. Go in the emperor's bowl. The first dish, cold appetizers. The second course, soup. The third course, hot appetizers the fourth course, the main course. They were served one after another like a revolving lantern. And there was a chef next to him wearing a light blue chef uniform and a chef hat of the same color, singing the names of the dishes. Orange French toast, French buckwheat pancakes, stuffed chicken patties, French flame crepes, cold roast chicken, walnut chicken soup, raw fish soup, asparagus bisque, jade bouillon, asparagus bisque, mushroom omelette, spinach cheese gratin oysters, foie gras warm salad, French snails, white wine snails, foie gras fried shellfish, French fish rolls, beetle nut ribs pot, cabbage mint, strawberry cucumbers, anchovy fried mushrooms, stewed veal, salted egg tarts, creamy beef cubes, cabbage wrapped meat, beef ball soup, roasted lamb, multi-flavored fish, French stewed potatoes, asparagus shrimp frozen sour, fried scallops with foie gras, French fish roll, live crab roe shrimp, red meat mix, fried lobster meat, balsamic vinegar flavored roast chicken, cod with tomatoes and thyme, salmon custard. The last fifth course, dessert ice cream. Chinese people pay attention to eating without talking and sleeping without talking. When the emperor was eating, a restaurant with nearly square meters and more than people was completely silent, only the sound of knives and forks hitting the plate, the sound of retracting and putting away utensils, and the friction of cloth moving back and forth. There was a rustling sound. It stands to reason that the emperor should sit alone at the head, but because of this, all the seating arrangements are made according to the customs of foreign lands. The eunuch who went ahead had already communicated with the eunuch in charge of the emperor, and the emperor also found it very fresh and interesting, so he sat down at the head of the dining table. The prince and the princess are divided into two sides. The Shangshu and the general are placed next to the princess and the prince, and there are two seats between them. Below that are the local officials in order of rank. Go down. The Hu and Qin families did not have official positions, so they all stood by with their hands down. Because Zhang Fuzhen was married to the Hu family, he also stood in the queue of the Hu family today. Zi Gu and the Hu Kong twins are next to each other. Seeing this situation, the emperor said, "All the ministers of the Hu family have worked hard to accompany you all the way, so go and have dinner too, you don't have to wait any longer." Hu Yongxiang hurriedly took a step forward, knelt down on the ground, and was about to decline a few words as usual, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the eunuch who was going ahead winking at him, and immediately understood it, and hurriedly changed his words. "Xiaoman, please thank the emperor for your kindness." Xiaoman is waiting to leave. Hu and Chen's family also knelt down to thank An and leave, and went to the small dining room to the side, had some tea and meals in a hurry, and then rushed back to the main dining room to wait for orders. The morning schedule was in a hurry, and the emperor and his entourage were really hungry. In addition, although the ingredients today were common, the cooking method was quite different from usual. It tasted novel and unique, and it was very delicious. Have long since left aside the slow eating and eating methods taught by the imperial physicians on weekdays, and in a short while, I will be satisfied with eating and drinking. The crowd surrounded the emperor, the eldest prince, and the princess and returned to the living room. They sat down one by one. The five-seater sofa facing outwards in front of the fireplace was naturally occupied by the emperor alone. Apart from the empress, who else could sit on an equal footing with the emperor? The eldest prince was on the left and the princess was on the right, sitting on the love seats on both sides, while the rest stood on both sides and lowered their heads one by one, bowing their hands. The maids in green clothes in the manor brought melons, fruits, and tea one after another. The emperor took a sip of the green tea at hand, put it back on the coffee table and said, "Where is Zhang Shangshu?" Zhang Bowling stood up from the queue, bowed to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, I'm here." The emperor said, "I heard that your eldest son stayed in this former residence to study, but..." Back to the emperor, Quan Zi, Jia Yanxi, and his cousins lived in this former residence. The emperor said, "I heard that your son is always praised for being handsome, elegant, and handsome. I don't know if he will come today. You can call him out to see him." Zhang Bowling knew that this was also an honor specially given to him by the emperor, so he bowed again and said, "The dog is extremely stupid, it is all misrepresented by the world, and I am here to pick you up today." Turning in the direction of whose house, he said, "Zhener, come quickly see you." Zhang Fuzhen never expected that the emperor would ask to see him by name, so he could only walk forward and knelt down to pay respects. "Student Zhang Fuzhen will meet the emperor. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor." The emperor slightly raised his right hand and said, "Ping body." Looking closely at Zhang Fuzhen's description, he saw that the person standing in the hall was a young man with a weak crown, a tall figure, thin lips, and sword-like eyebrows flying slantingly into his temples. Handsome, his facial features are perfect and impeccable. Wearing an ice blue gown with a round neck and narrow sleeves, a long white silk tassel sash around his waist, and a piece of suet white jade on it. His hair is jet black, and a jade crown is placed on top of his head. The luster of his white neck under the bun is like she has a tall and elegant figure like pearls and poplars, and her movements show solid and tight muscle lines, as if there is a huge and tough power in it. Can't help secretly praise. "What a handsome man," he said to Zhang Bowling with a smile. "Your son is indeed extraordinary, like a dragon and a phoenix among people." Zhang Bowling hurriedly bowed humbly, and said, "The dog is not talented, thank you for your praise." The emperor turned to Zhang Fuzhen and asked, "Have you ever studied?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "Back to the emperor, the student passed the provincial examination in the 6th year of Xianqing, but did not directly become an official. He went back to his former residence to continue his studies, and prepared to go to Beijing to take the exam for tribute students." "Oh?" The emperor asked curiously, "How much did you rank in the exam that year?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "Go back to the emperor for questioning, the student was the top case back then." The emperor was even a little surprised. "Even if you are the head of the case, you must be at least a 6th rank official. It is also possible to slowly seek promotion in the future. Why do you choose to return to your hometown to study hard?" Zhang Fuzhen said eloquently, "Students feel that what they have learned is shallow, and they are afraid that they will harm the people if they become foolish officials. Moreover, the students are still young, and being an official is not enough to convince the public. Why don't you study hard for a few more years, keep a low profile, and hope in the future, a tribute student can also make a difference for the country and the people?" The emperor nodded and smiled and said, "That's fine." Suddenly said, "How old are you this year? Have you ever been married?" Zhang Fuzhen said, "Return to the emperor, the student is 20 this year, and he is already engaged, but not yet married." The emperor said, 20 haven't married yet, but there are not many, why?" Yang Feier was standing in the crowd behind, his face was already flushed. How could he have thought that the emperor would start a routine? But he heard Zhang Fuzhen reply from the front, "Go back to the emperor. Just because he is engaged to me, that woman is usually busy with family affairs, and she has not taken care of her own marriage, so the students just have to wait." Everyone on the stage laughed, and the eldest prince laughed and said, "I don't know whose family's daughter is so conceited, leaving such a talented and good-looking Mr. Rui alone, but busy with some household affairs. Isn't it a waste of money?" But that look couldn't help but glanced at the place where Yang Feier was standing. For some reason, he felt that it had something to do with that elegant and beautiful woman. "I'm afraid that only such a woman can have such a man willingly waiting." The emperor said, "Presumably that woman also has something special about her. To let such a good boy like a dragon and a phoenix wait until this age, she seems to be happy, but I am curious. I don't know which family she is from." Yang Feier's face was so red that it seemed to bleed. He just lowered his head to look at his own toes, lowering his head so low that he couldn't lower it anymore. Zhang Fuzhen didn't want to answer, but the questioner was the emperor. But if he said it straight, he had always understood Yang Feier's weird personality, and he was worried that she would be ashamed and annoyed if she was on the scene. After thinking about it, the face he said with embarrassment, "Return to the emperor, can you allow the students to return in private?" But Hu Yongqiang came out of the queue at the back, knelt on the ground and said to the emperor above, "Return to the emperor, please forgive me for not being called." And it turned out that the only daughter of Xiaoman's family was married to the Zhang family. Following these words, everyone's eyes turned to the place where the Hu family was standing. and saw a slender and graceful girl of 16 or 17 years old in a group of people, who was blushing and standing with her head bowed in the last row of people. Sure enough, the two of them looked like a talented man and a woman, Feng Shilwan and Feng Shilwan. They were a perfect match. The emperor smiled and said, "So that's the case, Hu Yongqiang, you are eager to protect your son-in-law, so stand up and speak." Only then did Hu Yongqiang stand up. Just now when he saw Zhang Fuzhen being so hesitant, this son-in-law-to-be has been underestimated since he was a child, so why doesn't he understand? Knowing that he was in trouble, he rushed out to make a rescue. Only after he finished speaking did he feel extremely panicked in his heart. The emperor asked again, "I just want to ask you, why is the wedding date so long?" Hu Yongqiang said, returning to the emperor's question, "The young girl has always been busy with housework and chores, and many things must be done by her, so the date of marriage has been set for a long time, and I have to wait for another 2 years. Dare not to let young Fair set the marriage age above years old, and stipulate that unmarried men and women in the whole park will implement it. You must know that the world is people-oriented, and delaying the age of childbearing will reflect the fact that the population is decreasing in the birth rate. This will shake the country. Fundamental matter." The emperor looked at Zhang Bowling with a gloomy face and said with a smile, "It seems that Zhang Iching has enough time to prepare for the marriage." Zhang Bowling bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then he shut up and said nothing more. He has always been dissatisfied with this wedding date, but his son's heart is all on Miss Hu, and his father, Shan Gao and Lu Yuan, is entangled in many things, so he can't help it. The emperor smiled and said, "Hu Yongqiang, what is the age of your daughter?" Hu Yongqiang said, "This year I am 17 years old." The emperor smiled and said, "The eldest prince was 13 years old when he got married, but the princess was only 11. The princess already had 2 sons when she was 17. It's better to get married earlier." Everyone fell silent. Hu Yongqiang knelt down on the ground again, kowtowed and said, "Xiaoman is educated, and will be responsible for this matter this year." Zhang Fuzhen never expected that the emperor's question would advance their wedding date by 2 years, but his face was still peaceful. He also thanked him, and retreated to the Hu family to stand in line. With Hu Kong not moving, sensual elbowed him. Zhang Fuzhen turned his head to look at Hu Kong, but saw Hu Kong winked at him quickly, and then returned to his expressionless expression. Zhang Fuzhen was already very happy in his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 85, Sleeping in the Same Bed. Chapter 85, Sleeping in the Same Bed. After Zhang Fuzhen went down, the emperor asked several local officials to come out and asked about farming and production. This season is the time for rice planting. The income has doubled or tripled, because the emperor has always favored the Zhang family, and it is rare to go on a tour this spring, and he came to the birthplace of rice transplanting again, so it is necessary to ask the local officials to arrange a tour. After a discussion, more than half an hour passed, and the emperor called out Hu Yongqiang again. "I don't know where I want to see in the afternoon." "Director Hu, you lead the way." Hu Yongqiang said, back to the emperor, "The arrangement in the afternoon is to visit the glass factory opposite. It has been a year and a half since the glass factory was built and produced. The glass products produced are sold all over the country, and are welcomed and sought after by countless dignitaries, wealthy and upstarts." After the first batch of products came out, the Hu family paid tribute to the royal family for various glass products. Since then, in addition to the tribute from the Hu family, the Royal Household Office has customized various glassware decorations in the Hu family glass factory every year. Products called glass are very similar to crystals, with a wide variety of colors, patterns and shapes. The emperor also liked it very much. He planned to replace all the windows in the palace with glass products, but because the fragments were sharp like blades and very dangerous, he was repeatedly persuaded to stop. It is better to decide to continue to use window paper. It is said that the raw material factory of Phil Glass Manufacturing Factory is still far away in a deep mountain 200 to 300 miles away from here, where the glass raw material quartz sand is produced, and it is more convenient to set up a factory on the spot, the glass factory here mainly transports the raw materials and processes them into various architectural glass and various handicraft products. In the afternoon, a group of people led the emperor, the eldest prince and the princess to visit the various workshops of the glass factory. The manufacturing process of architectural glass is relatively simple. In the glass handicraft workshop, the name of colored glaze originated in the Tang dynasty, which refers to the glass raw material plus lead oxide called crystal glass. The proportion of lead oxide added varies with the customary definitions of various countries. Generally speaking, when the proportion of lead oxide is more than 24%, the light transmittance and refractive index of the glass are good, and at the same time, it is heavier, softer, and very suitable for firing into delicate glass works of art. The handicrafts made in the workshop are all made of crystal glass, that is, colored glaze. According to the results of Yang Feier's discussion at the meeting, Hu Yongqiang took the emperor and others to visit the design room first. Before glass handicrafts are manufactured, the design of handicrafts is indispensable. Whether a glazed work is excellent or not is closely related to the early design of the work. The designer will draw the creative concept into a draft, and then form a design draft after repeated deliberation and revision. Xin Fangrui acted as an interpreter, bowed beside the emperor, and introduced the details to the emperor one by one. When conceiving a drawing, you should pay attention to the following points. First, the shape of the design work should not be large and slender, because such works are not easy to shape. And it is easy to break, and the second is that the designed patterns are too many and complicated, and they cannot be fully displayed when firing colored glaze. After the sketch is completed, it should be colored. According to experience, each design work should not exceed 4 kinds at most. If there are too many glazed works, it will look too fancy and not conducive to firing, and then you can proceed to the next step. Gone. A group of people came to the sculpture workshop again, and all the design drafts completed by the designer were handed over here, and the sculpture was carried out according to the design requirements of the design draft. Xin Fangrui continued to explain, there are a few points that should be paid attention to when sculpting. The effect, from simplicity to complexity, is gradually deepened. The second is to analyze whether the shape structure is accurate, and whether the relationship between the whole and the part is unified and harmonious. The third is to focus on the detailed description of the image. After the three-dimensional prototype is made, it can be molded. Mold making is another workshop, and adjacent to the mold making workshop is the foundry workshop, which is the final product. The floor area and plant planning of the entire glass factory area are similar to those of the biscuit factory. It also has its own office area and living area, but it is uniformly managed by the headquarters of the biscuit factory. The emperor was very interested, and listened carefully to Xin Fangrui's detailed introduction. He lingered in every process and workshop, and did not return to the manor until it was time to light the lamps. Of course, the emperor's dinner and accommodation were prepared while walking there, but the emperor said that he walked back and forth today and stood for almost a day, and he was really tired, so he rested in the manor. The dinner was jointly completed by the chefs from the imperial dining room brought by the emperor and the chefs drawn from Yang Feier's restaurant. Following the emperor's personal oracle, the chefs from the imperial dining room and the chefs here learned how to cook various novel dishes. The emperor had been running around like this for a whole day, and under the effect of novelty, he didn't feel it at first, but now that he had dinner, he suddenly felt tired, and the eunuchs who accompanied him took care of the emperor to rest and go to sleep early. However, Yang Feier and the princess returned to the princess's big suite. The two of them took a comfortable bubble bath in the spacious white porcelain bathtub. After getting up, I felt very refreshed and relaxed. Immediately, a maid brought clean white towels and bathrobes to put on for the two of them. They walked barefoot on the smooth marble floor tiles, stepping on the thick and soft white floor tiles. Shaggy carpet, back in bedroom. The design of the princess bed has a small half-surrounded velvet backrest. The two of them occupy both sides of the backrest, facing each other and sitting sideways. They have already put on silk nightgowns. I have exhausted all your energy, but I didn't expect you to be so comprehensive, unique, and extravagant in terms of enjoyment. Yang Fei smiled wryly and said, how can we enjoy this kind of enjoyment on weekdays? This time, it's all for picking up the driver, leaving behind the things we made. The princess said, it's already like this on my side. I don't know what's going on my father's side. It must be more luxurious than my place. Yang Fei shook his head with a smile, and said, it varies from person to person, and each has its own merits. Besides, my place is not considered luxurious, it's just that the decoration is a little different. Compared with the palace where you live, this place can be considered what? In fact, the emperor's suite is indeed much larger than this one. Third floor has a total of about square meters, half of which is occupied by the suites arranged for the emperor. There are special study halls, dining rooms, study rooms, living rooms, bedrooms, bathrooms, and toilets inside. For the first time, many newly developed products were used in decoration, such as desk clock, floor-to-ceiling glass full-length mirror, sink, built-in wash basin, white porcelain flush toilet, white porcelain self-draining round large bathtub, and so on. The plaster carving lines are also used extensively on the ceiling, revealing a solid sense of thickness and a strong European style. The other half is divided into two, which is the residence of the eldest prince and the princess. All other attendants, including Shang Shu and the general, live on the second floor. Originally, they only planned to decorate the third floor, but considering the large number of attendants, it is not necessary. It can't be too shabby, so the second floor is also decorated. The water supply and drainage project has been applied in the factory area and living area in the early stage, and it has been very proficient in this manor building. The giant water tank is set on the top floor of the manor, using the siphon principle to send water to the water tank. Another highlight is that all the lamps are not only made of brass frames and glass inlaid on the material, but also made into various classic shapes. The European-style styling is in harmony with the overall European-style decoration. Gasoline is also used in the fuel. The brightness of the flame is much higher than that of kerosene and candles. When each lamp is lit, it is basically equivalent to a 25-watt incandescent bulb. In today's world, there are no lamps with this brightness. This stems from the successful extraction of gasoline from petroleum in the laboratory, and it is also a new breakthrough in technology. Gasoline lamps of various shapes are hung, inlaid or placed throughout the manor, making the whole manor as bright as day and dazzling. These latest products currently developed in Phil Manor are beautiful in appearance and have performance improvement and ease of use. The emperor's ability to accept new things is unexpectedly powerful. He ordered the accompanying eunuchs to record them one by one and prepare to take them down. The new products are all copied to the palace. Besides, the princess invited Yang Fei to sleep with her, and Yang Fei readily agreed that people need a variety of emotions in this life. Is equally important. It's rare to hit it off with a princess like this. Yang Fei also felt very lucky. The princess said, today afternoon, seeing those astonishing machines, the management of the factory, and those crystal clear and beautiful products produced, I thought, are these things you dreamed of in your dreams? Yang Fei took a cup of tea from the maid. The water temperature was just right. He took a sip lightly, holding the teacup. His thoughts seemed to return to that time in his previous life. Yang Fei said, Princess. But was interrupted by the princess, who smiled and said, you can call me by my name is Xianga. Yang Fei pursed his lips and said with a smile, okay, respect is worse than obedience. Xian Gu smiled and said, that's great, don't be awkward when the princess comes and goes. I already regard you as my friend, so I don't need to stick to what you call me. It seems like there is an insurmountable gap between you and me. Yang Fei smiled and said, that's true, since that's the case, then you can also call me another name Yang Fei. Xian Gu wondered, Yang Fei? Why did you even change your surname? Yang Fei said, this is my name in one of my dreams. What kind of dream is that? What's in it? Can you do these miraculous things? Come and tell me. Xian Gu became more curious. End of this chapter. Chapter 86 Let and hashtag 039 S talk about the previous life. Chapter 86 Let's talk about the previous life. Yang Fei said, Xianga, do you believe in the theory of this life and past life? Xian Ge thought for a while and said, in the vast world, there are too many things we don't know, so I'd rather believe it. Yang Fei nodded, lowered his eyes and said, I have been in poor health since I was a child, and I often fell ill. Once, I was washing clothes by the river and accidentally fell into the water. After being rescued, I fell into a coma for a long time. During this period, I had a long, long dream, which lasted as long as a lifetime, and it was as real as I was there. Maybe it was really my soul that traveled through time and space and went to another world for decades. Time, and then come back. Yang Fei said with a smile, Xianga, if I say this, you think it's unbelievable, will you be afraid? Xian Ge leaned against the back of the bed, shook her head gently, a strand of jet black hair curled wetly around her eyebrows, adding a touch of maiden's caress to her youthful face, and said with a smile, Zhuangzi happy journey, Lizi Tangwen, Gue Zhang, Wang Di Shua, Ji Jiasua Yu, Mu Tianzi biography, Shanhai Jing, Yu Ben Ji, Yin Shua, etc., are all my favorites. It's easy to read when you have nothing to do in the palace, it's full of stories about ghosts, and there are even more unimaginable things in it than what you said, you just talk about it, I just think I'm listening to a story. Yang Fei did not expect that she would casually cite this list of book titles, and he couldn't help admiring them from the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't know what those books were about, there was a very familiar Shanhai Jing among them. It's all similar, and suddenly thought that if she was born in modern society, this princess would probably be a girl who loves to watch ghost movies, so she couldn't help laughing and said, well, I'll just tell you a magical story. And if you listen to it casually, it's like reading a book about ghosts. Xianga nodded and said, it's because of it. Taking a sip of the tea, Yang Fei said quietly, maybe in the very, very distant future, maybe in another world, where there is a high degree of civilization, whether it is the development of agriculture, industry, commerce, technology, are beyond our imagination. Human existence is nothing more than food, clothing, housing, and transportation. There is not much difference in what you wear and eat. It is nothing more than hiding your shame. It is nothing more than adding and changing a few categories and styles. In terms of housing, cities are also similar to our industrial park is similar. Basically, people live in buildings equipped with various basic facilities, but the population is denser, housing prices are high, and the buildings are getting taller and taller, up to 200 or 300 floors. Dare to speak loudly, for fear of frightening the heavenly beings. But that is a minority after all, and most of them are only or floors. Don't dare to speak loudly, for fear of frightening the heavenly beings. This sentence is wonderful, alas. Phil, is there anyone in this world that you can't do? Yang Fei was careless for a while, and when he said this poem, he was praised by Xian Gu when he didn't want to, so he smiled embarrassedly, and continued. Besides, their transportation is also very developed. There are bicycles with 2 wheels on the front and back that can be ridden by one person, and you can walk with your feet. There are also motorcycles, which are powered by gasoline. Pointing to the chandelier in the middle of the bedroom roof, it's the same as the oil in that lamp. There is also a car with 4 wheels, no need for horses and cows, step on a mechanism, and it can travel fast like an arrow from the string. There is also a car with 4 wheels. A worm-like train, a car, can be tens of feet long, and can carry thousands of people, speeding on a special steel road. There is also a big bird made of steel, with hundreds of seats in the belly of the bird, which can they carry people into the sky and travel thousands of miles a day. They make spaceships that can land on the moon. Ah. The moon? So is there really Chang'e in the moon? Is there an osmanthus tree? Is there Guanghan Palace? Of course not. Those are all legends after all. There is nothing on the moon. It is a wasteland, not even water, not a single blade of grass grows, and there is no air. What is air? Xian was a little disappointed, although it was expected. It's the gas we breathe. String song slightly jaw. Yang Fei went on to say, the people there are also very convenient for the transmission of information. They can know the information thousands of miles away without leaving home. Militarily speaking, the weapons there are very advanced, and some are for maintenance. The peace of one's own country is also for the purpose of encroaching on the interests of other countries. For this reason, various guns and ammunitions have been invented. There is a kind of shell that can fly thousands of miles in the sky, and one can destroy a city. In addition, there are various supplies places where people play leisurely, such as various large shopping malls, playgrounds, sports fields. As he talked, Yang Fei's eyes gradually became a little wet. He came here and was so busy that he didn't realize that it had been 7 years. Because of my longing for the original world, I keep inventing various things and constantly adjusting everything around me, just wanting to get infinitely close to my original world, but in fact, Yang Fei also understands that all efforts not only bring some economic benefits in addition, it does not allow her to achieve her ultimate goal. On the other side, Xian was fascinated and exclaimed, "Your dream is really magical. I wonder if there is such a place in this world. Maybe that is our future world." Yang Fei couldn't answer Xiang's question either, he could only look at her, shook his head and smiled wryly. Xiang is infinitely fascinated. If there is such a world, then their emperor must be very wise and powerful. If he can manage such a country well, he must be an emperor with outstanding political achievements. Yang Fei shook his head with a smile, and said with a smile, "That's not true, there is no emperor in that world. Some countries still retain the position of emperor, but the power has been transferred to a newly established political organization. The emperor himself, basically there is no decision-making power." Xian was surprised, "Huh? How come there is no emperor? A country cannot live without a king. Without an emperor, who will manage the lives of the people? Who will protect the interests? How does the whole society work?" Yang Fei said, "In that dream, in the country I lived in, they had their own political management system. The so-called emperor was called and they were all voted by the common people. It lasts 8 years, and once the term of office expires, he will abdicate and vote for a new chairman to take over. However, in some economically less developed countries, the position of emperor still exists." Xian said, "That is to say? Does having such a system mean that the economy is not developed enough?" Yang Fei has never thought about such a problem, and thought about it, according to the historical development track, it should be like this. When the society develops to a certain level, some unreasonable systems will limit the development of productivity, will gradually be eliminated by society. Having said that, Yang Fei was a little worried. "Xian what I said is a bit disrespectful." Xian said with a smile, "It is said here, it will disappear here, there will be no consequences, don't worry." Yang Fei smiled and said, "It's boring to say these things all the time, let's talk about some topics that girls should talk about. By the way, you are also 16 this year. According to your father's standards, you are still relatively old. Why are you still in the boudoir? Is there someone who has agreed?" Xiang smiled and said, "Speaking of this, I also want to thank an old monk with profound Taoism in Feiying Temple. After I was born, this old monk said that my horoscope is too hard, and I need to wait until I am 20 years old. You can talk about marriage in the future, otherwise, you will definitely kill all the men around you. My father didn't believe in this evil at the time. When I was 11 years old, he booked me a marriage. The eldest son of the general's family just got engaged here, and both the general and the eldest son died on the battlefield. Only then did my father believe me a little bit, and he hasn't mentioned the matter of engagement to me until now, and I think the sisters around her were married off early, and their lives were not satisfactory, not as comfortable as they used to be in the palace. Among them, 2 sisters died because of dystocia, but less than half a year after their death, the husband and wife the family has been reunited. How can there be any love between husband and wife? It can be seen that the men in the world are so cold, how many can be entrusted to them for life? I have already seen through that the happiness of marriage depends entirely on God's will. As women, even if you are a princess like me, there is nothing you can do. After finishing speaking, he lowered his eyebrows slightly, smiled wryly, and shook his head again. That description is really a bit of a state of desolation that can break the world. But he looked up at young Fair and said, however, I see that your fiancé is a dragon and a phoenix among men, and he respects you very much. I really envy you for having such a good fortune. Yang Fair said, Xianga, do you know that in the world in my dream, we are still children at our age? The reason why I want to push my marriage age to 19 years old is because in the country in my dream, girls can only get married when they reach the age of 18. This is very important, and it is written in the laws and regulations, because our girls' bodies are basically mature only at this time. According to this standard, it is still too early to talk about marriage at your age. The old monk said that you can only talk about marriage after the age of 20. For you, it may not be a good thing. Master Zhang is naturally good, and treats me well, but it takes time to see people's hearts. Although he is good now, he may not always be good. Who can tell what will happen in the future? When Yang Fair said such things, he was against his will, but with such a single dog by his side, how could he still show his affection in front of her? It's just a way of comforting her. Xian Ge said with a smile, I hope that such words can be heard by Mr. Zhang. It will be a good show to see how he cools a hot heart, and how you coax him, laughed out loud, like a man with an open heart, very hearty. Yang Fair was seen through by Xianga, and couldn't help laughing along with him, but thought in his heart, a woman like Xianga, such a personality is really rare, especially in the ancient times where women are taught to be well behaved. With such a his unique personality can survive in the palace, and he is very favored by the emperor. During the emperor's term of office, he went on tour for the first time. Among the emperor's many princes and princesses, he stood out and was able to accompany him. This is probably due to this rare rate. Sensitive. End of this chapter. Chapter 87 Visiting the School. Chapter 87 Visiting the School. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the second day, Yang Fair was woken up by his own biological clock. The two of Xianga didn't know when they chatted last night, and they fell asleep after chatting. After all, the two of them were tired and had a good night's sleep. Opening his arms and stretching his waist as usual, he unexpectedly woke up Xian Gu next to him, and the two looked at each other and smiled. Yang Fair picked up the brass bell on the bedside table, shook it, and immediately 4 maids came in, hooked up the pink and purple haze curtain, and helped them get up. She staggered and walked into the bathroom with sleepy eyes. After washing up, she was dressed by the maid. It's 6 o'clock. There is also a separate dining room in the princess suite. After the two got up, a court lady went to inform the kitchen. Now that breakfast was set on the table, she took a quick bite, and another court lady came in to report, the emperor, everything is ready to go out there. Please hurry up and accompany the princess and shopkeeper Hu Yongqiang has already told Yang Fair that the emperor's itinerary for today is to visit the laboratory and school in the morning, and go to Zhang's farm in the afternoon to inspect the spring plowing. The focus is to see the rice planting situation. Perhaps today's itinerary is relatively intensive, perhaps the emperor is really a man of swift action. The eldest prince and string song Yang Fair and civil and military officials stand in the hall on the first floor, waiting for only a moment. The spacious spiral staircase above, the emperor, who was served by the eunuchs and guards, came down the stairs, full of energy and high spirits. Hu Yongqiang and Shenfeng Rui led the way, and the prince, princess and others followed the emperor, continuing the emperor's tour. The school has already notified that each department is ready to welcome the distinguished guests. Those students are usually a little rebellious, and some even have their eyes above the top. Dudu, Sima of Xanadu Hufu, Zhengzhou Biejia, Xiafu Zhichengdue, etc., all those who can be called by their official names in this mansion will accompany the distinguished guest, and the emperor himself has been in a high position for a long time. Showing a distinctive aura in the crowd, with a dignified posture in every gesture, unknowingly intimidated by his aura. I don't know who is the tallest person, and he naturally restrains his usual free-spirited posture, bowed his head and held his breath, standing sideways. A group of people surrounded the emperor, prince, and princess. The first thing they entered was the astronomy department. After the emperor made a tour, he was deeply attracted by something called a telescope. Now that the telescope has its own glass, the production cost has been greatly reduced. The current astronomy department is not too different from the Qin Tianjian around the emperor. It mainly uses star observation at night, weather forecasting, and divination. But since I got this telescope, I heard from Master Hu that this thing can be seen with the naked eye. For the stars that cannot be seen, the students of the Department of Astronomy focused on how to use the two convex and concave mirrors reasonably to observe a farther distance. Others only think that this telescope is novelty and fun, but Yushinda beside him is extremely excited. Due to his professional habits, the first thing he thinks of is that this magical thing can be applied to military affairs. You can observe the movement of the enemy, which greatly increases the time for us to react, which will greatly increase the chance of victory. If you can have one general under your command, it will surely make them calm and orderly. Holding a telescope, Yushinda first reported his thoughts to the emperor, and the emperor and the Minister of Household Affairs, Zhang Boling, agreed with him. Such an obvious miraculous function should be well developed and utilized to make it a magic weapon in the army. Yang Fei watched from the sidelines and didn't say much. In modern society, the application of telescopes goes beyond astronomy and military affairs. From the first day she made the telescope, she knew that there would be such a day sooner or later. The closest to the Department of Astronomy is the Department of Medicine, and Yang Fei has now handed over the research topics to the Department of Medicine mainly as follows. Extracting anesthetic ingredients from Mabosin, 2nd, the study of surgery, 3rd, preventive medicine, 4th, reproductive health medicine. The most difficult thing is the study of surgery. First of all, there is no body for them to teach anatomy class. It has fake remains carved out of wood and various fake internal organs. Secondly, because the ancients believed in the parents of the body, hair and skin, even a haircut depends on the almanac to ask good or bad luck. Trauma is nothing, but for some medical diseases, they still cannot accept the treatment of disemboweling. The same problem, yes, because there is no sense of disinfection and broad-spectrum antibacterial drugs, the success rate of the operation is basically zero. Problems have to be solved one by one. Yang Fei has taught them all the few modern medical knowledge that he knows, and they can study the rest by themselves. Xin Fengrui didn't know much about this knowledge at first, but because he has always been in charge of the school, after a long time, he became familiar with these terms, and it was smooth and natural to introduce them to the emperor and his party. Immediately afterwards, he entered the Department of Agronomy. Currently, the Department of Agronomy is conducting research on hybridization, grafting and genetically modified agricultural products. After listening to Xin Fengrui's introduction, the emperor said in surprise, "Is it possible that the yield per mu can reach as much as caddies?" Xin Fengrui said, returning to the emperor, "This yield is an estimate. The current experiment has not yet reached the target, but compared to the previous year, the yield per mu of the experimental field has reached gene." He added, "The progress of research is relatively slow at present. The most important thing is the lack of researchers and the shortage of funds. It is indeed a bit stretched to operate such a large research center with all the funds allocated by the Phil Industrial Park." The emperor nodded slightly when he heard the words, and said to Zhang Boling, "Zhang Aiqing will write down this matter for now, and discuss with your staff how to deal with this matter after returning." Zhang Boling agreed. The last one to visit was the machinery department. The development of industry is inseparable from machinery. Yang Fei has invested a lot of energy and funds in the machinery department. At present, a batch of new machinery newly developed here has been invested in the factory. The quality and quantity of production have been greatly improved, and the personnel aspect has also been greatly optimized. After the visit of the 4 departments, it was already midday, and they went back to the manor together for lunch. The emperor had a short rest. In the afternoon, he was going to visit the Zhang family's farm to see rice planting, but the emperor changed his mind temporarily. The things in the school here really surprised him. It is only an academy that teaches the 4 books and 5 classics. How could he know that there are so many unseen and unheard things in it? Even though he is a well-informed emperor, he can't help being a little dizzy. Thinking that there are more than departments, he just visited it. The 4 departments, what kind of strange things are there in other departments? So I thought about continuing to visit as many times as possible. The people in the entourage gained knowledge by following the emperor, and they were also curious about the things in the school. No one objected to the emperor's proposal, so they continued to visit the school in the afternoon until the evening. There are always things that fascinate the emperor in each department. Calculating the formula of acceleration with students from the Department of Physics, doing a small and interesting experiment with students from the Department of Chemistry, and discussing with students from the Department of History. Students from the Transportation Department taught the emperor to learn their newly developed bicycles on the asphalt road. Students from the Accounting Department showed that they used the latest method to remember the account books, which was clear at a glance. After listening to business lectures for another quarter of an hour in the classroom of the Department of Commerce, he took a short break and exclaimed, "There are so many things to learn, and there are so many details about doing business, and the secrets of it have to be taught." The Department of Horticulture is currently only talking on paper, but it has also drawn a lot of design drawings, which include the characteristics of Chinese and Western gardening. In addition, the Department of Literature also presented a batch of their latest literary works to the emperor. The Department of Fine Arts is mainly for painting, but sketches and oil paintings have been newly added to the school. Some painters who are frustrated gather here, but the works they create are not inferior to those of the famous contemporary artists. The Department of Dance and the Department of Music were combined to perform a song and dance drama for the emperor called Romeo and Juliet. The emperor and his party enjoyed visiting, experimenting, and even participating here, devoting themselves to sleepless nights and food, but the accompanying meal eunuchs were in a hurry, and the accompanying imperial doctors were like ants on a hot pot back and forth in the manor. The life of the emperor has been like a day for decades, as regular as the bells and drums of the bell tower. After this trip, if the emperor got sick due to a poor meal, even if it was not their fault, when they returned to the palace, their entourage would not be able to escape the responsibility. At any rate, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening before the emperor brought everyone back to the manor with unsatisfied expectations. After dinner, the emperor was still in high spirits, and wanted to hold a small meeting with everyone while he was in high spirits, talk about what he saw and heard today, and let everyone express his feelings, but he couldn't help but be close to the eunuchs and imperial physicians. Resolutely persuasion, without any compromise, must let the emperor rest early according to the usual schedule, and take care of the dragon's health. On the carved dragon bed, under the body is the firm and soft Simmons. It was a very hard day today, and he fell into a dark dream in less than a moment. On the morning of the 3rd day, when the emperor came to Anhui Mansion on tour, the sky was beautiful and cloudless, but the trip to the farm was pushed back and forth. This morning, the emperor decided to continue to visit their laboratory in the Fair Industrial Park. Because when I visited the school yesterday, I found that many new products came out, all of which came out of the laboratory in the Fair Industrial Park. For example, asphalt is petroleum extract, and the remaining residue is mixed with stones to pave the road. It is suitable, hard and elastic, making it smooth and comfortable for vehicles to drive on. The emperor wanted to focus on this oil refining method today. End of this chapter. Chapter 88 Temporary Meeting. Chapter 88 Temporary Meeting. The refining of oil has always been led by Taoist priest Wang Zhijing with a team. Most of the researchers in the earliest laboratories came from Taoism, because most Taoists in the world today have a lot of experience in alchemy, because elixir often requires a variety of drugs and ores containing rare ingredients, so the identification of various chemical ores it should also be the most professional in this society, and through the accumulation of experience from generation to generation, They can also master some common chemical experiments relatively proficiently, which is why Yang Feier is willing to recruit these people. Before these personnel took office and entered the laboratory, Yang Feier spent 3 months teaching all the knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry he had learned in junior high school and high school, adding a lot of chemical knowledge to these people. After these years of continuous studying and repeated experiments, coupled with the experience accumulated by the predecessors, at the end of last year, I finally succeeded in extracting gasoline, kerosene, and diesel oil from petroleum. Due to the limitations of instruments and equipment, more refined refining could not be carried out. Yang Feier is also infinitely satisfied with the current results. Wang Zhijing explained the oil extraction method to the emperor and others in detail, and also explained the characteristics of the 3 fuels of gasoline, kerosene, and diesel, and their future uses in life and industry. The emperor had already known earlier that all the lighting oil in the film manor is the gasoline extracted from this oil. The bicycle he rode yesterday had black tires that were very resistant to earthquakes around the wheels. Extracted from this oil, Wang Zhijing said, this oil is indeed a good thing. Even its last residue can be used to lay roads. It can be said that it is a treasure. When the industry develops to a certain extent during the holidays, this kind of thing must be very precious. Resources. Yang Feier thought to himself, this Wang Daoist is quite far-sighted, but he doesn't know that in modern society, for this kind of resources, there are many people who burn, kill, and loot from country to country. It's just that in the current society, the use of oil is very limited. There are not many places, and the current demand for mining is not so tight. The output of the open-pit oil field in Taiyuan Prefecture alone is more than enough, otherwise people would have gone everywhere to explore oil fields, dig wells, and draw oil. The oil refining room smelled bad, but the emperor stayed for an hour before leaving under the persuasion of everyone. I went to see the laboratory next to it that was specially used to extract penicillin. The scene in the laboratory is a bit joyful, with cats, dogs, rabbits, and even some white mice climbing up and down in the cage. Dogs bark and cats bark one after another. The person in charge of extracting penicillin is a group of descendants of a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. They have been practicing medicine since elementary school, but they did not inherit the family business because they were concubines or rebellious. Salary and research topics are attracted over. There are all kinds of experimental equipment in it now, needless to say, all kinds of glassware, even centrifuge, microscope, titration table, distillation device, and other experimental equipment with relatively high technical content are also available one by one. There's also a room in which there are moldy melons. Penicillin is mainly extracted from the mold of the melons and then purified. The current experiment has been basically successful. The penicillin experiment was caused by incision infection on small animals. The effect is very significant, however, it has not been tested on humans yet. Yang Feier and several people in their laboratory have calculated that this drug can be brought to the clinic of the pharmacy at that time, and given to those terminally ill patients. In the case of family members who have given up treatment next, experiment with this drug, but you need to do a skin test before using it. If the skin test reaction is strong, it is a patient who is sensitive to penicillin. Then this drug must be banned, otherwise it will only accelerate its death. If the penicillin experiment is successful, then many fatal diseases will become common ailments, such as infection of large wounds, colic intestinal syndrome, pulmonary obstruction, asthma and cough, tuberculosis, anthrax, meningitis, endocarditis, diphtheria and other diseases. Hearing this, the emperor was stunned for a moment. I felt numbness all over my body, and my hairs stood on end. I turned my head to stare at the researcher who introduced me, and said in a deep voice, "Are you responsible for what you said?" The researcher was forced by the emperor's sudden aura, and couldn't help but took a step back in fright, wondering who this person was. "Why do you have such a scary aura?" With a steady mind, he bowed to the emperor and said, "Current experiments on animals have shown that penicillin is indeed effective for these diseases. As for whether it can also produce the same effect on humans, it will not be known until the conclusion of clinical experiments in the future. No. The accompanying people were also taken aback by the emperor's reaction, but only the eldest prince and the princess understood why the emperor lost his composure all of a sudden, because among their brothers, a prince who was very favored by the emperor died of meningitis at the age of 6. Pain of losing a child is indelible in the emperor's heart, so when he suddenly heard that there is a cure for such a terminal illness in this world, he couldn't bear the excitement in his heart. The emperor turned around and said to the eunuch accompanying him, "Remember this matter. We will discuss it again when we go back." The eunuch bowed in response, and took out a small booklet from his pocket, on which he had densely recorded several items ordered by the emperor in the past few days, and carefully added the item penicillin experiment to this booklet. I spent more than 2 hours in the laboratory in the morning. After lunch in the afternoon, I never mentioned the inspection of Zhang Jiazhuang. Even if you look at it, you can't see why. This is the emperor's own intention, and no one dares to refute it. So in the afternoon, the emperor temporarily organized a symposium. The venue of the meeting was set in the hall of the manor. The first prince and all the civil and military officials of the 5th rank and above who came to accompany him, as well as the people in the Phil Industrial Park, attended the meeting. The main person in charge of Hu Yongqiang and Shen Fangrui. Although the princess and Yang Fei are women, one is the jewel in the emperor's palm, and his knowledge are not inferior to men on weekdays, and the other is a technical core figure in the Fair Industrial Park. He also participated in this meeting under the emperor's special permission. It would be too abrupt for the two beauties with red makeup to sit among the men, and the emperor specially allowed them to wear men's clothes to attend. The host of the meeting was naturally the emperor himself, who sat at the head of the long table. The eldest prince and the princess sat in the first seats on both sides. Yang Fei was next to the princess, and the rest sat in order according to their rank. The eunuch who accompanied him took the minutes of the meeting. As for what the theme of today's meeting is, Yang Fei still has no idea at the moment. It depends on what aspects the emperor is mainly concerned about. The first topic discussed at the meeting was, the army is the most important weapon of the country. Through the inspection in the Phil Industrial Park in the past few days, which of the things invented or being researched can be applied to the army? In order to improve the combat effectiveness of the army, dear friends, please express your opinions freely, and the person in charge of the Phil Industrial Park will demonstrate its feasibility. As soon as such an issue came up, Yang Fei couldn't help secretly admiring it in his heart. In the business world of modern society, the emperor himself must be a pioneering and enterprising business talent who seeks new ideas and changes. The purpose is clear: hit the nail on the head, never procrastinate and hide, and truly make the best use of everything and people. It was as if the emperor had been gifted with such an efficient office method. And Yang Fei was not surprised by this issue. Although these years were basically considered safe and peaceful, every year when winter came, there would always be barbarian invasions on the northern border. If the people go to war, both sides will suffer casualties from each other. The treasury therefore consumes a great deal of treasury silver every year on this matter. It really caused the emperors of all dynasties a headache. Emperor Xianqing also asked this question. The eldest prince spoke first. Returning to my father, I think bicycles can be used in the army, or to spy on the enemy, or to transport supplies instead of mules and horses. They don't need to be supplied with food and drink. They are light, smart, and quiet. You can give it a try. Everyone nodded one after another, deeply agreeing, and seconded the proposal unanimously. The rest of the design and modification issues are all in the charge of the technicians in the Phil Industrial Park. Hu Yongqiang and Shen Fangrui had no objection that the Ministry of War allocated money to build the factory. Yu Xianda also brought up the matter that he was thinking about at the meeting. The telescope is magical. If it is applied to the army, the commander will have one man, and he will surely gain the upper hand in battle, and get twice the result with half the effort. The emperor had agreed to this matter earlier, and the eldest prince and princess knew about it at the time, so naturally there was no objection, and other civil and military officials also saw the magic of this thing when they were traveling together, So naturally they would not have any different opinions, and of course it passed smoothly up. This expenditure is still military supplies, and it is still customized by the Ministry of War. The princess is soft-hearted and merciful. When it comes to the army, others think about how to win the battle, but she said, one general will be successful and his bones will be destroyed. I don't know how many good sons of our dynasty will be killed or injured in each battle. Some wounded or injured. It is often not serious, but because of the lack of timely treatment and care, he eventually died of pus and ulceration in the wound. Research and application to gain time, and also to seek a ray of life for those soldiers. Anyway, they are dead horses as living horses. Why not put aside all concerns and try it out? If successful, tens of thousands of lives can be saved, and it will benefit all people in the future, and if it fails, it will not make the result worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 89 Receiving the Gold Medal. Chapter 89 Receiving the Gold Medal. Although it was already mid-April at this time, the Winter War did not really end until March. There were tens of thousands of wounded soldiers who had retreated from the battlefield, crying and crying. Medicine and nursing were very urgent at this time. Insufficiency can only be hardened by someone's life, but even if you can survive it, you are basically disabled. Those who can't survive it, after suffering for a month or two or even longer, will finally go to the end of their lives. How miserable. For the princess's proposal, all the people present at the meeting were silent for a while. The soldiers died on the battlefield, sacrificed their lives for the country, died with honor, and died in a suitable place. What, how can they be worthy of their patriotism? There was a silence at the meeting. The host of the meeting, the emperor, used the decisiveness of those in power to approve the princess's proposal with one vote, because of the princess' last sentence. If it is done, countless people can be saved. Tens of thousands of fresh lives can benefit all peoples, and if they fail, it will not make the ending worse. But now the amount of penicillin medicine extracted in the laboratory is not enough. Yang Fei volunteered to be fully responsible for this matter, promised to produce enough penicillin medicine in the shortest time, and personally supervised the delivery to the military camp in the Northland, and personally assisted the military doctor to try it out this medicine. The emperor said unexpectedly, as a woman, it is inconvenient for you to do things everywhere. How can you be competent for such a long distance? Yang Fei said, returning to the emperor, after several years of research and development of this drug, we have devoted all our efforts to waiting for the clinical trial. From the beginning to the present, I have been paying attention to this matter personally. If it is handed over to others at this time, I am really serious. Don't worry, although the Northland is far away, I will bring the security guards at home with me, and the items I am escorting are not gold, silver or jewelry, and I am not afraid of people stealing them. Although it is not easy, there is no need to worry too much. When he said this, Yang Fei knew it well. Werqi is now the captain of the security team in the industrial park. There are more than 300 security guards trained in the park. Under the leadership of the captain Werqi, they practice every day. There is no shortage of outstanding people. If the emperor agrees to her going to the Northland to test the medicine, she will bring 20 people with her. The princess said, going back to my father, I am willing to accompany shopkeeper Hu to go to the Northland. First, I have become very attached to shopkeeper Hu these days, and I want to be with her all the way. 2. My second brother also wants to accompany her. I haven't seen him in the Northland for 3 years, I miss him very much, and I want to take this opportunity to visit him. 3. As a princess, I will go deep into the Northland military camp and visit the wounded soldiers. This is also the grace of my royal family. It will definitely boost morale and make them more brave and good at fighting. The emperor couldn't help laughing when he heard the princess's words, and said, I know you are playful, but I don't know that you are playful for yourself, and you find so many reasons. Fortunately, you have a manly temperament since you were young. I have also learned some martial arts. If you are in danger, you can protect yourself. At that time, I will send some masters to escort you. Don't worry too much, then do as you want. Well, I won't forcefully stop you. Your second brother is in the Northland and hasn't seen his family for several years. You should go and visit him. After all, you are also a compatriot from the same mother. If he sees you, he must be very happy. Happy. Yang Fei didn't expect the emperor to agree to the princess's request so quickly. It stands to reason that in this world, as a woman, it is impossible for ordinary officials to travel alone, let alone as a royal princess. Does the emperor love the princess very much or doesn't care about the princess? Before Yang Fei could think deeply, the princess got up to salute, thanked the emperor, and after sitting down, she quietly tugged at Yang Fei's sleeve. Her pride was beyond words. While Yang Fei's eyes were moving, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the face of the eldest prince opposite him from the corner of his eye. There was a look similar to jealousy, but the look was fleeting, and it returned to the usual elegant look. The emperor continued, "Today's second issue is, in terms of the national economy and the people's livelihood, is there any use for the things produced in the Phil Industrial Park?" Zhang Bolin, Minister of the Ministry of Household Affairs, got up and saluted, returning to the emperor. "From my point of view, all the schools in the Fair Industrial Park have a great impact on the national economy and people's livelihood. Although they are divided into departments, they are closely related to each other. I work in the household department, so I am most concerned about the research on rice production increase in the Department of Agriculture, but yesterday the school also said that due to the shortage of talents and funds, the research work is progressing slowly. The 6 departments have dispatched talents to come here to assist in the research work." The emperor smiled and said, "What Ai Qing said is very true, and I also think so. The 6 departments now gather all kinds of well-informed talents, but most of them are vegetarian meals. It is just right to send these people to the Phil Industrial Park. It would be a good thing to give full play to their skills, otherwise, it would be a pity for these people to waste their talents and learning in their positions. And I believe that they can really make a difference here." Turning to Yang Fei, he said, "Would shopkeeper who be willing to accept these people?" Yang Fei got up and replied, "It's a great honor to return to the emperor." The emperor nodded and said with a smile, "If you still have plans in mind, you can tell me about it." Returning to the emperor, the women of the people have no ambitions. They just want to continue to expand and develop their own industrial parks. However, due to the shortage of talents and the shortage of funds from time to time, the development of all aspects is slow. In my vision, apart from building a new industrial park every year, in addition to the factory, an experimental comprehensive university will be built, covering a research institute with the highest intelligence in the country. The main purpose is to improve the country's comprehensive strength and the happiness index of people's lives." The emperor smiled and said, "Although there are many words in what you said, I don't understand them very well, but I can generally understand what you mean. You have always done well. You have far-reaching ambitions for the country and the people. As a woman, you have its rare. Besides, the personnel dispatched from the 6 ministries all have grades. If you come to your place, I am afraid that you will be difficult to restrain. I will give you a gold medal today, and see you as a senior official, so that everyone can be dispatched." The eunuch next to him promptly brought a tray with a golden token the size of a palm, and Yang Fei hurriedly got up and left his seat, knelt down to receive his thanks. All the civil and military officials at the table showed surprise and envy. From then on, the Hu family not only had astonishing financial resources, but also wanted to be a leader in the officialdom. The emperor said again, "Today, the governor of Chanhui Prefecture is here, so it's better to make a decision on all future matters here." Li Fuyin stood up tremblingly at the end of the long table, waiting for the emperor to show. The emperor said, "This place is surrounded by mountains to the west, so it cannot be expanded, so it can only be expanded to the east. How about this, and another 5 miles to the east will be allocated to the Phil Industrial Park. You will be solely responsible for the demolition work within this area, not to the Hu family. Leaving worries behind, let them concentrate on building factories and putting them into production, running schools and training. Is it possible?" Li Fuyin has quickly gone through the area in the east of the Fair Industrial Park in his mind. That area is still sparsely populated, and demolition is not difficult, so he has a good idea. He bowed and said, "Go back to the Emperor, I will take orders, and I will go all out to live up to the Emperor's entrustment." It was another round of detailed discussions. The Emperor probably wanted to arrange everything properly in order to catch up with the time he was here. Even the dinner was eaten at the conference table. After the meal, the table was withdrawn. "The meeting continues," Young Fair secretly sighed. This kind of hard work, like a saburo. In his previous life, he was also a workaholic. "I don't know whether it is luck or misfortune to meet such a boss." It wasn't until 11 o'clock in the evening that the Emperor went to rest under the repeated invitations and urgings of the eunuchs, and everyone was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Fair and the princess still rested together, lying on the bed after washing, and fell asleep without saying a few words. Such a daily itinerary like a trip is really exhausting. After all, accompanying the Emperor is like accompanying a tiger. Being with the Emperor is not as relaxed as working by yourself on weekdays. The nerves are always tense. Tired. In the early morning of the fourth day, the Emperor got up to drive back to Beijing. He also disassembled the carved mahogany Simmons dragon bed that he slept in the manor and brought it back to Kyoto. This Simmons mattress is really very comfortable to sleep on. Now let the Emperor sleep on the couch. The Emperor is very reluctant, and for Yang Fair, it is a good thing for the Emperor to take away the dragon couch, otherwise, who would dare to try the couch that the Emperor slept on? Putting it there would only take up space, so it's best to take it away. Otherwise, I don't know what to do with this bed, and I can't even take the whole suite with me. In addition, a group of technicians from the maintenance and construction office of the Phil Industrial Park also followed the Emperor to Beijing. The Emperor wants to rebuild the water supply and drainage project in the palace, firstly, to improve the quality of life in the palace that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, and secondly, it also has leapfrog significance for fire safety. Yang Fair and Xianga returned to the manor after seeing off the Emperor and his party in the morning. It was already noon, they had a little lunch and took a nap, and they stayed in the room and never went out again. In the spring afternoon, he was extremely lazy. Without the important task of accompanying the Emperor, Yang Fair felt relaxed, wearing loose and soft home clothes, with his hair loose on one side, sitting on the terrace on the third floor, each with a cup of milk tea, basking in the afternoon sun, overlooking the spring scenery of the garden, while chatting without a word. For the first time, Yang Fair felt as if she had returned to her previous life, drinking tea and chatting with her best friend on a rare rest day. After spending a few days together with Xianga, Yang Fair knew that when the Emperor was in the capital, he had already heard that there was a place called Fair Sweet Biscuit Factory in Anhui Prefecture, which later developed into the Fair Industrial Park. All kinds of novel and special products continue to spread from the Phil Industrial Park to the market. He has also said that in the notice of accepting talents posted in the Phil Industrial Park, the promised remuneration is better than that of an official. It has attracted aspiring and talented literati and warriors from all over the world to flock there. There are a large number of Qing guests in Qing dynasty, and there are only 3,000 Mingchong's followers. The Emperor was full of interest in the Phil Industrial Park. Taking advantage of the fact that the war in the Northland had ceased and the spring planting was not yet busy, the trip finally took place. End of this chapter. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. This is Yang Fair's first long trip since he came to this world 7 years ago. The Northland military camp is imminent to test the medicine. There are still many matters at home that have not been agreed upon. Enter the state and plan the arrangements. In the dead of night, my mind is very clear. Yang Fair often chooses to do some deep thinking at night. What's more, I stayed with Xianga on the terrace for an afternoon, knowing that Xianga also has martial arts, so I and Xianga also exchanged the method of breathing and exhalation learned from Zhang Fuzhen. The two of them spent a long time teaching and practicing on the terrace. This is the time when they are full of energy and active in thinking. Things came suddenly, and everything was complicated. The first thing was to hurry up and produce enough penicillin. This is the most important thing right now, and other things can be dealt with slowly in the future. In fact, the melon mold in the laboratory has always been enough. If it is only used for experiments on weekdays, it can't be used so much. This is the first time that mass production is required. Fortunately, the raw materials are sufficient and no special storage is required. Generally, the maximum temperature does not exceed at about 40 degrees, the crystallization is very stable, and the activity remains unchanged for several years at room temperature, and there is no low temperature limit after production. It can be sealed in a glass bottle and stored at room temperature. In addition, the equipment needed for the production of penicillin should also be packed and brought with you in case the medicine is insufficient. Fortunately, there are laboratory personnel accompanying them, who can refine and produce on-site in Northland. The second thing is to prepare and arrange the accommodation of the personnel transferred from the 6th Ministry. After much deliberation, only the Wu family's old house is the most suitable, because the emperor has been living in the Phil Manor since he came, and the palace prepared for the emperor did not carry out its reception tasks, and all the courtyard rooms inside are empty, so if you come to Kyoto, people can arrange to come here as long as they need to remove some of the out-of-regulation furnishings. In the future, it will be a little more troublesome. They will be arranged to take them back and forth to get off work in the Phil Industrial Park every day until the expert building on the new plot is completed. On the second day, Yang Feier went to meet Mr. Li Rue, who was still serving as governor of Anhui Prefecture, to discuss this matter with him. Now Yang Feier is bestowed with a gold medal by the emperor. When Li Rue saw Yang Feier, he was going to greet him. Yang Feier hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, "Parents and officials are going to kill the daughters of the people." There is no actual official title, it's just that the emperor is afraid that I will be hindered in doing things, so he just gives me convenience. Master Li doesn't have to do that. When it comes to the handling of the palace, Li Rue naturally has no objection, and a consensus has been reached on the matter. In addition, the demolition work on Li Rue's side must be carried out immediately. The construction will be a long process, and it will also be a pressure in terms of time. Yang Feier will also discuss with the people in the maintenance office to design the foundation within a few days. Drawings, reasonable planning for the new plot. The second is to choose the accompanying personnel, and Hu Yongqiang should handle these matters. Hu Yongqiang chose 100 security guards headed by Werqi to accompany him. It is a good day at home, but it is difficult to go out for a while, not to mention that the Northland is far away from this mountain, thousands of miles away, and Yang Feier is a delicate girl. The most important thing is to keep your own daughter's safety. The personnel who escorted the medicines chose 2 escort agencies in the local area, a total of 100 people, and handed them over to them. After all, they specialize in the art industry. It is even more appropriate for the industrial park to form a team temporarily. In addition, there are imperial guards escorting the princess. Although the number is not too many, fortunately, the first officer along the way notifies the government along the road to send local army escorts, which is basically reassuring. So busy and hurried, it was not until 7 days later that all the penicillin was produced and packaged. A group of 600 people left the city of Anhui on the morning of April 25th. With 1,000 people and horses, the two sides merged, carrying the princess's banner and flag of honor, and went straight to the north amidst billowing smoke and dust. Zhang Fuzhen rode a snowflake horse and accompanied the princess and Yang Feier's carriage, because the Hu family had promised the emperor that they would hold a wedding for them this year, and he also wanted to make this wedding more beautiful and meaningful. Thinking about it, it would not be more icing on the cake when the night of the bridal chamber and the title of the gold list. I have been hidden for so many years, this is the best time, so I decided to participate in this year's autumn, go to the capital to participate in the test, was admitted to Gongshang, and happened to be accompanied by Yang Feier. Although there were many people accompanying Yang Feier along the way, there was no one who personally protected Yang Feier. Although the princess had 4 personal servants of the Lian family, but at critical moments, people can only protect the princess, so you can rest assured that you have to escort your fiancé yourself. When you return from the Northland, you can go to the capital by yourself, and then send experts from the capital to send Yang Fei back to Anhui Mansion. Yang Fei is not like other people who still hold a wait-and-see attitude towards the effect of penicillin. As the soul of a modern person, she is too aware of the effect of penicillin on a battlefield. Experiments in the laboratory over the past 5 years have shown that in the experiment of extracting penicillin, the technology has been considered relatively mature, and the purification experiment has also advanced to the standard that can be administered intravenously, so this time, I even brought the first batch of mass-produced syringes and infusion tubes. Even though it is a bit late to go now, it is still a matter of life and death for any wounded soldier who has been treated with penicillin, and for many patients in the future. Yang Fei is a vanguard by nature, not to mention that there are so many wounded soldiers waiting for treatment in the Northland military camp. It is unknown how many more lives can be saved if one day arrives early. In order to gain time to arrive as soon as possible, this group of troops will travel hundreds of times a day. Fortunately, the political achievements of the Tai dynasty are clear, the social infrastructure is perfect, and post houses are spread all over the world. There is a post house 30 miles away, so there are arrangements for food, accommodation, and repairs along the way. This group of troops arrived near Taiyuan Mansion on Hedong Road on May th. The governor of Taiyuan Mansion arranged for a personal reception at the official post early on, but they also finished their lunch as usual and replaced the elite soldiers selected by Taiyuan Mansion, so they rested for a while. After an hour, he got up and hurried on his way again. Every time I arrive at a station, there is a guide arranged by the government to lead the way. Yang Fei always asks the government clearly, and this place is no exception. He knows that there are 2 feasible roads here. The official road is flat, spacious and safe, and all the way is an official road. And it was Wutai Mountain before, and there is a mountain road in the mountain. If you go over the mountain and walk the mountain road, you can save at least 6 days of walking. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Yang Fei wanted to take a shortcut through the mountain path, discussed several times with Xian Gu and Zhang Fujianwerqi. It only took 4 days to walk the mountain road, and 2 or 3 days after descending the mountain, he could reach the north Datong city on the border of the land. Everyone thinks it is possible, and the mountain road is small, but it has existed for 100 years, and it is not very remote, so they unanimously decided to take the mountain road in order to arrive as soon as possible. Together with all the horses and goods, Werqi led a team of Taiyuan soldiers and continued along the official road. Although the mountain road is close, it is not suitable for horses and trucks. Accelerating forward, it was faster to take the official road. The rest of the people took the mountain road, because they had a large number of people and were not afraid of wild animals and bandits. The 2 parties agreed that the 2 groups of people would meet in Datong City in 7 days. In midsummer time, the trees in the mountains are covered with dense shade and green, cool and quiet. More than 1,000 people suddenly rushed in, and the birds in the forest were frightened. In the mountains and wild scenery, time is not so urgent. After half a day, Yang Fei actually has a leisurely feeling of traveling in the mountains and rivers. In his previous life, Yang Fei also participated in the activity of climbing mountains with donkey friends, which should be regarded as a sport, and the princess also studied literature and martial arts with the princes since she was a child. Although she is a rich man, she is not coquettish. Like Yang Fei, she leans on a walking stick and follows her closely. Zhang Fujian is even more like walking on the mountain road, walk behind the 2, guarding all the way. Originally, Xiang and Werqi were asked to follow the official path, but Xiang is curious and interested in hiking and climbing mountains, but she is sorry for disturbing the 2-person world of Yang Fei and Zhang Fujian. She said, if Yang Fei insisted on refusing, even if it was for her safety, he would inevitably become a person who valued sex and despised friends. In desperation, he had no choice but to let her accompany him. At any rate, it was only 4 days, and the princess had practiced kung fu. Human beings are easy to take care of, and the chance of danger is not high, but human beings have worked hard. By the evening of the 2nd day, the team had reached the depths of the mountainside, where there was a valley. It was growing slowly and could be used for burying pots for cooking. A team of people camped on the spot to at this speed. They can reach Datong after going down the mountain in 4 days and then 2 or 3 days later. Although Werchi's horse team is fast, they can catch up in time. It is better to rest early today, enjoy the summer mountain scenery, and relax. All the way in a hurry and nervous mood. The princess tent has been set up, and the 4 maids are calling the spring to set up a fire to boil the water. After all, they are not used to the hard work of walking. The princess is lying in the tent to rest at the moment. Call out young fair. Everyone in the camp was busy at this time, and there was still a while before dinner, and the 2 of them quietly left the camp without disturbing them, walked up another 2 or 3 miles, and stood on the side of a flat land protruding out on the mountainside. Above, overlooking the mountain scenery, the setting sun coated the verdant forest with a layer of golden orange, and a gust of mountain wind blew, bringing a touch of coolness, which made the sweat from walking dry suddenly. On the side of the cliff, about 3 miles away from where the 2 of them stood, there was a waterfall hanging, which evaporated white smoke and dissipated in the clouds. Zhang Fuzhen supported Yang Fair in his arms, and after a few vertical jumps, he came to the waterfall. End of this chapter. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Looking closely at this waterfall, it seems that it is much larger than the waterfall in the center of the pool, and the deep pool below is also much wider. The purple smoke on the water is hazy, and the water is clear to the bottom. It is really beautiful. Yang Felton feels his body is dry. The sweaty clothes tingled for a while, and he wanted to go down to the pool to play for a while to cool off the heat, but it was really inconvenient to have Zhang Fuzhen by his side, so he had to endure the longing in his heart. Zhang Fuzhen also had the same intention at this time, but a man like him didn't have such worries. He said, "It's very good to cool off the heat here, I'll go down and swim a few times." While talking, he took off his outer clothes and put them aside on the high stone, wearing only plain white shorts and trousers, jumped into the bittern. The white and slender figure, like an egret entering the water, splashes white water, which is dazzling in the setting sun, and then falls on the blue waves. It is really wonderful, but Zhang Fuzhen plunged into the water and disappeared. Yang Fair was not in a hurry, and knew it in his heart. Zhang Fuzhen had already shown her his watery nature in Didi Valley, and he couldn't help but smile secretly. He is really a show-off lion, and now he is silently counting the seconds in his heart. Counting up to 10 minutes later, he still didn't come out. Could it be that his ability to hold his breath in the water has improved again recently? Gradually began to get anxious, waited for another 2 minutes, couldn't help but walked a few steps closer to the pool, and shouted, "Fuzhen, Fuzhen." Suddenly, a person jumped out of the pool with a wow, and the water droplets splashed everywhere in an instant, and ripples appeared, breaking the silence of the mountain forest. The jet-black wet hair fell on the white neck, and the resolute and handsome silhouette was revealed. Gentle and elegant, the white unlined clothing fits the smooth and strong muscle lines, covering the skin but looming, shining and seductive in the summer twilight. The youthful body shows the original temptation in the mountains and forests, just like in an oil-painting male god. This is the appearance of Zhang Fuzhen that Yang Fair has never seen before, and he was a little stunned for a moment, thinking, is this lion showing off its good figure? At this moment, a gray figure suddenly flashed out of the slanting stab, and a little bit on Yang Fair's neck. Yang Fair's feet immediately softened, and he was about to collapse. The man quickly grabbed Yang Fair and carried him. He put his shoulders on his shoulders, and immediately ran away with his feet. After a few vertical jumps, he had gone several feet away. All this happened so suddenly, Zhang Fuzhen's reaction was fairly quick. After a moment of stunned, he immediately jumped up from the water, landed on the shore, grabbed the coat on the stone, and immediately followed after him. Under this shock, Zhang Fuzhen had already exerted a lot of power, but he was only narrowly escaped. If he wanted to catch up with that person, he really couldn't. I couldn't help but feel astonished. In the past 5 years, Zhang Fuzhen felt that his martial arts had greatly improved, and he could be regarded as a master in the world, but now it seems that in terms of lightness martial arts alone, that person is much better than him, even if he still carries a heavy weight on his body. One person, Zhang Fuzhen, couldn't catch up with him, and he didn't know whether he was on purpose or not, and always kept a distance of 20 or 30 feet from Zhang Fuzhen, hanging him so far away, so that Zhang Fuzhen could always see him but still couldn't catch up with him. Besides, that person was carrying Yang Fei on his shoulders, and the moment he grabbed her, he had already pressed Yang Fei to the sleeping point, so now Yang Fei is like a cloth bag, soft on that person's shoulders, then kept on stepping, flashing and moving, and he was almost on the top of the mountain before he suddenly turned to a rocky forest on the left. This piece of chaotic stone forest is full of huge boulders about 2 feet high, and the bottom is covered with gravel, and there is no trace of people passing by. The person in front seems to be afraid that Zhang Fuzhen will be lost, and even narrows the distance between the two to more than 10 feet. The two of them wandered around in the stone forest for about a cup of tea, and finally it suddenly became clear that there was a flat land like terraced fields around the mountain. The tea was 10 acres in size, and it was only at this time that Zhang Fuzhen was sure in his heart that this person was just trying to attract them here, but he didn't know why. Was it an enemy or a friend? There is a fence about 5 feet high around here, facing the exit of the stone forest where Zhang Fuzhen came out. A gate about 2 feet wide was opened, and Zhang Fuzhen followed the gray-clothed man into the door. When I went in, I couldn't help being surprised, but I saw that the inside was like a paradise, with many houses covered with white walls and black tiles, a vegetable garden in front of the gate, fruit trees and flowers, chickens and dogs smelling each other, and children playing. It was dinner time. There is a dining table outside the door of many people's houses. The women bring out the food, and the men are sitting shirtless and eating dinner at the door. They have tattoos of dragons, tigers, leopards and other beasts on their bodies, and their bodies are full of old scars. Drinking in a big bowl, eating big meat, seeing someone carrying a woman into the village, followed by a young man like a white-faced scholar. He didn't take it seriously, and someone even greeted the man with a smile. Old grandson. What kind of business are you doing today? But the old grandson didn't bother. Since he entered this village, he had already slowed down. Zhang Fuzhen knew that he had already entered his territory. This was probably the purpose of the gray-clothed man. He didn't seem to be harmful to others, so he wasn't as anxious as he was at the beginning. He also slowed down and followed behind the men in gray, taking a closer look at the faces of those people. Most of these people are men in their 60s and s. All of them have fierce faces, thinking that they seem to have entered a bandit's den. But the atmosphere in the village is peaceful, and it is difficult to be sure for a while. Judging by the energy of those people, they obviously know some skills. Although I don't know how deep their skills are, but they have a lot of people, and I probably can't beat them with 2 fists. If I really fight, I can only protect myself at most. It is really difficult to save people. These people just ate their supper, as if they were used to this kind of situation, and didn't care about them. The man in gray went straight to the gate of the innermost mansion, and finally put Yang Fei down and untied her acupuncture points, asking her to stand upright. Zhang Fuzhen saw clearly the appearance of the man in gray. He turned out to be a little old man in his 50s. Lao Sun bowed his hands to Zhang Fuzhen and said, "I'm offended, please come in with the little old man." After saying that, he went forward and knocked on the door knocker of the mansion. Someone opened the door with a squeak from inside, and the little old man turned around and said, "You 2 distinguished guests, please follow me." Zhang Fuzhen and Yang Fei glanced at each other. Yang Fei had just been tapped on acupuncture points, and she was still feeling a little uncomfortable, and her mind was still not fully awake for a while. Zhang Fuzhen gently held her shoulders and made her half stand and half lean on himself. The two walked in side by side. This is a standard quadrangle courtyard. It is unexpected that there is such a well-organized building in the deep mountains. Pass through the vertical flower gate, pass through the courtyard, and enter a spacious main room. The man in gray shouted, "Young master, I brought him here." Then I saw a person coming out from the door next to the main room. This person is about 1.8 meters tall, slender and strong, and handsome. Looking at that face, His skin is as pure as porcelain, and his eyes are full of spring. The nose is hanging, the corner of the mouth is smiling, and he has a good-looking appearance. If it's not Xiu Jicheng, who is it? Yang Fei and Zhang Fuzhen looked suspicious, but Xiu Jicheng said with a smile on his face, it's rare, the three of us have known each other for a long time, but it's the first time I can invite the two of you to my house as guests, please forgive me. Zhang Fuzhen's expression was gloomy, and because they were more or less friendly to each other, he tried his best to suppress his anger, and said, I don't know what Brother Xiu means. If you sincerely invite us to be guests, it's far from necessary, just post a post, but why do you need to take people into captivity? Xiu Jicheng smiled calmly and said, Brother Zhang, even if I get the invitation card, you will hardly understand the difficulty of this mountain road. I want to pick you up, but there is a princess by your side. You just entered the valley when I was here, I must have understood that it might be inconvenient for me to wait for an identity. The fear in Yang Fei's heart has completely subsided at this time, and he has already seen what the Xiu Jicheng family does for a living, but because they have known each other for a long time, instead of being afraid, they are very curious. So he asked, now the world is considered to be clear and bright, the country is peaceful and the people are peaceful. I don't know why your family occupies a mountain here, Mr. Xiu, and is the king? Anhui Mansion is not far away, so how can you study there? Xiu Jicheng laughed and said, it's been 20 years since I took over the mountain and became king. Now we are all good people under the rule, running a legitimate business, just like my name, and living a normal life in 4 seasons. Here it has long since been converted into an ordinary village, where some old brothers who have followed my father for many years live. And it is precisely because Anhui Mansion is thousands of miles away and has no relatives, it is more suitable for a family in our situation to choose as a place of residence. That's how it turned out. In this way, in the first year after Xiu Jicheng was born, Father Xiu had already washed his hands. I wonder if this has anything to do with Xiu Jicheng's birth. It's hard for Yang Fei to delve deeper. Among the 3 religions and 9 streams, banditry can be regarded as a profession, but he doesn't know that Xiu Jicheng, who is always like a spring breeze, is actually doing this for a living. Thinking of Mrs. Xiu's crooked and smiling starry eyes, how could it make people think that she is actually Mrs. Yazhai, the leader of the bandit? It can be seen that there is a saying in this world that speaks the truth, and one must not judge people by appearances. Hu Yongxiang and his wife find out that the person they have always regarded as a friend was once a feared bandit who burned, killed, and looted. Wouldn't they wake up from their dreams every night? However, Yang Fei also knew the parents of the Xiu family, and knew that their conduct was old-fashioned, honest and generous, and they fell into the situation of occupying the mountain and being king. Presumably there were unavoidable reasons back then. But after all, it's all a long time ago, so what does it have to do with me? What's more, the Buddha said to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. If you know a mistake, correct it, there is nothing good about it. Then he asked again, young Master Xiu, aren't you in Anhui City? Why are you here again? Uncle Xiu and Aunt Xiu are also there? Xiu Ji often looks at this beautiful face in front of him, feeling a little unreal. This face has appeared in his dreams countless times in these years, but in the end, he has no destiny after all. Thinking about these years, under the beautiful woman's deliberate avoidance, the two of them spoke only a handful of times, and she couldn't help but smile bitterly, and said, my father and mother have traveled far away and are not here. After I know that you are going to the capital together, I decided to go first. Come back to my hometown. If you are not here, what is the point of me being there? I don't want my subordinates to inquire in the city the day before yesterday that you are going to pass through this mountain. I thought, since I have arrived at my door, it is better to meet by chance. How can I not invite the two of you to come up and get together so that I can do my best? The favor of the landlord? End of this chapter. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Xiu Jicheng's blunt words made Zhang Fuzhen feel uncomfortable, and he cupped his hands towards Xiu Jicheng and said, thank you Brother Xiu for your kindness, but we didn't say hello to the people in the camp when we left. It's inconvenient to stay here for dinner, it's not early at this time, if we don't go back, I'm afraid they will search the mountains to find someone. Xiao Jicheng said, Brother Zheng, don't worry, I've sent someone to send a letter, the three of us will definitely go back before Haishir. Zhang Fuzhen didn't need to think too much, he already knew what he meant, and he became more angry, and said, why the three of us? Xiao Jicheng said, although I am not as good at reading as you, I am afraid that you will not be able to protect Miss Hu well. Moreover, you have to stay in the capital and prepare for the exam this autumn, so you cannot accompany Miss Hu back to and Hui Manor. I'm afraid there will be mistakes on the way. Why don't you let me go to the Northland with you, what do you think? When Zhang Fuzhen heard that Xiao Ji often mentioned that he was not good at martial arts, he couldn't help showing a trace of shame on his face and said, in the second competition, I lost 3 strokes to you. It is because I am not good at learning. But why is Zhang Fuzhen's fiancé? Do you want another man to protect her? When she returns, I will send someone to accompany her to protect her. I won't bother you about this, brother. Xiao Jicheng smiled and said, Brother Zheng, don't be so nervous. Since you have already got a marriage contract, I have no other thoughts. It's just to protect his sister for the sake of my classmate friend Hu Kong. Zhang Fuzhen thought to himself, if you have no other thoughts, why have you been living in Anhui Mansion all these years? But this place is not suitable for debate, he only said in a cold voice, going to the Northland, the sun is like fire, it is very hard work, why do you need to do anything extra, and besides, we have so many people around us, it is relatively safe. Xiao Jicheng said, it doesn't matter how many people there are, they are all mediocre. Where do you think you are now? If it weren't for me and you being old acquaintances, if Mrs. Hu is really held hostage by gangsters, would any of those people stop her? Got it? Zhang Fuzhen was even more regretful at this time, and said, I shouldn't have brought her to that deserted place. If we hadn't left the camp, we wouldn't have come here. Xiao Jicheng sneered and said, don't leave the camp? So what if you don't leave the camp? With Lao Sun's skills, if you want to kidnap someone, can't you still take him away? You can believe this? This is true, with that old grandson's skills, if he goes to the camp to take people captive, even if there are many people in the camp, it will be difficult for him. Besides, who can be as familiar with the mountain roads in this mountain area as those who have lived here all year round? As long as he leaves the camp and hides in the mountains, no one will be able to catch up with the old grandson. Xiao Ji often saw Zhang Fuzhen showing hesitation on his face, and said while the iron was hot, this is still the land of the Central Plains, and it is still like this under the Qingming rule. If you enter the wild northern land, you don't know how dangerous it is. One more person would not be too much. A guarantee? Besides, I will bring my grandson with me. I know what you think, but after all, Miss Hu's personal safety is more important, don't you think so? Yang Fair said, with Mr. Laoxiu bothering you, we will be careful and dare not bother you. Zhang Fuzhen recalled the moment of shock at the waterfall, and he couldn't help but sweat again. It would be more appropriate if Yang Fair had one more person to protect him. Who knows what personnel situation will arise in the Northland? Woolen cloth, Xiao Ji is often better than himself in Kung Fu, and there are masters like Lao Sun by his side. As far as Zhang Fuzhen knows people, although this surname Xiao has always been in love with Phil, he is by no means acting like Meng Lang. It can be seen that this person is also an upright gentleman, and it is not impossible to bring Xiao Ji along with him. Besides, how could he abandon Phil's safety just because of his own selfishness? Su and Wushu were struggling in their hearts, when they suddenly heard Yang Feier's refusal. He reached out his hand to stop Yang Feier's words, and said, since Brother Xiao also intends to go, if you are not afraid of the steep road, then you should be. It's better to go to the Northland with us. Yang Feier was about to say something, but the two men cupped their hands together and said, it's a deal. Think about it, even if Xiao Ji often follows, it's not a big problem and he won't put a burden on himself. What's more, Xiao Jicheng, like Zhang Fuzhen, often goes to and from the laboratory, and is familiar with the experiment of penicillin, so it may be of some help. But he can only treat him as a friend, because he is afraid that Fujin will be unhappy. As long as Fujin doesn't mind, Xiao Jicheng can follow if he wants to, and he won't say anything else. But he said worriedly, let's go back to the camp quickly, it has been delayed for so long. I'm afraid the princess has been waiting impatiently. Xiao Ji often used this extraordinary method to invite the two of them to this Zhuangzi. The purpose was to get them to agree to go to Beatty together. Since they had already agreed, it didn't matter whether they stayed here for dinner or not. He also agreed immediately, okay, we'll go back now. The old grandson turned out from the next room at the right time, holding 2 bundles in his hands. Obviously he had already prepared them, and he just waited for his family to be the head of the house. It can be seen that Xiao Jicheng is very sure about his strategy. When they returned to the camp, the princess was anxiously pacing back and forth in the tent. Seeing Yang Fei coming in, she stepped forward and grabbed Yang Fei's hands and said, "Where have you been? It's late at night. You are not afraid of going outside when you leave the camp? Will there be wild beasts hurting people? Let me worry here alone." Seeing the two of them followed by a handsome young man with a slightly suspicious look, Xiao Jicheng knelt down on one knee. Chaomin Xiuji often sees the princess. Yang Fei introduced, "This is my elder brother Hu Kang's classmate and friend. His family's ancestors lived here. Today, I happened to meet him and his servants to play in the mountains. We chatted for a while and heard that we are going to the north to deliver medicine. He was fine at home, so he wanted to go to the Northland military camp with us. I thought, he often accompanied my elder brother to help in the laboratory, and he was quite familiar with medicine and other things. It would be more or less okay to go to the military camp together, help me a little bit. Second, he also has some kung fu to protect himself, and we can also add some help. I wonder if the princess will allow it?" Xian Gu nodded and said, "So, I'm not as familiar with the people around you as you are after all, as long as you take a good look at them," said to Xiao Jicheng, Pingshan. Xiao Jicheng thanked En and got up. Xian Gu saw Xiao Jicheng's handsome and amiable appearance carefully. For some reason, his heart moved, his face was slightly red, and he quickly calmed down and said, "Dinner, it's all ready, let's take a seat and have dinner." I saw that a retractable square table had been set up in the tent, and there were cooked dishes on it, shining attractively under the bright lantern. Xiao Jicheng didn't say anything. The 3 of Yang Fei have been running around for a day, exhausted, a lot of physical strength, already empty and hungry. The 4 of them are about the same age. In this mountain, they don't pay much attention to etiquette, they sit down in 4 directions, and sacrifice their internal organs at will God. 5 days later, Yang Fei and his party met up with Werqi's horse cargo in Datong Fuching smoothly. After walking for another 3 days, Zhang Fuzhen was at the front of the line on the official road that was estimated to be 20 or 30 miles away from the barracks. He put down his binoculars, turned his horse's head, and returned to the carriage that Yang Fei and the princess were riding together. Smiled and said, reporting to the princess, "Someone has come out of the city to pick you up." Xian Gu said happily, "Who can I see?" Zhang Fuzhen said, returning to the princess, "The distance is still a bit far, and the face of the person can't be seen clearly. And the villain doesn't know the people in the barracks." Xian Gu said, "Oh," in the sedan chair, and said with a smile, "That's right, I forgot about it anyway." Yang Fei smiled and said, "It can be seen that you brothers and sisters love each other deeply. You don't have to worry, you will see your emperor brother soon." "That's right, my brother was only 17 years old when he left Beijing. He was still a handsome young man when he left. I don't know if he has grown into a real general now." These days, Yang Fei and Xiang'a have been together day and night, and they have a little understanding of each other's lives. Xian Gu said that this imperial brother is different from other brothers. He is a relative of her first milk compatriot named Zai Heng. Second, she was married at the age of 13 and had a son at the age of 16. Because he was good at martial arts since he was a child, he was invited to enter the Kyoto Guard Army camp for training at the age of 15. He showed outstanding military talents and was praised by the emperor. "Please come to the northern border to lead troops, and under the command of Generalissimo Jin Zhonghui, he has become a general of the town army. In the past 3 years, he has commanded excellent strategies in battle, made great achievements in battle, and won many awards from the emperor. The quoted court is uncertain about the position of the crown prince who is still pending. One day I talked with Xian Gu about the dispute over the crown prince, and Xian Gu was very helpless about it, saying, "I don't understand, what's so good about being an emperor? To be a good emperor, you have to work hard, just like my father. Similarly, daily political affairs are entangled, and there is no freedom. If you only care about your own enjoyment, you will harm the people and be reviled forever. However, my 10 brothers and brothers, who are fighting each other for the throne all day long, are not as good as the brothers and friends in ordinary people's families." What's the meaning of Brother Gong's harmony? Perhaps men have a higher desire for power than women. But shouldn't the crown prince belong to the eldest prince? How can there be other disputes? Yang Feier didn't quite understand these things. Royal Insider. Xian Gu said, "It is reasonable to say that the crown prince should be established by the eldest son, but although the elder brother is the eldest son, he is not the eldest son. If the eldest son is my 3rd emperor brother, but he has been weak since he was young, and the ministers have passed on him as the eldest son. I am afraid that the heavy responsibility of the position of emperor cannot be overwhelmed. The birth of the first prince is not very good. In the royal family, children are always valued according to their mothers. Unfortunately, his mother is a talented person from a family of 5 ranks. After giving birth to the eldest prince, she was promoted to the highest rank. Zhao Rong. Just this, the great emperor brother is far away from the position of the crown prince." Thinking of this conversation now, Yang Feier can't help feeling a little curious about the second prince who is the most popular now. "I think I won't be too disappointed if I have a sister like Xiang'a." After walking for another half an hour, they could see a black army in order from a distance, carrying the Tai and Liang flags, coming towards Yang Feier's troops. End of this chapter. Chapter 93 Arriving at Camp. Chapter 93 Arriving at Camp. The team went straight to Yang Feier's pair, and the two stopped. The leader was a young general riding a tall horse, wearing thin armor. The red tassels on the helmet fluttered in the strong wind of the Northland. The young general rode his horse to the front of Xiang'a's carriage, and said with a smile, "Little sister who worked hard, you have traveled a long distance to visit the second brother. Why don't you hurry up and let the second brother see if you have grown taller?" He has a deep and magnetic voice, is more than 8 feet tall, has a handsome wheat-colored face, piercing eyes, a straight nose and a square mouth. He is simply a male version of a string song. Has led troops to fight for a long time, and his whole body is full of mighty and stern aura. Even if he opens his mouth to joke at this time, he can't help but make people feel awe-inspiring, but when he thinks about fighting on the battlefield, it is so frightening. Yang Feier and the others got off the sedan chair and waited on their knees long before the 2 armies joined forces. Although she had a gold medal of the 1st rank in the official rank, it didn't work in front of the prince. There was no movement on the curtain of the car on the other side of Xiang'a, but there were maids guarding the front and back, and Zai Heng was sure that this was his sister's car, turned off the horse, walked to the front of the car, opened the curtain, and before he could see the face of the person in the car, a person jumped out of the car suddenly, and rushed towards him. Zai Heng caught him and hugged him in his arms. He let out a series of hearty laughs. Finally seeing the long-awaited elder brother, Xian Gu wept with joy. Zai Heng rubbed his sister's face indiscriminately with his rough hands sharpened with the handle of a bow and arrow for many years, and was deeply moved in his heart. But he couldn't be like his sister. She usually used tears to represent her feelings, but just smiled and comforted. "Little sister, don't cry, isn't the little girl already grown into a big girl?" After a long time, Xian Gu finally stabilized his emotions, and said, "Second brother only wants to make contributions, and he has been in this desolate and dangerous place for 3 years. Do you know that mother misses you at home every day and has trouble sleeping and eating, and she is so thin and weak? Gone." As soon as the younger sister mentioned his mother, Zai Heng's eyes turned red, and he couldn't hold back his tears anymore, and said, it's the second brother who is unfilial and made mother worry about her. And the second brother is also planning to come here to complete the task after you. Let's go back to Beijing with you. Really? Second brother. Xian Ge said in surprise. Of course it is true. A few days ago, I received a letter saying that you would come over, so I had this idea. I have already asked father for an order, and father also agreed. Does the mother know? Father must have told mother about it. I don't know how happy my mother is. I must be looking forward to it at home now. Xian Ge was so happy that she shed tears again. The soldiers of Datong Mansion who saw them off completed the task of escorting, handed over the princess and Yang Fei to the general of the town army, and turned back to report. Xiang'e introduced Yang Fei, Zhang Fuzhen, Xiao Jicheng, and 3 people to Zai Hang, and the 3 also went up to meet the ceremony one by one. The troops and goods of this brigade continued to move forward under the escort of the sergeant brought by the general of the town army. After walking for another half-day, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I finally entered the northernmost border city of the Tai dynasty, Xinfeng City. It is said to be a city, but it has not achieved stable development during the years of war, and it is only about the size of a larger town in the Central Plains, and there are ruins and devastation everywhere. Most of the people in the city are the families of soldiers. In this era, being a soldier is also a profession. Naturally, family members also live nearby with the army, so that they can take care of each other nearby. Zai Hang has a mansion in the city, and Xian Ge has lived with his elder brother since then. He also found 3 camp defense officers to arrange the rest of the personnel and goods in the barracks nearby. Zai Hang is not very keen on Yang Fei's business, so let them do whatever experimental drugs, just ask the 3 garrison officers to keep an eye on them, and don't let them do anything. The army has all the tents needed. Yang Fei arranged for the largest tent to be used as a nursing station and a doctor's office. The medical laboratory equipment was also placed in the tent for easy access. Yang Fei had a single tent by herself, because Feng Ling and Feng Min needed to do many things at home, and only the 2 of them knew about many things arranged by Yang Fei, so they were left in the industrial park. Yang Fei is now surrounded by only 2 palace maids from Xiang'e, and Yang Fei is not picky, as long as there are people around her. Besides, these palace maids have received strict training in the palace, and they are easy to use. Zhang Fuzhen and Xiao Jicheng also lived in the same tent. Zhang Fuzhen had a new bookboy named Zhang Du, and Xiao Jicheng also had an old grandson, but it was convenient for each other. In the tent, Yang Fei changed into men's clothes, put on a dark green overalls over the men's clothes, tied a cloth turban of the same color, put on a mask, and left the tent. Zhang Fuzhen, Xiao Jicheng, and the 4 laboratory staff who accompanied him were already waiting outside the tent, and the 3 garrison officers were also accompanying him. Yang Fei had been sitting in the sedan chair and did not show up. At this time, the 3 of them saw Yang Fei in men's clothing coming out of the tent, and they thought he was also a man, but his figure was relatively thin, but they didn't expect that such a thin man seemed to be the leader of the group. They are all waiting for the arrangement of shopkeeper who I don't know what talent this person has. Yang Fei cupped his hands to the 3 garrison officers. Please excuse me, 3 adults, to lead the way. We want to go and see the specific situation of the wounded barracks first. One of the guards said, this matter is not urgent. Shopkeeper Hu and all the officials have traveled here for a long time, and they must be tired. I have prepared a banquet. Please go to the wounded barracks after dinner. Yang Fei raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist, and it was only 5:30. He said whether it was sooner or later, and said, there is still a little time before the meal time, let's check the general situation first. The 3 garrison officers had no choice but to bow and answer, leading the way. The wounded barracks were not far away, about a quarter of an hour away from Yang Fei's camp, and they saw a large area of dilapidated tents. There was a strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine, which was mixed with the smell of rancidity. Yang Fei couldn't help frowning slightly, and following the garrison officer into the camp, he saw that the curtains of each tent were raised high, and under an oil lamp on the top of the tent, there were wounded soldiers lying on the ground. About 15 square meters. 18 or 9 wounded soldiers were squeezed inside, their uniforms were ragged, their arms and legs were missing, and the wounds on their bodies were horribly exposed. Straw mats were placed under their bodies, some of them were drowsy and murmured indistinctly, and they were unconscious due to burning. Some were awake, but their eyes were dull, as if they were waiting to die. Looking at the tent, although the curtains were opened, the windows were not opened. The air was still filthy, the smell was even worse, and mosquitoes and flies were flying around in it. Yang Fei gradually became angry in his heart. In such a summer, ordinary people may not be able to bear it in this environment, not to mention that these people living in it are still wounded and sick. This is not a ward where the wounded can be recuperated, it is simply a prison for death. The brightness in the tent was limited, and it was gloomy, which was not conducive to observing the wound. Yang Fei asked Zhang Fuzhen to go back and brought 2 horse lanterns. As soon as they were lit, the tent was full of light, shining high on the top of the tent, bright. The lamplight shining on the ashen faces of those who have lost hope, actually dyed them with a layer of fresh brilliance. Yang Fei looked closely at the exposed wounds, and there were countless maggots squirming inside. Yang Fei had never seen such a scene in his previous life. He took off his mask and vomited on the side of the tent. The tent was small. Just now there were only 4 laboratory personnel, and Wu Erqi, who was carrying the lamp, followed Yang Fei in. Zhang Fuzhen, Xiao Jicheng, and 3 garrison officers were all waiting outside the tent, and saw Yang Fei suddenly come out of the tent after rushing out to vomit. Zhang Fuzhen hurried up to help him. Xiao Jicheng was about to step forward, but hesitantly withdrew his steps, and told the old grandson beside him to go back and fetch water, so that he could rinse Madame Hu's mouth in a while. As soon as I entered the Northland, I felt that the scenery was very different from the Central Plains. I saw yellow sandhills everywhere and few people. At this time, it was midsummer in Anhui Mansion, but it was still cool here, only slightly cooler at noon. The heat is so high that at night, you have to cover yourself with a thin quilt to keep out the cold. Fortunately, because of this, the wounded soldiers in those camps would not suffer too much, otherwise, the situation would be even worse. The several military doctors who stood by and accompanied them shook their heads, and there was a hint of contempt in the eyes they exchanged with each other. Do these young boys think they are the life-saving Guanyin Bodhisattva? How do they know the cruel reality in the army? Now I can't even bear to look at a wound. Why are you talking about bringing new medicine to save the lives of these wounds? Yang Fei finally stopped vomiting. Xiao Ji often brought water to wash her a few mouthfuls, put on the mask again, and went in again. Zhang Fuzhen grabbed her tightly. You don't want to see this. Why don't you leave these matters to the doctors in your laboratory? Yang Fei said, although I'm not very proficient in treating diseases and saving lives, I still need to understand a general situation, so that I can compare each other after taking medicines and find out how effective the medicines are. Zhang Fuzhen nodded. Yes, then I will accompany you in. Yang Fei smiled and said, you don't have to go in. Why would one more person commit this kind of nausea, not to mention the dirty air inside? I don't know how many germs there are, which increases the possibility of cross-infection. You should wait for me outside. I will just look at this tent and leave. Knowing Yang Fei's temper, Zhang Fuzhen didn't argue with her anymore, and just did what she wanted, not to mention that even if he really had to go in, it wouldn't help Yang Fei, and might even get in the way. Yang Fei entered the camp again, followed the experimenters, and recorded the personnel in a camp, their names, ages, whether their ancestral home had a family history of genetic diseases, their current injuries, and other personal conditions. It wasn't until after 7 o'clock that the basic information of the wounded soldiers in a camp was sorted out, waiting to go back and create a unified medical record for them. The children are all on vacation, and they have been disturbed a lot these days. They don't have a lot of time to think about the characters carefully. The writing is a bit sloppy, dear readers, please forgive me. In terms of quality and quantity, we can only choose quality assurance, so during the Chinese New Year holiday period, the update may be slower, please forgive me. End of this chapter. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Yang Fei left the wounded barracks, thinking that there are still things that have not been settled, and the barracks are full of wounded soldiers, waiting for treatment. He feels a little impatient, he is afraid of going to the banquet, and he is afraid that the kindness of several garrison officers will be rejected. The reception banquet was probably arranged by the second prince and the princess, so it was inevitable that we still had to deal with it. The banquet is held in the official hall in the south of the city. Xinfeng City is located in a remote place, and has been in war for years. Naturally, the supplies are not as rich as in the Central Plains. The chefs among them were all famous chefs brought over from the Central Plains, and they cooked them with delicious flavor and taste. Yang Fei looked at these meals, but he didn't move his chopsticks for a long time. The rancid smell in the wounded and sick camp was still lingering on the tip of his nose, and even those churning maggots. Yang Fei quickly shook his head to get rid of those disgusting scenes. I dare not eat rice, it is easy to associate, so I barely ate half a steamed bun and a few slices of green vegetables. After a hasty meal, they returned to their own camp in the army, and it was only a little over 8 o'clock. Everyone worked together, raised a dozen lanterns, and continued to unpack and classify the various items they brought, and put them in each account. The most troublesome thing was setting up the operating room. Fortunately, there were many people and they had previous experience. They were busy until after 11 o'clock, and 4 operating rooms that had begun to take shape had already been set up. Busy until 1 o'clock in the morning, everyone had already gone to sleep, even Zhang Fuzhen and Xiao Jichang went to rest under Yang Fei's urging, but Yang Fei himself was not sleepy, holding a lantern in the main room. The tents used as drug warehouses, laboratories, and operating rooms were inspected again to see if there were any omissions, and finally returned to their tents at nearly 2 o'clock. After entering the camp, she saw that the 2 maids were already sound asleep, so she did not disturb them. After washing with the hot water they had prepared for her, she finally turned off the lights and lay down to rest. Everything in my heart was chaotic, and it was a strange place, so I couldn't sleep well in the end, and after a while, I woke up again, only to feel dizzy in my head, turned over and sat cross-legged on the bed, breathing and exhaling and circulating for a week, spontaneously feeling a lot of energy recovered. I quietly got out of bed and left the tent. Standing at the door of the tent and looking up at the black and blue night sky, Shaoxing is accompanied by the lonely moon, dotting the sky lonely. The roughness, refreshing, the altar is clear. Not a moment later, I felt that the thin nightgown on my body was a bit too cold. I hugged my arms tightly, and went back to the tent, put on a light gray wool blanket embroidered with orange and red flowers on the bed, and lit a lantern, twisted the small wick so that the light would not disturb the 2 maids behind the curtain, looked at the watch. It was almost 5 o'clock, wiped his face with a hot towel, wiped the balm, sat cross-legged in front of the low table, rubbed with the remaining balm in his hands. He started his day's work while looking at the information on the wounded soldiers collected today. While sorting out the medical records, Yang Fei began to think about today's work arrangement and where to start. Suddenly, he heard a group of people making noise outside, and said, "Hold down his hand quickly, and don't let him scratch yours face." "You said, let him grab it, it looks like he can't survive, what else can I save?" "You said, wrap his right leg tightly, don't let the dirt fall full, it's all over the place, there's no need to be disgusting." Yang Fei lifted the curtain and went out of the tent and stood at the door. By the light of the lantern at the door of the tent, he saw 2 people carrying a stretcher coming out of the wounded barracks. 2 people on both sides pressed their hands and feet, and they were heading here. "Come here." When the 4 people approached, Yang Fei asked, "What are you doing?" The 4 people were all doctors accompanying Yang Fei to check the wounded barracks in the afternoon. They knew Yang Fei and replied, "Back shopkeeper who, this man has a severe fever and is in the state of delirium, and he is probably dying. I am going to take him to the front medicine tent and try to rescue him, but there is nothing we can do." While talking, Zhang Fuzhen and Xiao Jichang also walked out of the tent next to Yang Fei respectively. Both of them are martial arts practitioners, and their vigilance is far beyond ordinary people. When they heard voices outside, they both came out to check. Young Fair said, "Then go quickly, I will follow you to have a look." The four of them carried the stretcher and walked forward again. Young Fair turned around and went in to take the work clothes and masks hanging on the hanger, and came out to follow. Zhang Fuzhen and Xiuji Cheng also followed her to live in the medicine room. Account to Young Fair looked back at the two of them, waiting to let them go back, but thinking about it, he would not listen to him, so he gave up the idea of dissuading them and let them go. The three of them followed the stretcher in front of them into the medicine tent. The four doctors in front placed the stretcher directly on a 2.5-foot wide couch in the middle, and fixed the injured soldier's hands and feet. For the acupoints for reducing fever and relieving convulsions, one went to grab the medicine and boil the medicine. Yang Fair saw that there were many medicinal materials piled up around the medicine tent. No wonder it was called the medicine tent. With the limited knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine I have accumulated in the past few years, I know that most of them are used to treat trauma, but it also meets the needs of the military camp. After a few silver needles were stuck, the wounded soldier frantically moved his limbs and yelled, showing no signs of improvement. A few doctors twisted the needles expressionlessly to make fire and decoct the medicine. Yang Fair said, "There are other things. Is there a way?" Dr. A said, "Then what else can we do? Just let fate. How many people die like this?" Yang Fair doesn't blame them for their indifference. Seeing too many dead people, their hearts must gradually become cold. After waiting for another moment, the decocted medicine was poured on the wounded soldier indiscriminately, which wasted half of it. After waiting for another moment, the wounded soldier still did not improve. Several doctors shook their heads and said, "This man is really not good anymore. Gone." Yang Fair stood aside, bit his lip, and said, "Let me try." The four raised their heads in astonishment, and after a long while, Dr. B said, "Okay. Let's treat a dead horse as a living horse, doctor." Shopkeeper who, "What do you want to try? We will cooperate." Naturally, these military doctors have been notified long ago and know the purpose of these people who live in the barracks today. They have long wanted to see what the new medicines brought by these people are. For those types, it is luck if they can be saved, but it is fate if they cannot be saved. "I don't know what means these people brought." Young Fair said, "Then please carry the patient to the operating room." Several doctors looked at Young Fair with confused eyes. "Please follow me." Young Fair turned around and walked outside the tent. At the same time, he said to Zhang Xiu and the two, "Can you both help me?" Now that the experimenter is still asleep, Zhang Xiu and Zhang have a better understanding of the situation in the laboratory, so why don't they ask them to help me? Be an assistant. Zhang Xiu and Zhang Xiu nodded naturally, and they felt that it was inappropriate for Young Fair to work alone among this group of strange men. Dr. A hastily pulled out the silver needle on the wounded soldier's head, lifted the stretcher, followed him out of the tent, and headed for the new camp where Young Fair was. Young Fair let the stretcher into one of the tents used as the operating room. There were 2 operating beds lined up inside, and the wounded soldiers were put away. Zhang Xiu and Zhang Xiu also came in, hung the lantern in their hands on the top of the tent, and lit it again. 2 horse lanterns were hung on the front and back, and the tent was as bright as day for a while. The 4 military doctors looked astonished. They were wondering last night, how could the lanterns brought by these people be so bright? Young Fair took out the penicillin skin test agent, made it into a solution, sucked it into a syringe, held it in his hand, stretched out his hand to pull a small cart, and sat beside the operating table. They were all carefully washed with clean water, sterilized with alcohol, and their hands and feet were fixed. On the prepared wrist, Yang Fair wiped and disinfected again with alcohol cotton ball, then gently picked up a thin layer of skin with the tip of the needle, inserted the needle, and injected until a small bag the size of half a pea bulged under the skin, then pumped the needle. "Come out, look at the watch on your wrist, and wait for the observation to take 10 minutes. Taking advantage of this time, give the wounded soldier a full-body examination. The 4 doctors who came in stood aside and couldn't do much to help. They just stared dumbfounded at what Yang Fei and the others did. What is this going to do? The strange cylinder held by shopkeeper who is very delicate, it should be crystal. Why is there a scale on it, and strange curved symbols? What does that mean? You can do a lot of things in 10 minutes. First, insert a thermometer under the patient's armpit, and then start asking the doctor. Now that the patient can't speak, he asks the doctor next to him, who is his name, how old, of birthplace and address, etiology and condition, and previous drug use. Then observe the pupils of the patient's eyes. Take out the stethoscope to listen to the heart pacing rate, whether there are murmurs in the lungs, and the condition of the abdomen, and record them one by one. Yang Fei's company in her previous life was in the business of medical supplies. Although she was not from a medical background, she had dealt with doctors in the hospital for a long time. Sometimes, in order to talk to a doctor in charge, she often waited for half a day by the side. During this period, I will see how the doctor diagnoses and treats the patients, so I know the basic procedures of examination and diagnosis. The patient was wounded on the right calf, and the middle and lower part of the right calf was cut off by a saber. Later, it was polluted by horse manure, and the wound festered and festered. Such a large area of wounds and such serious pollution have never been seen in previous lives. Yang Fei still couldn't bear it. He said in his heart, wait for a while, if the effect of the penicillin is not bad, then ask the doctor here to debride the wound first, not because he is hypocritical, but because he really needs a period of adaptation time. In a blink of an eye, 10 minutes have passed, and then I looked around the rash and found no redness, swelling and enlarged pseudopodia. Yang Fei was relieved to prove that this person had no allergic reaction to penicillin. On the dispensing table, use a needle to suck out half a needle of saline from the saline bottle and inject it into a closed small glass bottle containing penicillin, shake it to dissolve, then use a syringe to suck out the solution, re-inject it into the saline bottle, and take it out from an iron box. An infusion tube comes. The needle tube and infusion tube used by Yang Fei were all boiled in boiling water last night, and they are here as a spare, so that they can be used at any time in case of emergency. Unexpectedly, they will be used after a few hours. Tie a rubber tourniquet on the wounded soldier's right wrist, find a relatively obvious vein on the back of the hand, prick the needle, return blood, turn on the roller, and the transparent small pot in the middle of the infusion tube will drip drop by drop. Slowly re-infusing it back into the vein, pressing on the cotton ball, pasting the adhesive tape, and fixing the needle, Yang Fei skillfully completed the first penicillin infusion process in this military camp, waiting to see how the drug works. Tomorrow morning, my son's kindergarten will hold a dumpling-making activity. In the afternoon, I will go to school to pick up my daughter for the holiday. I'm going to accompany them to dinner and watch a movie in the evening, so I don't think I have time to write. Dear friends, I'm sorry. Yunhua is also very anxious. End of this chapter. Chapter 95 The First Cooperation. Chapter 95 The First Cooperation. The dawn of summer always comes very early. When the sun shines on the earth, the god of luck is also inspired by the Creator, and casts his compassionate eyes on this barren and remote barren land, driving away the god of death. Cloth of Shadows. A bottle of ml of penicillin sugar saline was suspended halfway, and the delirium of the wounded soldier gradually calmed down. The long-term morbid excitement consumed almost all of his physical strength. Go to sleep. Yang Fei took his temperature again. When he first entered the operating room, his temperature was 41.5 degrees. Now it has dropped to 36.8 degrees. There is no high-tech blood test equipment, but through the performance of his illness, Yang Fei judging, this patient should have developed sepsis just now. Penicillin is a drug that the ancients had never accepted, therefore, the constitution is very sensitive to this drug, so that half a penicillin has an effect on this fatal sepsis attack, which is also very unexpected and gratifying to Yang Fei. Looking at the young sleeping face of the wounded soldier, he was only a 16-year-old boy, but he could hardly see the brilliance of youth, or even the vicissitudes of life, and his face was full of dirt, and his hair was long and yellow and disheveled. It was full of broken grass and sand, almost the same as the homeless man on the side of the road that Yang Fei had seen in his previous life. It was already dawn, and the morning sun was not stingy to sprinkle its bright sunshine all over the barracks. In the distance came the sound of mighty shouts from the training ground, but the wounded barracks was still silent. Occasionally there could be one or two groans of pain that could not be suppressed. This is a place where the sun cannot warm. Yang Fei walked to Zhang Fuzhen's side, let him listen to him, whispered a few words to him, then turned around and left. It was the first time for Xiao Jicheng to see the two show intimacy that was different from others in front of him, and his heart was full of emotions, but what could he do? After all, they are unmarried couples, so what position can I have to interfere with their marriage? I should be content to be able to see that delicate figure from afar as I follow along cheekily. Xiao Jicheng lowered his head and turned his face away. All the personnel in the laboratory have already got up and washed up. Yang Fei went to have some breakfast with them. The consumption in the middle of the night made her ignore the uncomfortable feeling, and by the way, she also discussed the wound treatment of the wounded soldier. When Zhang Fuzhen went to call her back, the bottle of penicillin had already been hung up, and the wounded soldier was still sleeping soundly, but he had been shaved into a bald head. Under the cover of his clothes, there should be no hair left. Yang Fei's explanation to Zhang Fuzhen just now was to ask the 4 military doctors to shave all the hair on the wounded soldier to avoid lice and fleas, then clean and disinfect the whole body, and put on clean clothes for the next cleaning. Invasive surgery. With the gold medal bestowed by the emperor in hand, Yang Fei decided to make the best use of it, and called the military doctor here to consult with the wounded soldier and work out a basic treatment plan. This temporary meeting was held in a large vacant tent. This large tent was used by Yang Fei to store melons for mold. It has not been opened yet, and it just came in handy. Those who participated in the meeting included Yang Fei and Zhang Xiao, and 10 laboratory personnel brought here, as well as 20 major doctors in the military. Combined with the actual situation and existing conditions, a surgical procedure combining old and new is developed. The maggots drilled holes in the carrion, and the depth of the carrion was far beyond the surface, so the broken leg had to be amputated a second time, cutting it 5 centimeters up the wound to remove all the carrion, so as to ensure that the wound was neat and clean. Bacteria can help the wound to heal better. Fortunately, the 5 centimeters is still below the knee. I will make a prosthetic leg for him in the future. Basically, it will not hinder the appearance and movement. The operation steps are divided into: take mefizin orally. This is in charge of the military doctor under the army doctor, and only one of them has the prescription of mefizin. Yang Fei was very surprised when he first knew that there was a prescription for mefizin in this world. A secret recipe that has long been lost in previous lives. Mefizin is said to be an anesthetic for surgical operations created by Huatua. History of the later Han Dynasty Huatua biography contains, if the hair is knotted in the body, and the acupuncture and medicine can't reach it, it is ordered to drink mebosin with wine first. After being drunk, I don't feel it, because the abdomen and back are cut and accumulated. In ancient times, it was impossible to perform surgery without this prescription. Disinfection and skin preparation. This work is in charge of 3 people from the laboratory. They are outstanding students transferred from the medical department. They have been educated in modern medical nursing knowledge and have some experience in this work. As surgical assistants, the 3 of them are responsible for the disinfection work before, during and after the operation. 3. Surgery. Amputation is performed by military doctors here. They have served in the army for a long time, and amputation is common to them. They are far more proficient in such operations than Yang Fei and others. It is more appropriate to let them perform the operation. 4th, hemostasis. In this consultation, Yang Fei proposed for the first time the idea of suturing the major arteries and veins. For the suturing of blood vessels, these people have never done it. This method is the main hemostasis method on the operating table. The 3 people in the room are in charge. For the simple hemostasis of tiny blood vessels, Noto ginseng powder can be used. Yang Feier discovered at night that there is a large amount of Noto ginseng stored in their medicine account, but because the use is still using the most primitive powder grinding method, there is no purify its active ingredients. So the medicinal effect of Noto ginseng is far from reaching its peak. The Weiniang Bai Bao Dan Yunnan Bai Yao in the previous life contained Sanqi ingredient, which can stop even aortic bleeding, but the formula of Yunnan Bai Yao has always been kept secret. How can Sanqi powder reach the level of Yunnan Bai Yao? General effect, but also need to spend a long time in the future to continue research. The operation started at 10 o'clock in the morning and ended at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. From the time of taking Mebosin with alcohol to waiting for the anesthetic to take effect, during the waiting process, the operation area is disinfected and sterile towels are spread, and various surgical instruments are ordered by the chief surgeon according to the steps determined and rehearsed during the consultation. Once it was handed over to the chief surgeon. The advantages of modern surgical procedures are many, such as greatly saving the operation time, reducing the chance of infection for patients, allowing the doctors to concentrate more, and the operation is more rigorous, all of which increase the success rate of the operation. However, under the bright light of 6 horse lanterns at the same time, several doctors who performed the operation were wearing uniform and clean dark green knee-length smocks, hats and masks of the same color, and even wearing a mask of unknown material as thin as a cicada's wing on their hands. Gloves, with a focused expression, as if no one else is there, and his compact and coherent movements are flowing like clouds and flowing water. The military doctors around the audience were stunned. Although this was the first time the 2 parties cooperated, the cooperation was relatively perfect, but due to the large number of onlookers, almost all the military doctors in the army were present at the scene, which made it impossible to guarantee the sterility of the operation. It has always been a bad habit of ancient medicine to completely ignore the harmfulness of sanitary pollution to the wounded. This situation needs to be completely changed, otherwise these wounded soldiers will inevitably suffer from repeated infections, which is very unfavorable for their recovery. It is not difficult to bring modern medicine into the barracks, but changing their hygiene habits is a very long-term project. When necessary, regulations and laws must be formulated to restrict them. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the day after the operation, the wounded soldier who received unprecedented treatment had already woken up for an hour, and the panic when he just woke up had been completely dispelled under the patient explanation of the doctors. Those strange doctors were patient and kind, not as irritable and impatient as those doctors in their own barracks, especially one of the most handsome and thin young doctors, his beautiful big eyes, shimmering under the cover of long eyelashes. Yen Lian, exuding gentle care, between the opening and closing of the ruddy water chestnut mouth, the white teeth are hidden, the delicate skin like white porcelain, smooth and moist. Such a beautiful person is actually a man. The wounded soldier thinks it's unbelievable. If this is a woman, what a beauty it is. The wounded soldier felt that he shouldn't think so much, no matter whether he was a man or a woman, he was just like a god to himself. At the moment when he first woke up, he even felt that there was a faint halo over the handsome doctor's head. He is probably the god of medicine who came to the world, right? The more the wounded soldier thought about it, the more he felt that it was very possible. I don't know how many companions around him died due to the same situation as him. I can survive until now, probably because I waited for the moment when the god of medicine came. Opening his eyes, he saw a glass bottle on the top of his head, and there was still half a bottle of transparent and pure medicine in it. The wounded soldier had never seen such clean water. If it's water, it should be like this. This divine water was injected into his body through a light yellow leather tube and a thin needle stuck on the back of his hand, miraculously infusing himself with a new life. The medicinal effect of mafizin has not completely subsided, and the wounded soldier can no longer feel the heartrending pain at the original amputated limb. The dilapidated body has regained strength, and the soft and clean bed exudes the fragrance of pancreas mixed with honeysuckle. The filthy wounded battalion that still lived there was a stark difference. This is a brand new tent, and there is a faint smell of wormwood in the air. The floor is covered with beige linoleum, which has been wiped clean. In this tent, there are 4 beds in total. There is a low stool next to each bed, and a cup, a bowl, and a pair of chopsticks are placed on it. The wounded soldier has secretly bit his tongue several times to make sure that he is not dreaming. Middle. But at present, there is only one patient in this tent, and there must be other wounded soldiers living in it one after another. I don't know which ones are as lucky as myself. The wounded soldier, who was lying on the bed and thinking wildly, suddenly saw a few people coming in from the door. The leader was the handsome and thin young doctor, followed by 2 tall and handsome men, as well as several military doctors and attendants. Dear readers and friends, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and I haven't updated it during this period of time, but I still receive your favorites, recommendation tickets, and rewards, which makes me very ashamed, but I believe that friends who have read the article will all I can feel that I really have a complex about the Chinese New Year. During this time, I have been traveling with my children. I came back yesterday and started cleaning and bought a car full of various ingredients to prepare for the new year with peace of mind. The next update may have to wait until after the children go to school. Thank you very much for your perseverance when I was away. Here, I wish you a happy Chinese New Year and a family reunion. Yun Wai will continue to update in the next year, moi. End of this chapter. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Yang Fei brought several military doctors in for routine post-operative rounds, and these routines will be written into the hospital management regulations in the future. How do you feel now? Yang Fei asked the wounded soldier. The clean face of the wounded soldier could finally see some youthful innocence. If in the world of the previous life, he was just a child in middle school. Apart from the pressure of study, he was loved by his family, but this child was ignorant. At the gate of a new world of life, he fought against the enemy with blood on the battlefield, and even lost his right foot. Even so, he was much luckier than his comrades who died. It's all over. For the ruling class, war is a form of competition and a means of solving problems, but when it is refined to face each living life, how bloody and cruel it is. In his previous life, Yang Fei was thankful that he lived in that peaceful era, but now, Yang Fei is in it. The wounded soldier stared blankly at the young and handsome doctor in front of him. His clear eyes were soft and warm, and his fair face was shining like a statue of Guanyin, shining in front of him. Hearing what the doctor was asking himself, he nodded reflexively but didn't know what to say, and shook his head again. Seeing his absent-minded appearance, Yang Fei smiled, and said in his heart, probably the strength of the anesthetic hasn't gone down yet. Then he said, be hungry, let's have some porridge first. A follower came out from behind, helped the wounded soldier to sit up, and put a bed on his back for him to lean on. Another follower brought a small dining table and put it on the bed, and put the bowl beside his bed on the table. Meat porridge was poured out of an earthen pot. These attendants are the security guards in the factory that Yang Fei brought all the way from Anhui Mansion, and they always follow behind Yang Fei to perform their duties of protection and escort. From last night to now, another operation was performed at noon. Apart from taking mafesin, the wounded soldier had almost no water or rice. He relied on infusion to ensure the body's electrolyte balance. Yang Fei specially asked the 2 maids beside him to boil lean meat. The porridge was brought over to pad his stomach, and in the evening when their camp had a unified meal, he would have some supper. The doctor on the side smiled and said, if you take care of the patients like you do, our military funds may not be able to support the price. Yang Fei smiled and said, just do your best, there are always more ways than difficulties. Although Yang Fei didn't know much about the distribution of military expenditures in the army, he had some idea of the dilapidated and crowded situation of the wounded barracks. A loud and steady voice suddenly came from outside the tent, yes, human life is at stake. As long as human life is alive, other problems can be solved. Before the words were finished, a tall, thick-browed and phoenix-eyed man walked straight into the tent door where the curtain was lifted high, wearing a silver treasure armor, with a 3-foot sword on his waist, and wearing a golden glow, he walked forward like a dragon and a tiger. In the account. Looking behind him, the second Prince Zai Heng and Princess Xian Gu are still following him, and there are several other generals, probably because they were afraid that Xiang's female identity would be inconvenient. They both dressed as young generals, with swords on their waists and red tasseled armor on their heads. Xian Gu smiled and said to Yang Fair, "This is Marshal Jiang Zhanjiang. I heard that you used new medicine to treat a wounded soldier with high fever in the early morning. I came here to have a look." Several other senior officers in the army knew the marshal, and they knelt down to bow down earlier. Yang Fair and others were also busy to pay their respects, but the marshal held him back and said, "I dare not honor you as an envoy of the Son of Heaven, please excuse yourself." They had no choice but to stand and bow to the marshal. Marshal Jiang laughed again. "Yesterday morning, I brought 2 teams of troops to train in the western suburbs. I didn't return until midnight. I really shouldn't have been able to meet the envoy. I hope the envoy will forgive me." Yang Fair understood in his heart that these words were just his excuses. The second prince had received the letter early, and received it 10 miles away. As the commander-in-chief of the First Army, it was so difficult that there was no letter, but he also understands the marshal's psychology. A group of people came to his army to test medicine for no apparent reason. He has a lot of nobles, and the second prince is there to pick him up, which is enough. If you don't tell the truth after seeing it through, it's difficult for people to tear it apart. At that moment, he made a bow with a slight smile, and said, "The general's military training is for state affairs, so I don't dare to bother you." Marshal Jiang smiled and said, "You have traveled thousands of miles here to treat wounded soldiers, and you are both serving the country, no matter how big or small you are." He continued, "Today I heard that you used the new medicine you brought to the wounded soldiers in the early morning, and also performed some kind of surgery treatment at noon today. I wonder how the patient is doing now. May I have a look?" Sure enough, it's the military style of single-handedly going straight and resolute. Yang Fair and the others gave up the position in front of the wounded soldier's bed, and Marshal Jiang walked to the bed and carefully looked at the wounded soldier's complexion and the bandaging of his legs. The wounded soldier has long been petrified, and the etiquette of meeting the superior has been thrown out of the sky. In fact, he is just an unknown soldier. It is common for Wu Cheng and captains to see him, but he has never even seen the faces of several generals on weekdays, let alone a member of the army. The chief marshal, who knows that the general and the marshal are standing in front of his sick bed now, come to visit him. His family's ancestral grave is smoking. After the marshal inspected it, with a little smile on his majesty, he said to the wounded soldier, "Your boy is also a good fortune. You have really waited for a life-saving genius doctor to come. It seems that you are also in great trouble. If you don't die, you will have future blessings. Take good care of your wounds, and when you recover from your injuries, put on prosthetic limbs and receive pension money from the office, and go back to your hometown to buy a few acres of land, and you will be able to enjoy life in peace." The wounded soldier just stared blankly at the marshal without moving his eyes. Seeing that he didn't react at all, the people next to him realized that the child must be stupid, and couldn't help but smile slightly. He gave the wounded soldier a hand, and said with a smile, "Little brother, don't be distracted, it's important to thank the marshal soon." The wounded soldier was pushed, and he just woke up like a dream. He forgot his injured leg, and was about to get up and kneel down, but he couldn't exert any strength on his body, and he was still struggling on the bed, and the people around him hurriedly said, "You don't have to get up." Finally, Yang Fair held him down and said, "Don't move around anymore, be careful not to touch the wound." The wounded soldier's face was red and his ears were red, so he had to sit back to the original place, choked out a sentence for a long time, with the peculiar voice of adolescence, and said in a low voice, "Thank you, Generalissimo, thank you doctor." Marshal Jiang waved his hand, "You have a good life." The second prince said to Yang Fair, "Master Hu, please step out and speak, the marshal also wants to see the magic medicine you brought." Yang Fei nodded, leaving an entourage to wait for the little wounded soldier to finish his porridge, and led them all the way to the tent in the doctor's office. The 100 boxes of penicillin he brought were placed in another tent, but because a large wooden box had already been brought over for the medicine this morning and placed here, Yang Fei went over and took out a cuboid cardboard box from the box, and put it on the conference table, gently opened it, pushed it in front of Marshal Jiang, and said, "Please look, Marshal, this is the main experimental drug this time, penicillin. How are you doing this year? Happy New Year to everyone." For more than 100 favorites, Yunwei has started to update again. Get up early and be greedy for dark code words. Live up to the starting point and live up to the Qing. End of this chapter. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Marshal Jiang took it carefully, and saw 10 small glass bottles 1 inch high and 3 minutes wide neatly arranged in the box. When he picked up one and looked carefully, he saw that the bottle contained a quarter of the white powder. There is a circle of white paper pasted on it, with the word penicillin written in the middle, and the weight, instructions for use, production date and shelf life are also marked on it, which is very specific and detailed for the person who uses this bottle of medicine. Marshal Jiang asked, "I don't know what made this penicillin?" "It's not unusual for this medicine to come from, it's made from mildew on melons." Yang Fei laughed. Marshal Jiang definitely didn't expect it, and said in surprise, "I didn't expect the mildew spots to have such a miraculous effect. Mold stains will naturally not have such a miraculous effect. If you just put the mildew stains on the wound, it will only make the wound worse, so after removing the mildew stains, you need to go through a series of complicated purification processes. It is only necessary to extract an effective substance contained in mildew, and a small skin test must be done before using the medicine. If there are people who are not suitable, they cannot be treated with this medicine." Marshal Jiang nodded and said, "When a new medicine comes out, it must go through all kinds of difficulties before it can benefit the people. It is really rare for a person like shopkeeper who to do business without forgetting to save the world." Holding the small glass bottle in his hand, he looked up, down, left, and right, and murmured, "Amazing, amazing." Suddenly he raised his head and said to Yang Fei, "I don't know how shopkeeper who discovered it?" Yang Fei lowered his head and smiled, and said, "I also accidentally discovered under the microscope that a pathogenic bacterium called Staphylococcus around the mold cannot survive, and this bacterium called Staphylococcus is the root of many diseases. If there is a substance that can kill it, then those diseases will also be cured. This is why our laboratory personnel study it as a subject." As a last resort, Yang Fei had to prevaricate the discovery of penicillin by Fleming, the discoverer of penicillin. Regarding Yang Fei's explanations, Marshal Jiang said that he didn't understand most of them, but he was specialized in surgery and didn't feel the need to be ashamed. He just nodded slightly and said, "I generally understand what shopkeeper who said. Shopkeeper who is really a caring person. This small discovery alone is very remarkable, not to mention that it must have taken a lot of painstaking efforts and time to develop it successfully." Everyone stepped forward to touch it. Although they didn't know much about this novel drug, after all, it was appointed by the emperor himself and approved by the marshal. What's more, it really cured a person, even though it was only one person. It doesn't affect them, can't stop admiring. Unknowingly, it was time to hold the lanterns. When the 2 lanterns hanging in the medical office were shining brightly, Marshal Jiang and the other generals were really shocked. When did such a new thing appear in this world? It is also a horse lantern. The 10 lanterns I use often are not as bright as this one from others. The second prince is not unusual. Last night, my sister had already seen him. After being astonished, now I can reserve the sense of superiority of the forerunner in front of these surprised people. Marshal Jiang couldn't help asking, "Master who? I'm a martial artist and have lived in the frontier for a long time. Please forgive me for digressing. I don't know why your lamp is so bright. How is it different from the horse lamp we use?" While repacking the penicillin into the carton, Yang Fei returned to Marshal Jiang and said, "It's not much different, it's just that the oil used is different. If the marshal thinks it's useful, we brought a lot of it with us on this trip, you can send a few barrels to the marshal for use. Marshal Jiang said, I don't know what kind of oil it is, but it may be available in the market now. How can I exploit the things you brought here all the way for no reason? This kind of oil is called gasoline, and it is not available in the market at present. This is the latest oil extracted from petroleum by our research center. We brought a lot of it this time, and it is not worth much. The marshal will use it for now, don't have to wait long, this oil can be bought on the market. The man in Marshal Jiang's army was not the one who talked about it, so he cupped his fist slightly and said, since you say that, then this commander will not be polite. Thank you, shopkeeper who? A young lieutenant beside him said, this lamp is really good. If the lamps in the marshal's tent have such brightness in the future, then the marshal's eyes will be much easier when he corrects official documents. Another middle-aged general said, it's more than that. If we hang this lamp with such brightness and hang it all over the barracks, the enemy spies who come to spy on the military situation will definitely see him so brightly. When Yang Fei heard this, he suddenly thought of the searchlights in the army. Unfortunately, the brightness of gasoline lamps is far from the brightness of searchlights. Such lights need electricity, and the research center for power generation is also in progress, but the progress is a bit slow. The main reason is that there is a shortage of talents. With my limited knowledge of physical chemistry, I really still need a large number of researchers to participate together. It seems that on this trip back, the establishment of the university has to be speeded up. With the emperor's inspection this time, it will definitely become a political capital for recruiting talents, not to mention the high IQ team dispatched from the central government. These topics of the research center, it is hoped that breakthroughs will be made quickly one by one. Marshal Jiang was in a good mood because of the two good events today, and he hosted a banquet for Yang Fei and his party in the big tent. The handsome tent is tall and spacious, covering 300 to 400 square meters. The tent is brightly lit. The floor is covered with expensive carpets, which are thick and soft. Everyone sits on the floor. Marshal Jiang, the second prince and the princess sit at the head, and they go to the left and right. In the lower row, the short table in front of them is filled with beef, mutton, melons, fruits and wine, which is much richer than the banquet in the official hall yesterday. Here is the border with the Hu land, and some Hu people's customs have also been contaminated to some extent. Tea is common for people to drink in large bowls and eat meat in big mouthfuls, not to mention these rough old men in the military camp. There was a band of musicians in the army playing music behind the banquet, and the generals went to the open space of the banquet to fencing and dance to the music when they were happy. There are more victories and fewer losses in wars every year, but which year has there been no casualties? These generals who are fighting on the front line all live with their heads pinned to their belts, and they have long since disregarded life and death. Fighting the enemy bravely in battle, but also very good at carpe diem on weekdays. Yang Fei has no intention of eating, drinking, and having fun with everyone. Her penicillin trial has just achieved a very significant success, and she is still thinking about letting the wounded soldiers who are suffering from illnesses use this medicine earlier to relieve their pain. Besides, even though she was dressed in men's clothes, she was also a girl after all. She looked very out of place among this group of rough men, but the marshal's face must be taken care of. After all, she ate a few mouthfuls of meat, but she didn't drink a mouthful of wine. Then he bid farewell to Marshal Jiang with Zhang Fujian and Xiu Jicheng, and returned to his camp. End of this chapter. Chapter 98 Tracking and Tracing. Chapter 98 Tracking and Tracing. Zhang Fujian tried his best to suppress the crazily growing panic in his heart, knocked on the door twice, listened carefully, and there was still no movement inside. He couldn't hesitate anymore, so he pushed the wooden door. Who would have expected that the door would be pushed open with a creak, and there was something inside? Without the fastening, Zhang Fujian stepped in anxiously, but stepped on a hard object at the door. He moved his foot and saw that it was half a wooden door bolt. Looking up, there was no one in the tent, and the bedding on the bed was waiting. The items were placed neatly, without any signs of struggle as imagined, but Xiao Jicheng said behind him, Mixiang. In this scenario, there is only one possibility, that someone kidnapped Yang Fei. The kidnapper burns incense first, then takes people away after being stunned. Zhang Fuzhen didn't smell anything unusual, but Xiao Jicheng is more familiar with this kind of behavior, although he has never used these three kinds of abuse. However, since childhood, I have been taught how to identify and guard against others, so as not to fall into the ways of others when walking outside. The scent of Mixiang has faded away, and Xiao Jicheng guessed that it has been about 3 hours since Yang Fei was taken away. The wounded barracks is in the deep part of the barracks. To get here, you have to pass at least 7 or 8 passes. Zhang Fuzhen's first thought is that there are traitors in the barracks. Among them, the enemy's spies would never have the opportunity to drive in so long and steal 3 living people quietly. The two were terrified, and immediately called Zhang Du, and Lao Sunday. Zhang Du was in charge of leading people to protect the scene. Lao Sun ran fast. Xiao Ji often asked him to notify the marshal to immediately seal the camp and seal the city. Although it took 3 hours enough to make the thief run away without a trace, but even if there is a glimmer of hope. Zhang Fuzhen's mind was buzzing, and he forced himself to calm down. Being so flustered would not help, but would delay the handling of the matter. First of all, we must analyze the intention of the kidnapper, whether it is for money or sex, or have other intentions. But with these existing clues, how can one guess them? However, since it is possible to take such a big risk to take people away instead of directly taking their lives, I believe that Yang Fei is not in danger of his life for the time being. That is only one thing that Xiao Jicheng can be sure of. Zhang Fuzhen, Xiao Jicheng, and Lao Sun have good lightness skills, and they have searched all the way outside the city gate. The 3 of them thought that if Yang Fei could wake up in time, they might leave some clues along the way. In order to make it easier for people to search for the rescue, Zhang Fuzhen found a ball of cloth strips on the road 3 or 4 miles away from the city gate, and the pattern was exactly the fabric of the inner coat that Yang Fei usually wore. Zhang Fuzhen was overjoyed and wanted to continue searching, but at this time, the search all the way had brought his mind back to clarity. He stood on the spot and pondered carefully. If he found it, he would be unable to do it alone. Threatening Yang Fei's life, he went back to the city gate to wait for Xiao Jicheng and Lao Sun to return. The 3 of them agreed to meet here in minutes. Sure enough, Xiao Jicheng and Lao Sun came back on time. Zhang Fuzhen informed them that they had found the clue of cloth ball, and the 3 of them were waiting to chase along the road. It happened that Werqi also brought dozens of security guards to search the city gate. The 4 met and discussed. The place where Zhang Fuzhen found the clue was the direction leading to Hudi, Wu'er Qidao. I lived in Hudi when I was young, I still know the place, I will go find it with you. Leaving the security guards waiting in the city, the 4 of them searched all the way in the direction of Hudi. Werqi walked slowly, and Lao Sun walked alongside him, holding his arm to give him some help, just enough to catch up with Zhang Xiao and the 2 of them. Sure enough, cloth balls were found one after another along the road, and I was more convinced of Yang Fei's clues. Fortunately, Yang Fei had not stopped practicing the breathing technique taught to her by Zhang Fuzhen, so that although she didn't know martial arts moves, how many times did she have over the years? After training some internal strength, he was able to wake up early after being drugged, leaving important clues for the rescue. It is said that Yang Fei was a little more relaxed today, and it was rare to go to bed early at night, but he woke up in the violent bumps not long after. Under the pain all over his body, he found that he was actually stuffed in a sack, and the sound of horseshoes sounded beside the ears. His hands were tied, and a towel was stuffed in his mouth. It felt like he was in a carriage, and there was a soft and heavy object squeezed around him, which seemed to be a human body. Yang Fei was in a daze for a while, not knowing if it was a dream or not, bit his tongue a few times in a row, tears were about to fall from the pain, and then he gradually believed that he had been hijacked. OMG, how could these plots that appeared in TV dramas actually happen to me? Sure enough, the living environment in ancient times was well deserved of its reputation, not to mention the border where the 2 countries often fought. I thought that my side was as dense and safe as an iron barrel, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Calm, think about the self-help methods of those captives on TV. The first thing to do is to free the hands. Fortunately, the hands are tied in front, but it would be difficult to do so if they were tied behind the back. Perhaps the kidnapper did not expect that a weak woman like her would wake up so early before reaching the destination, took down the towel in his mouth and looked at it through the light from the window. Fortunately, it was the towel he usually used to wash his face. Young Fair really wanted to thank the thief for using local materials, which saved him a lot of nausea. He used his teeth to untie the rope on his hands. His hands were already numb, but the thief tied them hard, and there were bruises and strangle marks on his wrists. He rubbed his hands together for a while. After the blood circulation was restored, he used it again, teeth gnawed and tore with both hands, making a small hole on the edge of the tie, and stretched out a hand to untie the rope. Finally, the whole person withdrew from the sack. Yang Fair let out a long sigh of relief, and untied the two sacks next to him, only to find that the thief had also tied up the two maids beside him. Unfortunately, those two maids had no internal strength. The power of the drug is still there, and he is still in a coma. Yang Fair carefully inspected the box boards of the carriage, looking for a place where he could jump off the car. After searching for a long time, his heart became more and more cold. Not only were there two drivers sitting on the front door, but also an iron door was welded and locked from the outside. The other three sides and the bottom roof of the carriage are all made of iron plates. There is only a small window the size of two fists, and half of the head can't get through it. No wonder the thief tied her hands in front of her without fear. I really thought wrong. For now, I can only find a way to leave clues to see if Zhang Fujian and others will follow the clues to find me. I don't know where the thief will take me and how far away. I only wear 2 sets of clothes. Underwear, because the night in the camp was relatively cold, I wore an extra set on my body. It seemed that I had to sacrifice them. I took off a coat, tore off one with my teeth, rolled it into a ball, and threw it out through the window hole. Repeatedly, until a piece of underwear was completely torn, Yang Fair began to tear the sack, and used the same method to form small balls and throw them out. If Zhang Fujian found the trace and saw the ball of twine, he would know that it came from one person's hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. This iron barrel-like carriage drove straight on the road for 2 days before reaching its destination. During the period, eating, drinking, and sleeping were all handled by the 2 drivers passing things in. Yang Fair hadn't straightened in 2 days. Back, the 2 maids also woke up in the afternoon of that day, and the 3 of them were forced to endure for 2 days curled up in the narrow carriage. Although the route could not be seen from the narrow window, the scenery outside the window had already become the scene on the prairie. The green grass on the prairie in early August has not decayed, and the cool weather makes the narrow compartment not so stuffy. But so what? No matter the environment is good or bad, Yang Fair has to endure it. The sacks were taken away by the thieves when they opened the door to hand them water and dried meat. Seeing the broken sack with only one left, the fool knew where the other 2 sacks were. He beat and scolded them excessively, and only uttered a few words of threats, then locked the iron gate and continued on their way. At night, Yang Fair reckoned that it was about 90 o'clock, when the 2 thieves opened the door. A black cloth was blindfolded over their eyes, and the 2 maids were helped out of the carriage, and the road was tortuous. After walking for more than a quarter of an hour, he stopped. The person who came up took off the black cloth from his eyes. Yang Fair squinted his eyes and adjusted for a while before finally seeing where he was. This is a tall and luxurious house. In the center is a wooden carved gold lacquered throne on the ground, and the throne is a chair covered with a chair. On both sides, there are incense tables, incense sticks, incense tubes and other utensils symmetrically arranged. There are 4 incense tables on the ground floor, with an incense burner on each of them. The censer smells ambergris, exhales purple smoke, and is full of fragrant mist. On the east and west walls, there are large dragon cabinets with 3 generations of ding-yi in the middle storage. two thick coiled dragon pillars, and black gold bricks that can be seen. Carved beams and painted buildings, resplendent, full of dragon prestige. Yang Fei, who was used to watching TV in ancient costumes, immediately confirmed in his heart that this is not the residence of ordinary people, this is a palace. But now Yang Fei is also someone who has received the emperor, prince and princess, and there is no panic at all in this hoodie palace. Since she came, she will be at ease. I don't know why the Hu people's royal family kidnapped her here. After calming down, Yang Fei noticed that there was an unmistakable medicinal smell in the high-grade ambergris, and Yang Fei thought to himself, could it be that the purpose of kidnapping is to see a doctor? Can't help but smile wryly. The captor may have misunderstood her, she is not a doctor. Looking at the situation, the sick person is definitely not an ordinary person, so don't get angry and kill her because of it. The people here seem to be in a hurry, and immediately two maids came over and said, the doctor is here, please go in and give your majesty a diagnosis and treatment. Yang Fei was numb in his heart. Was he actually the emperor? Sure enough, she came to see a doctor, but you are a majestic royal family. Please inquire about it before you take people into captivity. You are looking for a doctor, not a cake maker. Also, why don't the people here speak nonsense, and why do they still speak the same common Mandarin as the Central Plains? No matter what, extending the head is also a knife, shrinking the head is also a knife. Let's go and have a look. What if it is a disease that you know, although this hope is relatively slim? The captive palace lady behind her can be regarded as someone who has seen the world. Although she was panicked for a while when she just woke up, under Yang Fei's best efforts to comfort her, she finally regained some of the palace lady's sanity at this time. Even though he is in the palace of an enemy country, he can still be as reserved as an envoy of a great country, so as not to embarrass his own court. At this time, the two of them followed Yang Fei, followed the two maids across the two connecting halls, and entered the innermost bedroom. As soon as the door of the hall was pushed open, a strong smell of medicine rushed over. On a huge dragon couch facing you, there was a person lying under a bright yellow brocade quilt, and a concubine-like person stood beside the bed. He looked like a concubine in his 40s. When she was young, she must have been an alluring beauty, but now her well-maintained face was plain and haggard, with tears on it. Behind her stood two young men in their 20s and 30s and a girl in her teens. Dressed in Hu clothes, more than a dozen imperial doctors in uniforms stood on both sides of the lower head tremblingly. The concubine wiped away the tears on her face with the silk handkerchief in her hand, stood up, and said, "Doctor, please come closer and have a look quickly, so that we can have an early treatment." Yang Fei made a salute, still wearing a men's underwear, wearing a men's topknot, and tall, thin and straight, so he simply regarded himself as a man. According to Yan's approach, it turned out that the person lying on the bed was an old man of 50 years old. It is reasonable to say that 50 years old cannot be called an old man. Depressed, wrapped in a thin layer of skin, although there are not many wrinkles, but it is dry and dull, and only the cheeks are red. At this time, it is opening a mouth like a dead fish, breathing rapidly. Yang Fei often saw such a face in the military camp. It was a sign of a patient suffering from high fever and coma. Yang Fei was relieved, thinking that it was an intractable disease that was difficult to diagnose, but he soon realized that a clever woman cannot cook without rice. I don't know if these people kidnapped themselves. Can they bring medicines and utensils along the way? Also, I don't know if their majesty is allergic to penicillin. If so, he really won the jackpot. I probably can only wish him peace and health before he dies. Yang Fei turned around and asked the doctor next to him, and said, "Please also explain to me your majesty's cause of disease and the condition of the treatment medication. How should I treat it?" One of the leading imperial physicians stepped forward and said, "In the last month, Your Majesty was watching a routine drill on the training ground. Unexpectedly, a general accidentally split a flagpole and flew up and hit it on the back, because Your Majesty was not wearing protective clothing at that time, so the fracture of the flagpole was inserted into the back deeply into the flesh. Although the sawdust was carefully picked at that time, the wound was still inflamed. Afterwards, the rotten flesh was removed again, but the inflammation could not be controlled. Until today, it's been nearly 2 months, and I'm at the end of my rope, but according to reports from our spies in Xinfeng City, the inflammation in your barracks for a long time is now controlled by the new medicine and new medication method you brought. I would like to invite you to try it. When Yang Feier heard the unimaginable cause of the disease, he suppressed the twitching of the corner of his mouth, and tried his best to maintain a calm tone. Then why did you only tie me up? I am not a doctor in the army, don't you know? One of the young men behind the concubine said, although you are not a doctor, you are the inventor of this medicine. We don't need a diagnosis, we only need medicine. How can others be more proficient than you? Don't worry, new medicines and equipment we brought it along too. End of this chapter. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. It seems that the people here have a clear understanding of the situation in the army of the Tai dynasty. There was a spy in the army of the Tai dynasty. I was captured here so smoothly, and I must have something to do with the spy. Yang Feier, however, there was a burst of anger, although Yang Feier was seldom angry, but he should not treat this encounter as an ordinary doctor's visit. Make it easy for her to take medicine. What happens after taking medicine, not to mention whether I can get out of this Hui palace this time? What will they do with the 2 maids beside me, if there is danger? Wouldn't it implicate these 2 women who are just in their prime and suffer disaster? But at this time, people are fighting against each other, and I am fish and meat, and I am also unable to protect myself. It is a bit redundant to think about these things. Yang Feier suppressed the anger in his heart, regained his indifference, and let's take one step at a time. At this time, someone brought up a large wooden box and opened it in front of Yang Feier. In addition to 10 small boxes of penicillin, there were even alcohol cotton balls, infusion tubes, skin test needles, sugar and saline, adhesive tape, rubber bands, the thermometer and stethoscope are all ready. These are not something that a layman can do. It must be done by someone who is very familiar with their treatment methods and has a relatively high official title. Opportunity to get these. You must know that the use and management of penicillin in the camp is very strict, and it is supervised by 3 accountants specially dispatched from the army in shifts. Whether it is a military doctor or a laboratory personnel who wants to use it, they must have a card from Yijing or Yang Feier to go there. If you collect it in person, you must also indicate the name of the patient who used it, the time of collection, the reason for receiving it, and the signature of the final recipient, so that the whereabouts of each drug and each material is well documented. The prevention is the unreasonable loss of drugs. You must know that this drug is still in the clinical trial stage. If it is found in the black market and used indiscriminately, it may cause very serious consequences. Under such strict supervision, you can still bring out such a large box of medicines, and everything is complete. Not only that, but you can also hijack 3 people and leave the city smoothly. What is the reason for this? But even if Yang Feier is sure that there are spies inside, she has nothing to do. At this time, she can't do anything, she can only obey others' orders, and go forward honestly to clamp a thermometer under Hu Huang's armpit. Taking body temperature, Yang Feier only touched Hu Huang's skin with his hands, and felt that his body was scorching hot, so he put the thermometer away, and lifted off the quilt that was still tightly covered by the way. The concubines, princes and princesses who had been staring at her all the time, including the 2 rows of imperial doctors standing underground, gasped in unison. The beautiful concubine was the most nervous and said, "Your Majesty has a fever. Don't cover yourself with a cotton pad. Are you sweating? Why did you lift the quilt?" Yang Feier looked at her and said, "Sweating? In the current weather, you covered your Majesty with such a thick quilt, and I never saw him sweat a single drop come?" Everyone was stunned for a while when they heard the words. Yang Feier didn't say any more, turned around and got off the pedal of the dragon bed, went to the table and began to mix the skin to test the medicine, and then returned to the dragon bed, neatly sitting on the bed of Hu Huang. A piku was injected into his wrist, but he didn't have a watch with him, and he didn't know how to tell the time. It seemed that he could only rely on guesswork. After about 5 minutes, young Fair took out the thermometer from Hu Wang's armpit and looked at it by the candlelight. As expected, it was 41 degrees 5, habitually shook it a few times, put it back on the table and put it away carefully, then turned around and told the imperial physicians, "If it's convenient for you, it's better to feed him some plain water, he's already burned and dehydrated." Everyone saw young Fair's unusual medical equipment and treatment methods for the first time, and they were amazed. They only thought that my emperor should be saved this time, and they didn't care about Yang Fair's disobedient words that he came and he went. The concubine hurriedly said, here is it, I just fed half a bowl of it just now." Then a palace maid presented a beautifully carved ebony tray, and the beautiful concubine took down a jade bowl on it, and sat sideways beside the bed. I leaned over and fed the water into Hu Wang's mouth spoon by spoonful with a jade spoon. Unfortunately, most of it flowed down, and the 13 or 14-year-old girl knelt on the pedal and kept wiping it. Yang Fair saw this scene one by one in his eyes, and thought to himself, can a person who shares a man with a group of women also have love? When can love become so selfish? Took out a brand new rubber infusion tube, and said, "You need someone to bring me a stove and boil a pot of boiling water for me. These utensils need to be sterilized." Hearing this, someone immediately moved a red clay stove from the side, sat on a brass pot, poured hot water from a warm water pot and boiled it up, because it was necessary to decoct medicine from time to time. These things were always kept in the bedroom. It was very convenient to use. Young Fair put an infusion tube into it, and within 3 to 2 minutes, the water boiled. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Yang Fair asked someone to turn off the fire. Going over to look at Piku on Hu Wang's wrist, Yang Fair secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Piku didn't show any abnormalities. He asked someone to set up a hanger beside the dragon couch, prepared a net bag, and took out a bottle of sugar and salt water, quickly dispensed the medicine, took out the infusion tube with chopsticks, let it cool for a while, and skillfully gave Hu Wang the penicillin syrup. There was no sound in the entire dormitory. The imperial physicians watched every movement of Yang Fair attentively, and a few of them took out paper and pens to record, in case they missed any small details by mistake. There are still a lot of medicines brought back. If they encounter similar diseases in the future, they have learned it here, so they don't need to ask others for advice. Taking people from another country's territory to treat their own emperor's illness really hurt their reputation as imperial physicians. After half a bottle of potion, Hu Wang's aura gradually stabilized, and the redness on his cheeks also subsided. The chief physician couldn't wait any longer. The emperor took the pulse, and only took a few breaths, but saw that his old and haggard face gradually revealed a surprised and joyful expression. The concubine at the side saw that he had only pressed the pulse for a long time and seemed to be still, and waited impatiently. Hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" The rest of the people also looked at the imperial doctor eagerly, waiting for his answer. The imperial doctor withdrew his hand, stood up, stepped off the step of the dragon bed, turned around and suddenly fell to his knees with a plop, and said to the concubine, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, his fever has really subsided. The pulse is already stable." After saying that, he couldn't stop his tears. End of this chapter. Chapter 101. What is this?